Indian Porterhouse in Chicago's famous Hotel Sherman. It's time now for your family to join the millions of families from coast to coast and listen to America's favorite Don MacNeill and his Breakfast Club. And now here's your Toastmaster, Don MacNeill.
Good morning, Breakfast Clubbers. Morning to ya. Woke up bright and early. Just a howdy do ya. First call to breakfast for all of you out there.
America, wake up, Breakfast Club is on the air.
Well, how do you do? Good to see you folks at home this day, this Thursday. And delightful that we have so many lovely folks here from all over the country visiting us in the Sherman this morning. Insurance salesmen, Metropolitan Honor Club, psychiatrists. Good to see you, boys. Psychiatrists came here looking for business. They're going to find it. And here's a wonderful idea for you by a little gal who's only been out of high school herself a couple of years. That's Ann Leonardo, who's singing for us. Sorry. You got the first one scheduled, haven't you, Gary?
This morning.
Huh?
This morning, yeah.
Come on, boy. Wake up there, boy. See, that's the way I drive them nuts here. Now, I see, Ann, you're scheduled for the second quarter hour, huh? Well, I could have switched them, but let's get Gary Mann up there. He's a fine guy, too. This guy's only been out of high school. How long, Gary?
4 years.
4 years. And, what?
I just assumed you wouldn't ask me.
No. I'm not going to ask you how long you were in high school, either. All right, Gary, let's have it, boy.
When skies are cloudy and gray, they're only gray for a day. So wrap your troubles in dreams and dream your troubles away until that sunshine peeps through. There's only one thing to do. Just wrap your troubles in dreams and dream your troubles away. Your castles may tumble, that's fate after all. Life's really funny that way. No use to grumble, just smile as they fall. Weren't you king for a day? Say now, just remember that sunshine always follows the rain. So wrap your troubles in dreams and dream your troubles away. Your castles may tumble, that's fate after all. Life's really funny that way. Now, no use to grumble, just smile as they fall. Weren't you king for a day? Say now, just remember that sunshine always follows the rain. So wrap your troubles in dreams and dream your troubles away.
Gary Mann, 6'4", 173 pounds, singing for you. Did I come close?
Close enough.
273 pounds, singing for you.
That's way overboard now.
Somewhere in between there, singing for you. Seated in front of me are 8 of the most splendid-looking characters I've seen in some time. These have all been chosen by their various high schools as representative students. And amazingly enough, there are 7 boys and 1 girl. I was looking at this fellow's sideburns and made a mistake there for a moment. There are 7 boys and 1 girl. And we have devised a little quiz we thought was befitting for the senior class. And since you're all going to graduate anyway, you won't mind taking one more quiz. This quiz is entirely different from any, I think, that you've taken in high school. But I think the results will be interesting because here we've got seniors from so many different schools. And this quiz is to find out how young people regard the future. And the title of it is, How Does the Future Look to You? First of all, sign your names up at the top so we know which is which. And there are places to mark yes or no to each of the questions, and I want you to be honest. All right, you seniors at home might take this along with them and see how you come out in relation to the way they do it. Question number 1. Do you figure that with taxes and all, you'll never be a wealthy man or woman? Number 2, do you expect to have difficulty finding the kind of wife or husband that'll suit you? Number 3, don't think too long about this, sir. Just It's only an hour program. All right. Number 3, do you think this generation of teenagers is better than the last generation was? But I know the answer to that. Number 4, will you expect your children to do better in school than you did? That's a loaded question. Number 5, do you figure that success in life is based more on whom you know rather than what you know? Number 6, do you feel that any part of your high school studies was time wasted? Some sneaky glances being exchanged here. And finally, number 7, will you regard yourself as an old person when you are 40? And be careful how you answer that. All right. Now, we'll collect the cards and we'll see how they all did and if there are any differences in opinions. Or if most high schoolers that we have represented here, at least, seem to answer the same. I've got these various cards back again now. Here's the way they're supposed to be graded, according to the person who devised this quiz. In this one, yes answers to any of the questions would indicate a negative view of things. So we will count nothing for yeses and 10 points for nos. So the higher the score, the better your outlook on life and the future is supposed to be. If you scored between 50 and 70, you old optimist, you. If you're between 30 and 50, you better get off the fence or you'll miss the parade. And if you're below 30, are you sure you're ready for the future? Or any future? Let's start in with Frederick Schatz, I think it is. Is that this fellow at the end here? Oh, this fellow right here. Hello, Frederick. How are you?
Pretty good.
Good, sir. What are your plans for the future before I tell you how you did in this quiz?
Well, I'll be going to service when the school's out.
Oh, you going to service?
Yeah.
And then into what?
Oh, I'm going to be a mechanic.
A mechanic?
Diesel mechanic.
Well, that's a fine idea that you have there. You scored 30 in this quiz, which means you're right on the fence. Which isn't a bad place to be. You find a lot of diesels there, I see.
Yeah.
You figure you're going to be a wealthy man, though, don't you?
Oh, I should be able to.
Yeah, that's what you said on your quiz here. You don't expect to have any difficulty finding the kind of wife that'd suit you, huh?
No, I don't think.
You got one picked out now?
No, not all the way yet.
Not all the way?
No.
Well, I didn't ask if you were married, but I mean...
No.
You mean one's got you picked out, is that what you meant?
Oh. About...
Not giving me very definite answers here, Frederick. I bet you, I haven't looked at these, but I'll bet you every single one said that this generation of teenagers is better than the last. I see you did. You expect your children to do better in school than you did, is that right?
Oh, they should.
Yes, I'll go along with you there. Yeah. That's very interesting, Frederick. You might be interested to know that Robert Munkle of Spring Grove scored 50 in this quiz. That means this guy is really an optimist. Which is he?
Right next to him.
Oh, hi, Robert.
Hi.
How are you, boy? You're
Fine.
from Spring Grove, huh?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Where's that, in Illinois?
No, it's up there in the southern part of Minnesota.
Ah, yeah. I'll say, you answered no to almost everything here. Except that you think your children ought to do better in school than you did, too, huh?
Well, they couldn't do any worse.
You said that you do not feel that any part of your high school studies were wasted. Is that right?
No, I believe that everything you do in high school should help you at one time or another.
I think you're absolutely right about that. The question about whether you figured success in life was based more on whom you know, is it who or whom you know? Which? Which is correct, whom you know or who you know?
Whom, I believe.
What?
Whom, I believe. I don't know.
Is that right? Who? You know whom. Of whom are you speaking? Of whom? You know. Well, high school students, which is it?
Make it anybody.
Eddie Valentine, which is correct? Who or whom? Whom?
Yeah.
Whom. I thought it was whom, yeah. Whom you know. You know whom. Sure. There's a title for a song. You know whom. You know whom. You know whom.
Never make a hit.
I don't think it'll work.
I got one called my old Kentucky whom.
Yes, sir. You figure that success is based more on whom you know or what you know?
What you know?
What you know.
Well, if you know quite a bit, you're bound to know a lot of people. So it goes sort of in a cycle.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're right. I think you're absolutely right. If you know a lot of people will find you. That's for sure. Judy Miller of Peru, Nebraska, scored 30 on the quiz. Well, the most you can score, you know, would be 70, and I'm not sure that that's correct. It would be all correct. That's just a high score, but whether that means anything or not is open to doubt, in my opinion. Judy, how big is your high school in Peru?
How?
Pardon?
How is the high school?
No, how big is it?
How big is it? Oh, 70 or 80. It's a small one.
A small one, huh? Uh-huh. And how many in the senior class?
19.
19.
There are 18 here on the trip.
Oh, gee, that's a good percentage. No, that's a very small school. And, of course, you get individual attention there, don't you?
Well, so they say.
Well, it's a cinch that out of 19 students, they know where everybody is. They can't miss on that. You say you won't regard yourself as an old person when you're 40, huh?
No, I don't think so.
I think most people of 40 are very young, don't you?
Well, life begins at 40.
Thank you. This is the kid speaking. You're so right. Judy, what are your ambitions?
Well, right now, I don't really know what I'm going to do when I get out of high school. I'm going to go on to college. We have a college right there in Peru.
Oh. Uh-huh. Well, that's fine. Then after that, ain't your tickets course.
I guess so.
Life begins at 40. All right. Neil Carter, Middleton, Illinois. Middletown. Hello, Neil.
Hello.
Were you an athlete in school?
I've been playing baseball for 4 years, but I only played basketball 1 year.
Did you? Are you the president of the class, Neil?
Yes, I am.
Good. You're probably the biggest man in that school, aren't you?
Almost, in weight.
Yes, sir. Naturally, you have to eat in order to keep your body in condition, do you not?
Yes, because I farm and I got to keep up my eating.
What a spot for a commercial here, Howard. Yeah. Well, Neil, you scored 30 in this quiz. That's not bad, you know it?
Oh, I don't know.
What's your outlook? What would you want to be as far as you're concerned?
I want to be a farmer. I'm going to go to college for a couple of years, but I want to be a farmer.
Good for you. You really want to learn all the scientific aspects of modern farming, huh?
Yes, I think you can learn a lot more by going to college.
I agree with you 100%. Yes, sir. You don't figure then you'll ever be a wealthy man, huh?
Well, I don't know. The way the farm program is now, some farmers can't be wealthy men.
Friends, this was a paid political announcement. This is not to be construed as the opinion of the sponsors, the network, or of Neil Carter, I believe. You're certainly entitled to your own opinion there, Neil. Not so lucky. Whether you're wealthy or not, you'll find a lot of satisfaction in farming. That I know. Well, now we get back to these boys again in just a moment or two. But right now, let's get to a song by a former high schooler of 3 years ago, Ann Leonardo, that I introduced earlier. So now you know her. She's an old friend. And you're 19. I don't think you remember when this song was written, this song that you got scheduled this morning.
No, I don't.
Oh.
She wasn't born.
Eddie?
She wasn't born.
I don't think she was either. This was in the 20s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you stick around long enough, all these songs are coming back. Now listen to this one.
When my sugar walks down the street, all the little birdies go tweet, tweet, tweet. And in the evening when the sun goes down, it's never dark when he's around. Oh, he's so affectionate, and I'll say this, that when he kisses me, I sure say kiss. When my sugar walks down the street, the little birdies go tweet, tweet, tweet. I know a thing or two, and I'm telling you, I've got a wonderful guy. He's got the cutest style, $1 million style. He's such a wonderful guy. I just feel so happy, 'cause I love him so. When he is by my side, I'm so filled with pride, I want the whole world to know. When my sugar walks down the street, all the little birdies go tweet, tweet, tweet. And in the evening when the sun goes down. It's never dark when he's around. Oh, he's so affectionate, and I'll say this, that when he kisses me, I sure say kiss. But when my sugar walks down the street, the little birdies, they know it. The birdies, they show it. The birdies go tweet, 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 tweet.
Nice tweeting there, Ann.
Thank you, Don.
Our moment of silent prayer. Each in his own words, each in his own way. For a world united in peace, let us bow our heads and pray. Amen. In line with our teenage discussions here we've been having the last few mornings around the breakfast table, memory time this morning, I found in Reader's Digest, the main issue, an article by Dr. Charles Cole, who's president of Amherst College, and he says that today's young people are preparing for marriage by going steady. He said young moderns frown upon and shun dating practices of their parents' generation as cutting in on somebody else's date. He said there's a new and strange chasm between parents and young adults, which has resulted since going steady became the pattern for the social life of the young. 3 dates, in fairly rapid order, are not enough to establish the going steady relationship, but 6 are plenty. So the 4th or 5th date can be crucial. If the decision is affirmative, the boy will not go out with any other girl or the girl with any other boy. Each can count on the other for any date, dance, or social event. If the boy goes far away to school, he's admired by his fellows if he lives a monastic life at college. His sacrifice brings him respect and sympathy. Oddly, the author observes, the revolution is a triumph of rural 19th century customs that cause boys and girls to kind of pair off in more or less stable fashion. Nobody is quite sure why today's young people have reverted to earlier ways, but one result is clear. The average age for marriage has dropped rapidly. Couples going steady often play with the idea of marriage as early as a 2nd or 3rd date. That's what he says. It's interesting. Let me ask Curtis Hansen of Freeborn, Minnesota, one of the fellows that took that quiz. Did you listen to what this gentleman just said here about early marriages and going steady in high school?
Yeah, I guess so.
Is that about right?
I guess I'm not too much in authority, but I guess so.
Oh, you mean you never went steady in high school?
Nope.
Uh-huh. Well, after all, when a fellow's busy raising sideburns, he can do just so much. You know, you can't get to everything. Did you raise those after a certain individual began singing and wearing those?
No, I believe I had them before that.
Oh, well, he copied you then. I was wondering. Curtis Hansen, what is your intention after you get out of school?
Well, I don't go on to college. I don't know for sure what I'll take up yet.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to do the same thing your dad did?
I doubt it.
What does he do?
He's a farmer.
Oh, you don't like farming?
Oh, it's all right if you want to be a farmer.
Yeah. I think, I'm glad you put it that way. Glad I didn't. Curtis, you scored 40 on this quiz, which is just about the average of all of the students here. You only answered no to 4 questions, and you answered yes to about... Oh, you do expect to have difficulty finding the wife that'll suit you, is that right?
I don't know, I guess so.
You put yes to that. You also said that you feel that some of your high school studies were time wasted. What part was time wasted?
Well, I don't know, about my whole first year, I guess.
The whole first year? You mean you were just getting allocated there, is that right?
I don't know.
That's
Try it
right.
in English, one.
Huh? English?
That's pretty big words you're throwing around there.
The words I'm throwing around? Well, your sideburns have to be confused there. They get a little strained there. Who's ready? Ann?
Yeah.
You ready? Okay. Annie, do you like to be called Annie?
Well, lots of people do call me Annie.
Or do you think Ann sounds more dignified?
Well, my real name is Anna, but when I was about 10 years old, I decided that Anna sounded like a maid's name, and I didn't want to sound like that, so I changed it to Ann.
Oh, you want a little more dignified?
Yes.
Uh-huh. And you don't like Annie?
Pardon?
Annie?
I like Annie.
I do, too.
I don't like to be called Annie.
Don't you? I'd hate to be called some of the things you are at times.
Yes.
Oh, how I miss you tonight. Long before there was an Ann or an Annie, Oh, How I Miss You Tonight was being sung. Ned Moore from Sheboygan. Come up here, Ned, old boy. There he is. He's an 8th grader. In fact, the whole 8th grade of this particular school in Sheboygan is here this morning. What school is it?
Sheridan.
Yeah. Good to see you, Ned. How are things up in the old hometown?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm glad of that. Glad of that. Haven't been back there in quite some time since my folks moved down here to Evanston. 8th Street still booming, is it?
Oh, yeah.
Used to be a bakery with the same name as you have, Moore's Bakery. Is that any relation to you?
I don't know.
When I was
I'm not sure.
That was a long time ago. I guess you wouldn't remember. You remember 40 years ago?
No.
Yeah, I suppose you do. What's this that happened to you one day when you were walking along the the Sheboygan River?
Well, I dropped a handkerchief with my initials on into the water.
Into the water?
Mm-hmm.
And then, about a year later...
About a year later, I was swimming in the same river.
Yes.
And I thought I saw a fish.
Thank you very much, Ned. That's very interesting. You thought I was going to ask you about the handkerchief, did you? Yeah, fish, huh? It's good to talk to all of you. This proved absolutely nothing, of course, this quiz, except that there are some wonderful characters in high school these days. Lots of luck to all of you, wherever you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's all get back and sit down now. Say, while our Dick Noel is recovering from a bad throat, young Gary Mann here is pinch hitting for him. And I mentioned yesterday, Gary is more or less the legitimate type of singer, like you hear in so many Broadway musicals. Gary, while you're at it, how about singing that hymn that we had scheduled earlier? We didn't get to it then, but we would like to hear it while you're still around, and we are too this morning. How about it?
Fine.
All right.
But for the grace of God, there'd be no summer, and spring would be a long forgotten tree. The frozen hand of winter would clutch at every heart, and ice would still the laughter of the stream. But for the grace of God, the shoots would wither, and new ones wouldn't rise to take their place. An everlasting darkness would settle on the earth and never, never lift its gloomy face. But God is kind. He gave us beauty. He gave us all the earth to command. And God is wise. He made us able to think, to create and understand. So let us bow our heads and thank Him and beg Him our sins to forgive. For it's only by the grace of God our Father that we live. For it's only by the grace of God our Father that we
Thank you so much, Gary. I believe you introduced that some time ago on the Breakfast Club, did you not?
Yes, last time I appeared.
Which was,
A year and a half ago, I think, or 2 years.
yeah, good for you. It's a good one.
all your breakfast lovers, attend our meeting. Once again tomorrow, you'll hear our greeting.
Yes, sir. We'll be at the same old spot tomorrow, and I hope you will be, too. Until then, your Toastmaster, Don McNeill, and all the gang say so long, and be good to yourselves.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
College Inn Porterhouse in Chicago's famous Hotel Sherman, it's time now for your family to join the millions of families from coast to coast and listen to America's favorites, Don McNeill and his Breakfast Club. And now, here he is, your Toastmaster, Don McNeill.
Good morning, Breakfast Clubbers. Morning to ya. We woke up bright and early, just howdy do ya. First call to breakfast for all of you out there.
America, wake the Breakfast Club is on the air.
Well, good morning to you, and we're delighted on this Friday to welcome the gals from the Rehoboth Ladies' Aid of Albion, Indiana, a group from the Sanger Chorus of Indianapolis, Indiana. Those are both big groups that came up here. A lot of railroad folks conventioning, and housewives and farmers and students and secretaries and librarians and postmasters and salesmen and nurses and us.
Yeah, well,
Here we are.
what are you going to do?
Well, we, yesterday, the whole Breakfast Club gang went out to our place in the country there at the lake. Had quite a time. Sam, let's give an imitation of our meeting. First of all, we sat down and ate a big fat lunch, and then for the next hour, let's give an imitation of our meeting, shall we?
All right,
Okay.
for the next hour. You got to admit, we got an awful lot done.
Yeah.
I feel more rested today than I've felt in a long time.
Well, Gerald, this is your first glimpse of our countryside.
Oh, and is it beautiful?
Wait a minute. I got interrupted. I didn't get a chance to tell you what we did. As you know, I drove Carol out there.
Yeah.
And we went by the home we're building out in Half Day, and as we come to the corner of Half Day and Milwaukee Ave, well, I'm talking terms that don't mean anything. When we got to a certain corner, there was a huge maple tree on this corner, right in the middle. All of a sudden, I didn't realize what was happening. She screams, "Oh!" like that. And I said, "What's the matter with you?" I thought a car was heading for us or something. I said, "The tree! It's yellow!"
Did you ever see a maple tree turning?
No, I've never seen a colored tree like that.
Don't make fun of our trees. I was raised in one.
That's right. Exactly.
I believe you. Well, the countryside, John, is just beautiful. It took me back to California in the wide open spaces, spices.
Yeah.
Of course, you know, we don't have the big mountains out here, but those rolling hills and the trees and your lake is just exquisite.
No palm trees, though. We don't have any palm trees.
No, I know. But you did have some tropicals.
Some which?
Tropicals.
I didn't know I had any tropicals.
They look tropical to me.
Oh, those weeping willows? Those aren't tropical, honey.
No, I know.
They just look that way. Yeah.
Oh, uh-huh. Well, I saw some low things.
They're kind of droopy like us.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, I can hardly wait to talk to these gals that came so far to see us this morning, but I'm going to wait for just a minute. Right now, it's about, well, let's look at both clocks and see which one you like. Looks to me like about 3 minutes past 9 o'clock. I love this card from Rosetta Miller of Avila, Indiana. Says, here I sit all ragged and dirty. Call on me and I'll run like a turkey. Is this the lady down there? See if you can get her to run up here. She sounds like her motor is running right now. She's going... Oh, there she is. I thought it was the one in front of her. This lady, I think, came down here with one of these groups I mentioned earlier. Is that right?
Right.
What group was it?
Albion group.
The Albion group. Is the villa right near Albion?
Yes, about 12 miles.
Yeah. Are you the group that got here real early?
No, we
No?
got here.
That's this other group. I'll talk to them. Yeah. They've been here for hours and hours. Well, Rosetta, what do you do down there in the villa?
No, I'm just a housewife.
Am I pronouncing a villa right?
That's right.
A villa, boys. Thank you very much. The boys are awake this morning, as you see, yeah. Say, do you know this lady? What's her name here? Can you read that on the card? Mrs.
No, I
Bush?
don't know.
Well,
Laura Bushon.
She's from Albion.
Oh, Laura Bushon.
Bashu?
Bushon, yes.
Yeah, you don't.
Bushong.
You can't read it any better than I can. Yeah. Where's that lady Bushong or whatever her name is? Oh, they're pointing. It's that one there. She doesn't want to talk, huh?
Not a woman, then.
Yeah. Listen to what she wrote, will you, Rosetta? She wrote, life is a race we all must run, so go it, folks, while you're young. She looks to me like she's about, how old would you say she is? I'm just looking from here. Just take a wild guess.
21.
21,
Yeah,
22.
I'd say
Yeah, around
21.
in there somewhere. I think she's been around several times, don't you?
Yeah, I think so, too.
Life is a race we all must run, so go it, folks, while you're young. We wrote a little answer to you, Mrs. Laura Bushon. My mind keeps saying I'm younger still, but my poor old legs are over the hill. So true. Nice to see you. Glad you gals came up here. Thank you so much. Well, sir, it's time for some music now. That brings us to Richard Noel. Who's your little pal there, boy?
Sam.
What's he?
I have to help him here on this one today a little bit.
How could you help him? The number is freight train.
Well, he didn't have a caboose.
Oh, I see. All right.
Hi-ho! Hi-bo! What you doing here on the train? I thought the law was after you. The law is after me. Yeah? My mother-in-law. Oh! Freight freight train, going so fast. Freight train, going so fast. I don't know what train he's on. Won't you tell me where he's gone? Don't know where he's heading for, what he's done against the law. Got no future, got no hope, just nothing but the rope. Hey, you notice we're slowing down a little? Yeah, I noticed that. Wonder why. Clumsy, you're dragging your feet. Lost his razor, very pleased, way down near old chestnut tree. Poplars at his head and feet, then tell him that he's gone to sleep. Freight train, going so fast. Freight train, going so fast. I don't know what train he's on. Won't you tell me where he's going on? What are you, a diesel or something? Hey, Paul. Yeah, what do you want? Drag your feet again, will you? Drag my feet again? What for? Why? I gotta get off here. Gotta see my girlfriend. Got a present for her. You got a present for her? I was wondering what you had there in that there box. Yeah. What is it? Candy? Candy? Yeah, she likes chewing tobacco. She ought to love candy.
Special arrangement by Dick and Sam.
Two-boy wonders.
Beautiful.
Wonders?
Wonders.
Yeah, you wonder what they are, exactly. We're real pleased to have some special guests with us this morning. They come from Nashville, Tennessee, which is becoming known, that's what I'm trying to say, as the center of musical population of these here now United States, you might say. If you can't say it any better than that, though, you ought to quit. What I'm trying to say is that we have the Anita Kerr Singers with us. I'm sure you've all heard of them. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
We're delighted to have you with us.
Glad to be here.
Now, Anita is which one?
Me?
Hi, Anita.
Hi, how are you?
I'm just fine. Are you from Nashville, Tennessee originally?
Well, I've been there for about 10 years. Memphis was originally my home.
Memphis, huh?
But
And-
Nashville is home now.
Is it? And would you introduce me to the other members of
Yes,
your cast, gang?
Dottie Dillard.
Oh, Dottie.
How are you? Louis Nunley.
Hi, Louis.
And Gil Wright.
Hello. Hi, Gil. Well, it's a fine-looking group you have. Is anybody married to anybody else in this?
No?
No, that's fine. I'm glad to hear that. That's why they're able to get that nice harmony. Yeah, nice harmony that way. I'm just kidding, of course. But we would like to hear you folks sing, for example, what?
I'm going to sit right down and write myself a letter.
All righty.
I'm gonna sit right down and write myself a letter and make believe it came from you. I'm gonna write words so sweet, they're gonna knock me off my feet. A lot of kisses on the bottom, I'll be glad I got 'em. I'm gonna smile and say, I hope you're feeling better. And close with love the way you do. I'm gonna sit right down and write myself a letter and make believe it came from you. I'm gonna smile and say, I hope you're feeling better.
You've heard of how an ostrich will stick its head in the sand to hide? Well, a little boy named Bruce Couch is trying to hide from me now by putting his hand over his eyes, but I see him. Are you Mr. Couch?
Yes, I am.
Sitting in Nebraska?
Yeah.
You got several people here from there this morning, haven't you?
Well, no, my wife is over there.
Oh, good. Well, that's several people, right?
Yeah.
And this little boy, I'm sure you wrote what he wrote on his card, or your wife did.
My wife would,
yeah.
yeah.
But it's so nice and so warm and so true. It says on the card, I look like my daddy. I'm adopted. And, you know, I've seen that happen time and time again. I suppose you have too, Mr. Couch. An adopted child who gets to live with his new parents in time will get to look exactly like him. Have you noticed that?
I noticed that. That
Yeah.
makes me feel pretty good.
Well, I should think it would. And you got a... You want Mama? Oh, don't cry, honey. Don't cry.
There's Mama's right
yeah.
over there. She is Mama.
Over his face came the most horrible cry. I think he's a little tired, don't you?
I think he is.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all right, honey. This won't hurt you. That's just a microphone. Here, let me give you something. Here, boy. Hey, here's some gum. Yeah. Here's a quarter. How do you like that? Thank you very much. Good to see you.
I need a bottle.
Now, don't let everybody that I interview start crying when you come up here and expect to get something. He's a cute little fella. Real cute. Well, now we come to our moment of silent prayer, and I'm going to ask you, each in his own words, each in his own way, for a world united in peace. Let us bow our heads and pray. Amen. Memory time for folks who are driving this morning. It's a little resolution by the Episcopal Churchmen of Maine that Mrs. Robert Hayden of Farmington, Maine, sent me. And as you folks drive along the highways, wouldn't be bad to repeat this with me. I resolve to examine my habits of driving on the highways in the light of our Lord's commandment to love my neighbors as myself, to the end that acts of selfishness which endanger the lives of my fellow men may be eliminated in me, that I may offer to God each time I drive a record of thoughtfulness and consideration for the safety of others.
I know that life has a purpose. I know that life is a school. I know the best way to face it is found in the golden rule. Do unto others as you'd have them do to you. Be fair to your neighbor from his point of view. Life will be full if to others you will do as you'd have others do unto you.
Thank you so much, Dick. I'm sure everybody enjoyed joining you in that hymn this morning. All right, we're going to march this morning. Wait a second, Eddie. Let's stop here before we march now. We've got to remember our listeners when we're marching here. Special request from Mrs. E. Curry and Ginny age 1, Jeff, age 2.5. They're from San Jose, California. She says, now that I have 2 children, Miss Curry says, I hold one in each arm when march time comes, and it gets pretty heavy. So if you'd tell me if it will be a long march, then we could march all together around the kitchen. The baby just started to walk, so she doesn't march too well. So when I carry her, naturally, the 2.5-year-old wants to be held also. But if it's a short march, we can all march together on the floor. So would you let Mrs. Curry know whether this is going to be a short or a long march, so she knows how to adjust herself there with her children?
You can all march. It's going to be a short march.
A short march this morning, Miss Curry, just for you. Short march. Gerald, is there any particular reason, I'm speaking to Geraldine now, for you doing wonderful? It's wonderful.
Acte Liber. Whatever that is.
Yeah.
Yes, there is, because I've gotten requests from Walla Walla, Paw Paw, and Cincinnati.
To do wonderful, wonderful?
Wonderful,
oh, you're
wonderful.
kidding.
Oh, so wonderful, my love, my love.
Well, no wonder they named it twice. It was good, good.
Good.
Ruth Ann Henry of Cincinnati, Ohio.
My old hometown?
Yeah, but where's Ruth? There she is. On up here, Ruth. Ruth defies me to guess what she does. And I like to do that once in a while. I sit up here and look over these wonderful folks who come here every morning on the Breakfast Club and kind of pride myself that I'm able, at just a glance, to...
You'll never be able to tell.
I
don't know myself.
No, Ruth Ann. Well, if you don't know yourself, I may have a little trouble there. But I would size you up as the lady who'll see you're from Cincinnati. I don't think you're a housewife. I think, on the other hand, that I know what you are. You're a librarian. You're a librarian. You work there in the library.
Now, not from my name, surely.
What?
Not from my name, surely.
I can't tell from your name.
Henry?
Ruth Ann Henry. No, that isn't what gave me the idea. It's you. Looking into your eyes, you're so intelligent. It seems to me that you knew all about books.
You'll never know, folks, half of you, what it means when they give you a big hand.
Really? Well, now, I don't understand that either.
I don't believe you would.
No. Would you explain for the benefit of some of the other people who may be almost as dumb as I am?
Do it in German.
No.
That'd be a good idea.
Tell us about yourself, then. I guess I didn't get it.
Well, I have had special diet work, and I'm a nurse.
You're a nurse?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't guess it. I'm sorry. There's something about you now that I look at you. You do look like a nurse. I can just see you smoothing down that pillow at night.
Well, I got to be that eye doctor. It's bothering my eye terribly the last few days.
Is it so? In case you joined us a little later on the breakfast table, we're very pleased to have as our guests the Anita Kerr Singers from Nashville, Tennessee this morning. Anita Kerr and Dottie Dillard and Gil Wright and Louis Nunley. And these fine singers are going to be heard regularly on the Jim Reeves show, so I'm sure you'll want to give them a listen then when they're on that fine show with Jim. But in the meantime, here they are with us for a little spell, and we're delighted to have them. Dick, one thing you said before I meant to ask you about, you were talking about when we were going out to the lake yesterday, and you said you were driving Geraldine out, and you said you saw a tree in the middle of an island. What did you mean by that?
I'm at the middle of a traffic island.
Oh, a traffic island. Is that the one this Anita Kerr quartet's going to sing about? It isn't, is it?
Not a traffic island.
Not a traffic island. This one way out there somewhere, huh? All right, let's hear your version.
In the middle of an island, in the middle of the ocean, you and I beneath the moonlight, just the monkeys and the palm trees. In the middle of an island, plenty time to kiss and kissing, plenty time for lots of loving, walking barefoot in the sand. Though there's no island at all, just a picture on my wall. My darling, how I wish we could be in the middle of an island, in the middle of the ocean. You and I forever, darling, in a paradise for two. Though there's no island at all, just a picture on my wall. My darling, how I wish we could be in the middle of an island, in the middle of the ocean. You and I forever, darling, in a paradise for two.
Yeah. Very good. Sing that very, very well indeed. Makes you want to go there, wherever it is. Well, sir, I said before that we might take a crack at some of us guessing what some other people are. This gentleman, would you come up here, sir? Wander right through that way. I'm sure they'll let you through. He's a very pleasing-looking gentleman. I've been watching him. I never saw him before that I know of in my life. He's got gray hair. He looks like he might be in his late 50s, maybe early 60s. He's got glasses, very nice smile. That's the first thing you notice about him. He's well set up, about 5 feet 7 inches. And I would say this gentleman, I'm going to make a guess about you. I think, sir, are you're a former executive of a plumbing establishment. You have 3 children and 1 grandchild. You live out on the West Coast. You live around Indio, California, which accounts for your nice complexion. And you've been married about 39 years. Now, let's see how close I came.
I'm sorry to disappoint you. You're very far off.
Well, I'm off. I know that. you were right the first time.
I'd say on your prediction.
Yes. Well, now, let's find out your name first.
Fred Rosso.
And you're from?
Fort Ewing, Michigan.
Oh, yes. That's not very near Indio, is it?
Quite a ways away, but it's a beautiful spot.
I'm sure it is. I said you were a retired plumbing executive.
No, I'm not.
What are you?
Although I have done quite a lot of pipe work, I work for the railroad company.
You work for the railroad company?
That's right.
Well, see, in looking at you, I couldn't quite make up my mind whether it was railroad or plumbing, so I went...
I can do a lot of plumbing.
Well, good. I just knew you could.
Like breakfast clubbers, this ends our meeting. But once again on Monday, you'll hear our greeting.
Yes, sir. Thanks so much for being with us this morning, and thus ends another week of breakfast clubbing together. I hope you enjoyed having all those gals and fellows and everybody else with us this morning as much as I did. You take it easy over the weekend, won't you? We want you back Monday. Till then, Don MacNeill and the whole gang say so long and be good to yourself.
Don MacNeill's Breakfast Club has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Hymns for everyone. Hymns from home. The shadows fell from roof and arch. Dim was the incense stair. In the dark church they knelt and prayed. Jacob's ladder of old. One by one they come, and still they come, these saints of the Lord on high.
Come, come, ye saints, no toil nor labor fear.
Softly and tenderly, Jesus is calling, for you and for me. See on the portals, he is waiting and watching, for you and for me.
On the portals he's waiting.
more the jousts and tourneys, no more the Moorish songs, no more dark battlements with throngs of hidden Moslem blades.
Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet coming for to carry me home. I looked over Jordan, and what did I see? Coming for to carry me home. A band of angels coming after me, coming for to carry me home. If you'll get there before I do, coming for to carry me home. Tell all my friends I'm coming too, coming for to carry me home. Sweet coming for to carry me home. Coming for to carry me home.
Their horses white, their armor bright, with courage bold they stand, and listing swords for their king to march to Canaan's land.
They look like men, they look like men, they look like men of war, all armed and dressed in uniform, they look like men of war. Hark, listen to the trumpeters, they call for volunteers, on Zion's bright and flowery mount, behold the officers. They look like men, they look like men, they look like men of war, all armed and dressed in uniform, they look like men of war. Their horses white, their armor bright, with courage bold they stand, enlisting soldiers for their king to march to Canaan's land. They look like men, they look like men, they look like men of war, all armed and dressed in uniform, they look like men of war. They look like men, they look like men, they look like men of war, all armed and dressed in uniform, they look like men of war.
Brightly beams our Father's mercy from his light on us forevermore. But to us he gives the keeping of the lights along the shore.
Brightly beams our Father's mercy from his light of ever
these hymns, these poems set to music, instill within us a rebirth of spiritual values. Lift up our eyes so that we may see beyond the horizon. These have been hymns for everyone. These have been hymns from home. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Tomorrow, the Jack Benny Show leaves for a 3-week trip to Chicago and New York. So let's go out to Jack's home in Beverly Hills, where Rochester is helping him pack.
Be careful how you fold it over the hanger, Rochester.
Yes, boss.
Careful now, I don't want any creases in it.
Okay.
Now, pack the other one. I don't want to be caught short on the trip, so I'll take all 4 of them.
5 if you include the blonde one you're wearing.
Oh, yes.
Now I think we ought to start packing your clothes.
Okay, I'll take this one, and this one, and this one. No, this one.
Be careful, boss. You almost sneaked in a suit where the coat and pants match.
Well, don't let me do that, Rochester. I don't want to give Hollywood a bad name. Come on, help me with the rest of my things.
All right, here you are, boss. Peekaboo!
Rochester, just pack that underwear and stop playing games. Now hurry.
Hurry.
Quiet, Polly. Now, let's see. You packed my aspirin, vitamins, blood tonic, nerve tonic, sleeping pills, liver pills, Listerine, Benzedrine, Pablum, toothpaste.
And sympathy soothing syrup.
Oh, yeah, sympathy soothing syrup. Did you put in the 10-cent size or the 25-cent size?
The 10-cent size, a gallon ought to be enough.
Now, let's see if I have everything for the trip. Socks, shoes, shorts, shirts, ties, hat, top coat, sandwiches, soda pop, and cash register. Now, what else? Oh, yes, I think I'll take a good book to read.
How about this one over here?
I Stand Condemned. Oh, I read that. It's a wonderful story. It's about a man who goes to the electric chair and leaves 3 lovely children, Sam, Louis, and Obispo. I'll take it alone, read it again. Now, help me shut up these valises.
Shut up.
Quiet, Polly. Don't say such naughty things. That's a foo-foo word. Polly, are you going to miss Daddy when he goes on the Dwayne Big trip to the Dwayne Big City with all the Dwayne Big skyscrapers?
Boss, do you think you'll see Fred Allen?
That's a foo-foo word,
Yes, I know. Now, let's,
I'll get it, boss. Hello, Jack Benny's residence, star, stage, screen, and radio, and we'll drive you to work until the trolley strike is over. Yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am, he's almost packed. All right, I'll tell him. Goodbye. Boss, it was Miss Livingston. She said she'll be a little late picking you up. She's having some trouble with her packing.
Oh, I bet it's that new maid she hired.
Gee, Miss Livingston, I envy you going to Chicago and New York.
Yeah, they're really exciting places, Hilda. Now, let's see. I'll take this pair and this pair and this pair.
Is Chicago really as windy as they say?
Yes, and I'm glad you reminded me. I better take a couple of pairs of the lacy ones. Now, look, Hilda, tell the gardener I'll be away for 4 weeks. Tell the butcher I'll take care of the bill when I come home. And you know what to tell the milkman.
Yeah, that fresh guy.
What?
You know, the last time you were away, Miss Livingston, when I went to the door, the milkman threw his arms around me and kissed me, and I shook all over.
You mean you were thrilled?
No, he had a cold bottle on my back.
Oh, now let's see. I want to take along this lovely pair of nylon stockings that Mr. Benny gave me.
Oh, they're beautiful. Mr. Benny bought them for you?
No, he won them on the Queen for a Day program.
Gee, Miss Livingston, you certainly are lucky.
Yes, they weren't his size. Now let's see. I ought to take something to read on the train.
Why don't you take this book, Miss Livingston? It's the latest selection of the Book of the Month Club.
Oh, yes. I Stand Condemned. I read the reviews last week. It's about a man who goes to the electric chair and leaves 3 lovely children, Senda, Mendel, and Journey.
Gosh, that sounds like an exciting story.
Yes.
Say, Miss Livingston, could I go down to the station with you? You see, Alice Faye is one of my favorite movie stars, and she'll probably be there to say goodbye to Mr. Harris, and I'll get a chance to see her.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey, but Alice probably won't be there. She's working at the studio today. Gee, I wonder how Phil's coming along with his packing with no one to help him.
Now be careful and don't trip over the suitcase, honey.
I won't, Daddy. I'm going to miss you when you're away.
Well, thanks, baby. I'm going to miss you, too.
Daddy, have you got another little girl in New York?
Nope.
Have you got a big girl there?
Of course not. Never talk that way around your mother, Now, let's see. Oh, yes, baby, hand me that over there.
This long, thin stick?
That's right. And careful now, you don't break it.
What is this stick, Daddy?
It's a baton.
What's a baton?
I don't know. It's got something to do with music. I keep waving it, and the guys in the band keep looking at it, and since Petrilla don't object, I guess it's okay. Well, let me see. I guess that's all.
Oh, Daddy, here's something Mommy told me to give you. It's a farewell present.
For me? Gee. Well. Gosh, this is swell. Just what I've always wanted, a book. What's the name of it, honey?
I Stand Condemned.
Oh, yeah. I heard about that. It's all about a man who goes to the electric chair and leaves 3 lovely children, win, place, and show. Now, let's see here. I want to...
Daddy, why did Mommy mark that arrow on the cover of the book?
The arrow? That's in case I pretend to read. I'll know which end to hold up. Well, I guess we've got everything. I better leave now, honey, so come on and give Daddy a great big kiss.
But, Daddy, you promised you'd do something for me before you left.
Now, honey, Daddy's late.
But, Daddy, you promised.
Okay. Ham, hocks, and turnip greens, you and me in New Orleans, and that's what I like about the South. Yeah.
Oh, Daddy, you're wonderful.
Yeah, I know. Goodbye, baby.
No, Dennis, I absolutely forbid you to take it. You're too young.
But, Mother, there's nothing wrong with it.
Then why was this book banned in Boston? I Stand Condemned.
But there's nothing wrong with the book. It's all about a man who goes to the electric chair and leaves 3 lovely children, Bro, Mo, and Seltzer. Seltzer was just a little squirt.
Dennis, enough of this discussion. Now finish your packing.
Yes, Mother.
And, Dennis, be careful on the trip. Don't stick your head out of the window when the train is moving. Remember what happened to Cousin Wilbur when he went to New York last year?
Yes, Mother.
And if the train stops long enough in Kansas City, put some flowers on Wilbur's grave.
All right. Gee, it's getting late. I better finish dressing. Please hand me my tie and shirt.
Just a second, son. I'd better pin this $20 bill on you before you put on your shirt. Hold still. There. Now Mr. Benny will never find it. in your suitcase?
Oh, that's my new contract for next year.
Oh, I'm sorry you signed up again with Mr. Benny.
But why, Mother? After all, Mr. Benny is a big celebrity. And Mr. Benny's a big radio comedian. And Mr. Benny's a big movie star.
What's that stamp on the bottom of the contract?
He's a notary public, too.
Dennis, are you sure you rehearsed the song you're going to do in Chicago?
Oh, yes, Mother. I know it by heart now. Would you like to hear it?
Oh, I'd love to, Dennis. I'll accompany you.
You'll accompany me?
Certainly, Dennis. Before I married your father, I was the one-man band in Major Bow's Saskatchewan unit. A one, a two, a hit it!
Sees me.
That was
Oh. Gee, I'd better hurry. Look what time it is.
Gosh, darling, I better hurry. Look what time it is.
Yes. Are you all packed, dear?
Oh, yes, darling, but what are you so sad about?
Oh, just think. In one short half hour, I'll be saying goodbye to my dear, sweet, big, fat husband.
Now, don't cry, sweetheart. I'm only going to be gone a few weeks.
Yes, I know. And, darling, I bought you a new book to read on the train. It's called I Stand Condemned.
Oh, I've read that, dear. And it was so interesting, I bought the sequel to it. It's called I Sit Contented.
I Sit Contented?
Yes, it's all about a man who smokes Lucky Strikes. And he has 3 lovely children, LS, MF, and T. And why shouldn't he be contented? After all, Lucky Strikes are made of the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobacco.
I know, darling. That's what you said to me the night you proposed. Remember that night, dear? We were driving through North Carolina.
Yes, I'll never forget it. You look so lovely with the moon and the tobacco leaf in your hair.
Oh, Donald, we're being so childish. Oh, by the way, Donald, didn't you say you were expecting a call from Mr. Benny?
Yes, I can't understand why he doesn't. Ah, there's the telephone now. Hello?
Hello, Don. Are you all packed?
Oh, yes, Jack, and you ought to see my bags. They're so round, so firm.
I know. I'll see you at the station, Don. Goodbye. Well, my grips are all packed.
How are you going to be gone?
About 4 weeks.
Then you ought to take some.
Yes, I think so. I wonder how much I should take. I'll be gone exactly 28 days. That's 28 breakfasts and 28 lunches.
What about your dinners, boss?
Oh, I'll probably be master of ceremonies at a lot of banquets. You know.
Oh, yes, we wrote those letters, didn't we?
Yes. Well, I better go down to the vault and get some money.
Who goes there, friend or foe?
Friend.
What's the password?
I've been smoking Lucky Strikes for nigh under 25 years.
Oh, it's you all, Mr. Benny.
Yes. How are you feeling, Ed?
Oh, fine, now that spring is here. It is spring, isn't it?
Yes. It's very lovely out.
By the way, Mr. Benny, I've been trying to recall something. Do you remember when you first brought me out here?
Yeah?
What was the name of that little dusty trail that led up to your house?
Dusty Trail? Oh, that's Wilshire Boulevard now. I said I'm going to New York.
Where?
New Amsterdam.
Oh!
Yes.
You might not believe this, Mr. Benny, but I had a chance to buy that place for $24.
Oh, well, it's worth a lot more now, you know.
Inflation, I guess.
Yes. Well, I better open the safe now.
Shall I go down to the lower level?
No, Ed. No, I trust you. Now, let's see. The combination is right to 45, left to 160, back to 15, then left to 110. There. It's a little weak. I wish Boulder Dam would step up the current. Now, let's see. There. I guess that'll be enough money. Well, Ed, I've got to rush down to the railroad station now.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye, Ed. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Down here?
Oh, yes. Yes, I forgot. So long, Ed.
Here you are, folks. Union Station.
You go ahead, Mary. I'll catch up with you.
Okay.
How much is it, driver?
$1.65.
Here you are, $1.65, and $1 for you.
Gee, thanks.
Well, here I am.
Gee, that was fast, Jack. Did you pay the driver?
Yes, Mary. Here's your purse. You left it on the seat.
Oh, for a minute I thought you used my money.
Don't be ridiculous. Come on, let's go inside. And oh, by the way, Mary, you ought to get that zipper on your purse fixed. It's stuck.
It isn't stuck. I had it welded after our last trip.
Well, now you'll have to have it sewed, too. There's a hole in the bottom.
Why, Jack Benny, you mean to
Come
tell
on, we
me...
haven't got time now.
It's a big fuss over everything.
Now, let's see. I wonder where the gang is here.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Oh, there they are, Jack.
Oh, yeah.
Attention, please. People stopping at Albuquerque, please have your tickets validated. People stopping at Chicago, please check your baggage all the way through. People stopping at Kansas City, please put flowers on Wilbur's grave.
Phil, Don.
Over here, Jackson.
Is everybody here? Where's Dennis?
He's not here yet.
Well, I hope he isn't late. Hey, Phil, why are you lugging that big bag around? Why don't you check it?
Oh, no, not this one, Jackson. I got my music in it.
Music. Sounds like the concerto from Lost Weekend. Phil, you ought to be ashamed.
Now, wait a minute. We're going to be on the train for 4 days. 4 days with nothing to do. You kids can read.
Oh, yes, I forgot about that.
Attention, all passengers going to Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Those going to Anaheim and Cucamonga will take the local. Those going to Azusa will board the Super Chief, walk back to the last car, and get off. You're there.
I'd like to have a couple of magazines.
Magazines? Sure, Mary. Wait here. I'll go over to the newsstand and get some. Oh, mister.
Yes?
I'd like to get some magazines to read on the train. What have you got?
We've got Flick, Pick, Peek, Look, Hook, Snook, Judge, Smudge, Fudge, and the Saturday Evening Post.
Well, I think I'll just take this one, Esquire.
That'll be 75 cents.
75 cents for Esquire, but everybody else only charges 50 cents.
We throw in the scissors and thumbtacks.
Well, I think I'll take something else.
I've got a good book you might enjoy reading. It's called I Stand Condemned.
No, I've already...
It's about a man who goes to the electric chair and leaves 3 lovely children. You should live so and long.
I read that. Anyway, I'll take these magazines here. Thank you. Here you are, Mary.
What'd you get?
Click, pick, peek, look, hook, schnook, judge, smudge, fudge, and Pravda. That's all.
Say, Jack, here comes Dennis.
Oh, yes.
Hello,
I thought you were a little late.
Hello, Dennis.
My mother came down to see me off.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Day.
Hello. Now, Mr. Benny, once my boy gets on that train, he's your responsibility.
I know.
And when you get to New York, I want you to take better care of Dennis than you did last time. Don't be taking him to that place called Minsky's.
Minsky's?
Why, Jack Benny, did you take Dennis to a burlesque show?
Mary, Minsky's happens to be the name of a delicatessen. Isn't that right, Dennis?
Yes, sir.
See?
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yeah?
Remember that third salami from the end?
What? Dennis!
The chief meeting for Kansas City, Chicago, and New Amsterdam will be ready in 10 minutes.
Oh, gosh, Jack, that's us, and I wanted a bite to eat before we got on the train.
Well, Mary, there's a little stand right over here at the corner of the station. I'll go get you something there.
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top, just the way you like him, and they're all red hot.
2 hot dogs, please.
Purple poppies coming up.
How much are they?
40 cents.
40 cents for only 2 hot dogs?
Ooh, but this week I'm serving them United Nations style.
What's that?
English mustard, French bread, Russian dressing, and sold American.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll take them.
Okay, here you are.
And here's your money.
Thank you. After you finish the hot dogs, I'll give you back 2 cents for the skins.
What do you want the skins back for?
They are the fingers of my rubber glove.
Say, while I'm here, I better take some for the rest of the gang. Give me 3 more hot dogs, please.
Okay. Do you want everything on them?
Yes.
Good, I just dropped them.
Just give me the hot dogs. Here's your money.
Thank you. Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top.
On track 7, the chief leaving for Kansas City, Chicago in the middle, and New York's the last
I feel like I'm leaving from a jukebox.
Jack, hurry up.
Right with you.
Hello, everybody. Got here just in time.
Jack, there's your publicity man, Steve Bradley.
Oh, yes. Goodbye, Steve.
Oh, no, you don't. I came down here to get some pictures. Now, come on, line up, everybody. Benny, you stand right here.
But, Steve, we...
Now, take those roses and hold them up there in front of you.
Roses? What are they for?
You're going to put them on Wilbur's grave.
I didn't even know Wilbur.
That's all right. Just give him the flowers. You don't have to talk to him.
Now, look, Steve.
Hold it now. Smile, come on. Smile, everybody. There.
Steve, the train is moving.
That's fine. One more of you, Benny, lying in front of the engine.
Now, cut that out.
Hurry, Jack. Come on, Phil.
Come on, Dennis. Goodbye, Mrs. Day.
Goodbye. Have a nice trip.
Goodbye, Mrs. Day.
Goodbye. Have a lovely time.
Goodbye, Mrs. Day. I'll take good care of Dennis, and when we get to New York...
Shut up!
Go be nice to people. Isn't that awful?
Hurry, Jack. The train's moving.
Okay, Don, I'm on.
Will all visitors please clear the platform?
You know, Benita, I can hardly believe it.
But, Ronnie, it's true. You saw him get on the train.
Yes, Benny's really gone. And we'll have 4 glorious weeks of peace and quiet. Benita!
Ronnie! Ronnie, put me down. I didn't think it'd affect you this much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the government has developed a far-reaching program to help our veterans, and all America has concentrated on the job of welcoming.
Well, Mary, next Sunday we'll be broadcasting from Chicago and the following 2 weeks from New York.
Jack, when we get to Chicago, are you going to visit Waukegan?
Yes, I have to, Mary. They begged me to come. I don't know why I'm so irresistible. There, I got it right. Now let Alan make something out of that. Good night, folks.
The WIS Barn Dance is on the air! Saturday night, 12 o'clock, Barn Dance here. If you like a fine show, give a round of cheer. Barn Dance happy when they're playing swing. Show some fun like the years will make the rapid ring.
Howdy, neighbors. How's everybody everywhere? It's 12 o'clock on Saturday, and you know this gang's back on the air. You can't help but know it. All of them on hand, too, and just raring to go with a lot of the old-time favorites that you're waiting for. There's all the hillbillies. Uncle Deb Dyer and his group's right here in the studio with us. Snuffy, stand back now, and don't mess things up here with your banjo. There's little Jeanette and her pop Shorty, our Carolina balladeer Ira Demery, and her barn dance sweetheart, Miss Evelyn. All on the air again for the Columbia Coca-Cola Bottling Company, the folks that see to it that you have as many Coca-Colas at your house as you can possibly get these days. We're going to have a lot of fun. Join right in here with us, and as the young'uns go along singing these numbers that you know, just feel free to be one of us. Yes, sirree. To start things off, boys, let's really raise the roof. Let's hear with that old Alabama Jubilee.
Parson Brown running around like a clown. Old age Jemima, past 83, shouting I'm full of pep. Watch yourself, watch your step. One-legged Joe dancing around on his toe. Threw away and started to holler, let her go. Well, it's hail, hail, the gang's all here for the Alabama Jubilee.
Fine going, folks. That's hill music, believe me, played the right way. Well, Mom, I know you're busy with dinner about now. It's a great idea for cowboys to be home on the range, but it's not much fun for you, is it? Especially in hot weather. Here's a suggestion that'll help you and delight the family. 1 or 2 days a week, serve the family an icebox lunch or a supper of appropriate cold cuts and salad with frosty bottles of Coca-Cola on the side. A meal like that can be prepared in the cool of the morning. Just leave it right there in the refrigerator until you're ready for it. And don't forget to put the Coca-Cola in the icebox at the same time. That way, you get that delicious touch which makes any meal a real treat. Ask for and serve ice-cold bottles of Coca-Cola. Our Carolina balladeer now, answering a lot of requests with this song today at Mail Call today.
Mail call today, dear, your last letter came. I just stood there smiling till they called my name. As I read it over, the skies turned to gray, and here in my eyes, love, that mail call today. I can't understand, love, what's happened to you. The day that I sailed, love, you said you'd be true. But now it's all over. What more can I say? My poor heart was broken. That mail call today. I've slept in the fire cold, amid shot and chill. I'm telling you, darling, it's worse than all hell. I thought you would wait, love, while I was away. But my castle tumbled, that mail call today. I hope you'll be happy with somebody new. But always remember, my heart beats for you. Good luck and God bless you wherever you go. The world for me ended at mail call today.
That was mighty nice singing, Ira Dimmery, and thank you just a lot. We want to make a few dedications here on our broadcast today. Number for Private DJ Jones. Johnny Criscolola of the Columbia Army Air Base is having a birthday. Mrs. B.M. Mills wants a number for her mother and father, Mr. and Mrs. E.C. Craven. And Winston Bishop and James Naylor to have a tune. Bernice Lovell wants a number for her brother in service, Yvonne Seitler, Corporal Grover Douglas. Mrs. Earl Morris wants a number for her son in service. And a number for Private First Class and Mrs. John Casaya. Now, that's just a few of the requests that we had for this broadcast today, neighbors. Wish we had time to get around to all of them. Keep listening, though. We'll be reading your name and making your dedications and doing those songs that you like. Here's one I think you'll enjoy. It's Curly and the Kid from the Ozarks stepping to the microphone with Bluebonnet Lane.
In my lonely heart there lingers a dream that haunts me again, of a girl with eyes like the flowers that grew down in Bluebonnet Lane. I can see a pale moon rising above the blue misty plain, and I walk with my blue-eyed darling in my memory once again. Oh, those sweet, happy hours, in my heart they will always remain, like the sweet fragrance of the flowers that grew down in Bluebonnet Lane. In my lonely heart there lingers a dream that haunts me again, of a girl with eyes like the flowers that grew down in Bluebonnet Lane. I can see a pale moon rising above a blue misty plain, and I walk with my blue-eyed darling in my memory once again. Oh, those sweet, happy hours, in my heart they will always remain, like the sweet fragrance of the flowers that grew down in Bluebonnet Lane.
Bound to like that kind of singing. Much obliged to you, fellas. We got a boy here in the studio today that's just been hopping around here like a one-legged crow, having more fun than anybody. Tell you what, he's just a fella that don't care about much of anything. And I'm talking about Uncle Deb Dyer. Come over here, young feller. I wanted to talk to you just a minute. I'm worried about you, Uncle Deb.
You worried about me? Don't worry about me. I'll take care of myself.
Well, you was getting along pretty good yesterday. I'll have to grant you that. I just noticed you running across the street there yesterday as hard as you could tear. Cars are dodging you, and I just was feared for your life there for a little while, but you got across the street. Remember, I hollered at you there. Where in the world was you going?
I know it, Marlon. I was in a hurry. I was in a big hurry, too.
You must have been.
Yes, sir. I'm telling you, you know my mother-in-law? My mother-in-law ate 83 green apples.
83 green apples?
83 green apples.
No wonder you was in a hurry, boy. You was going for a doctor, huh?
I was going after more green apples.
Oh. heaven's sake.
You know I shouldn't talk about my mother-in-law that way.
Well, that's the truth. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
She's a good old soul. You know, she came to this country in a covered wagon.
Came in a covered wagon?
Yeah, if you'd see her face, you'd know why, too.
You're heading for trouble now.
Well, I don't know. She gives me lots of trouble. She lives with us, you know.
Well, I know that must be troublesome with
Well,
that.
I know there's only one thing. She just makes me nervous sometimes.
Makes you nervous?
Yeah, she's got gallstones, Byram.
Now, wait a minute, Uncle Deb. How could your mother-in-law having gallstones make you nervous?
Well, I tell you, Byram, every time she rocks in a rocking chair, it sounds just like a crap game going on. I'll tell you the truth.
Uncle Deb, I don't know what I'm going to do with you. Say, I was just noticing a new face around your house over there. Who is that pretty girl staying with you?
Oh, that's my sister Melissa's girl. That's her daughter.
Oh, that's who that is?
Yes, I'm telling you, that's the craziest woman you ever seen in your life.
What makes you say that, Uncle Deb?
Oh, I'm telling you, she knows the least about more things than anyone you ever heard of. But that's the truth. I was going down to the barn the other day. She said to me, she says, where are you going? I said, I'm going down to the barn. She says, can I come too? And I said, honey, you'll never come too. She might have came down and where I was at, though. She got down there, and I was milking an old cow. And she said, what is that? And I said, well, that's a cow. So she looked over in another pen over there. She looked over another pen. She said, what is that, little cowlets? And I said, no, that's little bullets.
Uncle Deb, now be ashamed of yourself. Say, Uncle Deb, I noticed you brought all the barn dance gang up here, barnyard gang, I should say. I so used to call them about the barn dance gang. I got a little mixed up there. I noticed they're all here, and I just feel sure that these kids have got something special up their sleeves in the way of a song. Suppose you tell us what it's all about.
Well, you know, Ma, I'd like to introduce to all the neighbors down here the Queens of Harmony. They're a new outfit we got with us here now, and they're featuring the voice of Dolores Adele in a special arrangement here of the Navajo Trail.
Every day along about evening, when the sunlight's beginning to fade, I ride to the slumbering shadows along the Navajo Trail. When it's night and crickets are calling and coyotes are making a way, I dream by the smoldering fire along the Navajo Trail. I love to lie and listen to the music. The winds are coming, a sage-brush guitar. When over yonder hill the moon is shining, it always finds me wishing on a star. Well, what do you know? It's morning already. There's the dawn and the silver and pale. It's time to climb into my shadow and ride the Navajo Trail. I love to lie and listen to the music. When the wind is drumming a sage-brush guitar. When over yonder hill the moon is shining, it always finds me wishing on a star. Well, what do you know? It's morning already. There's the dawn and the silver and pale. It's time to come into my shadow and ride the Navajo
Say, I've done too much talking now. We got to have our barn dance sweetheart for a special song. Miss Evelyn, suppose you step right up here front and center, and let's go down Houston way.
I told the day there's someone mighty sweet, someone I long to greet down Houston way.
Americans around the world never seem to lose their homegrown talent for making friends. For evidence of that, here's what one young Army lieutenant writes from overseas, who played ping pong, had Coca-Cola, and then sang songs with the chaplain and the AST group around a little portable organ. Well, with men in uniform as with us at home, nothing breaks the ice among strangers quicker than a few songs, a game or two, and a friendly round of Coke. Whether it's at the family fireside or in far-off lands, Coca-Cola is a symbol of friendly understanding and good comradeship. As for bottled Coke, frosty and delicious, Coca-Cola is the real thing. Just knocking the strings off that mandolin and everybody else trying to stay in behind him. Curly, you've been helping everybody out with the music and not doing much singing. Suppose you come up here with a song today. Another one of those Western tunes, Home in San Antonio.
I still have my home in San Antonio. When I greet my neighbor with a how you are, I'm wealthy as a king upon a throne. You can have your mansion or a cottage small. I'll just take my home in San Antonio. On my merry way, been in crowds and felt I was alone. But when I feel like bragging, I just up and say, I'm a native son of San Antonio. That sweet somebody beside the Alamo, someday she's gonna be my very own. Then we'll get a high chair in a year or so, for our little home in San Antonio.
Well, now, now, there's another young fella here in the studio that should be featured up here on this program today, and I'm going to ask Uncle Deb Dyer if he won't let me have him right now. Is it all right, Uncle Deb?
Yeah, go ahead. It's okay with me.
Well, I tell you, this boy's got one of the nicest voices that I've heard in a long while when it comes to doing sweet numbers, Mickey Cotty. And he's going to do one of Uncle Deb's own numbers. It's a fine tune to my way of thinking, A Rendezvous with a Rose.
Got a rendezvous with a rose. She's a rose from my garden, and my star shines so bright. We'll soar together with the moon for our light, and then I'll hold her close in my arms and whisper, dear, that we part. So I can hardly wait till the clock strikes 8 when I've got a rendezvous with a rose. I've got a rendezvous with got a rendezvous with a rose. She's a rose from my garden, and my star shines so bright. We'll soar together with the moon for our light, and then I'll hold her close in my arms and whisper, dear, that we so I can hardly wait till the clock strikes 8 when I've got a rendezvous.
I like that song, and certainly, Mickey Cotty, we say thanks a lot for singing it for us today. You know, I think one sweet number always should follow another, and especially a hymn. I want to do our hymn today for all those many friends having birthdays and anniversaries, those with loved ones here at home and away from home, the ones that you're praying for overseas. It's our trio singing, It Won't Be Long.
I'm going to a better country, land of bliss, a land of bliss, beyond compare. It won't be long, oh hallelujah, hallelujah, till I shall anchor over there. It won't be long, till I shall join a ransom in heaven above. It won't be long, it won't be long. In that fair land, my home eternal, my friends and love, wait for me. Someday I'll share and with them there, forever be. It won't be long, till I shall join the ransom in heaven above. Praise the Lord, it won't be long, I want my friends to all go with me, and sing with me, that glad you come, that glorious day, for me, of this I'm sure it won't be long, it won't be long, it won't be long, till I shall join the ransom in heaven above. Praise the Lord, it won't be long, it won't be long.
Beautiful hymns, friends. You just can't beat them the way these boys sing them, and I'm certain that all of our barn dance neighbors enjoyed that one today. Well, that clock's just sneaking up on us as fast as it can. We got to have one more go-round here, though, Pappy, before we leave. Suppose you come up here with the fiddle and all you boys gather around now. Let's have a big ball in Brooklyn.
Big ball in Brooklyn, big dancing town. Big ball in Brooklyn, big dancing town. Here comes the railroad sleeping on the ground. These salty crackers, 10 cents a pound. Big ball in Brooklyn, big dancing town. Big ball in Brooklyn, big dancing town.
Goodness alive, that sounded swell. You know, neighbors, long about sundown, be sure to remember to sprinkle your victory garden and your flower bed if you have one. You know the good earth appreciates refreshment now and then. And incidentally, when you've finished, why not stop yourself for the welcome pause that refreshes with ice-cold Coca-Cola. You'll find Coca a great treat, all frosty and delicious right off the ice. So don't forget to ask for Coca-Cola in bottles. Look for that bright red cooler just around the corner from anywhere. And make your pause the pause that refreshes with ice-cold bottles of Coca-Cola. It's the real thing.
Remember, neighbor, next week we'll all be back. So be right in your places, so be right in your places, so be right in your places, and find out again.
You know, I hate like everything to leave today. We had a lot more things to do, but we'll just have to come back next Saturday. Want you to be right there at your radio neighbors at 12 o'clock, because at noontime on Saturday, it's always a session with the Barn Dance Crew, sent to you by the Columbia Coca-Cola Bottling Company. And I'd like to invite you to come down and be with us in the studio. You're mighty welcome. Got a lot of room down here, and we'd just be tickled to have you as a part of our get-together. Make it next week if you can now. Want to remind all you folks around Turbyville, South Carolina, we're heading your way tonight with all the Barn Dance Crew. It's a great big get-together over there, and we're looking for all of you out. Well, that just does it. Just want to say thanks to all these young'uns for doing these songs and numbers so well today, and we'll see you next week. Speaking for them all, this is Byron Parker, your old hired hand, saying go to church tomorrow, all of you that can. Have a pleasant weekend, and goodbye, good health, and God bless you, everyone.
WIS, Columbia, South Carolina. A transcription.
Tomorrow, the Jack Benny Show leaves for a 3-week trip to Chicago and New York. So let's go out to Jack's home in Beverly Hills, where Rochester is helping him pack.
Be careful how you fold it over the hanger, Rochester.
Yes, boss.
Careful now, I don't want any creases in it.
Okay.
Now, pack the other one. I don't want to be caught short on the trip, so I'll take all 4 of them.
All right, if you include the blonde one you're wearing.
Oh, yes.
Now I think we ought to start packing your clothes.
Okay, I'll take this one, and this one, and this one, and no, this one.
Be careful, boss. You almost sneaked in a suit where the coat and pants match.
Well, don't let me do that, Rochester. I don't want to give Hollywood a bad name. Come on, help me with the rest of my things.
All right, here you are, boss. Peekaboo!
Rochester, just pack that underwear and stop playing games. Now hurry.
Hurry.
Quiet, Polly. Now, let's see. You packed my aspirin, vitamins, blood tonic, nerve tonic, sleeping pills, liver pills, Listerine, Benzedrine, Pablum, toothpaste.
And sympathy soothing syrup.
Oh, yeah, sympathy soothing syrup. Did you put in the 10-cent size or the 25-cent size?
The 10-cent size, a gallon ought to be enough.
Now, let's see if I have everything for the trip. Socks, shoes, shorts, shirts, ties, hat, top coat, sandwiches, soda pop, and cash register. Now, what else? Oh, yes, I think I'll take a good book to read.
How about this one over here?
I Stand Condemned. Oh, I read that. It's a wonderful story. It's about a man who goes to the electric chair and leaves 3 lovely children, Sam, Louis, and Obispo. I'll take it alone and read it again. Now, help me shut up these valises.
Shut up.
Quiet, Polly. Don't say such naughty things. That's a foo-foo word. Polly, are you going to miss Daddy when he goes on the Dwayne Big trip to the Dwayne Big City with all the Dwayne Big skyscrapers?
Boss, do you think you'll see Fred Allen?
That's a foo-foo word, Fred.
Yes, I know. Now, let's,
I'll get it, boss. Hello, Jack Benny's residence, star, stage, screen, and radio, and we'll drive you to work until the trolley strike is over. Yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am, he's almost packed. All right, I'll tell him. Goodbye. Boss, it was Miss Livingston. She said she'll be a little late picking you up. She's having some trouble with her packing.
Oh, I bet it's that new maid she hired.
Gee, Miss Livingston, I envy you going to Chicago and New York.
Yeah, they're really exciting places, Hilda. Now, let's see. I'll take this pair and this pair and this pair.
Is Chicago really as windy as they say?
Yes, and I'm glad you reminded me. I better take a couple of pairs of the lacy ones. Now, look, Hilda, tell the gardener I'll be away for 4 weeks. Tell the butcher I'll take care of the bill when I come home. And you know what to tell the milkman.
Yeah, that fresh guy.
What?
You know, the last time you were away, Miss Livingston, when I went to the door, the milkman threw his arms around me and kissed me, and I shook all over.
You mean you were thrilled?
No, he had a cold bottle on my back.
Oh, now let's see. I want to take along this lovely pair of nylon stockings that Mr. Benny gave me.
Oh, they're beautiful. Mr. Benny bought them for you?
No, he won them on the Queen for a Day program.
Gee, Miss Livingston, you certainly are lucky.
Yes, they weren't his size. Now, let's see. I ought to take something to read on the train.
Why don't you take this book, Miss Livingston? It's the latest selection of the Book of the Month Club.
Oh, yes. I Stand Condemned. I read the reviews last week. It's about a man who goes to the electric chair and leaves 3 lovely children, Senda, MacNeill, and Journey.
Gosh, that sounds like an exciting story.
Yes.
Say, Miss Livingston, could I go down to the station with you? You see, Alice Faye is one of my favorite movie stars, and she'll probably be there to say goodbye to Mr. Harris, and I'll get a chance to see her.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey, but Alice probably won't be there. She's working at the studio today. Gee, I wonder how Phil's coming along with his packing with no one to help him.
Now be careful and don't trip over the suitcase, honey.
I won't, Daddy. I'm going to miss you when you're away.
Well, thanks, baby. I'm going to miss you, too.
Daddy, have you got another little girl in New York?
Nope.
Have you got a big girl there?
Of course not. Never talk that way around your mother, Now, let's see. Oh, yes, baby, hand me that over there.
This long, thin stick?
That's right. And careful now, you don't break it.
What is this stick, Daddy?
It's a baton.
What's a baton?
I don't know. It's got something to do with music. I keep waving it, and the guys in the band keep looking at it, and since Petrilla don't object, I guess it's okay. Well, let me see. I guess that's all.
Oh, Daddy, here's something Mommy told me to give you. It's a farewell present.
For me? Gee. Well. Gosh, this is swell. Just what I've always wanted, a book. What's the name of it, honey?
I Stand Condemned.
Oh, yeah. I heard about that. It's all about a man who goes to the electric chair and leaves 3 lovely children. Win, place, and show. Now, let's see here. I want to...
Daddy, why did Mommy mark that arrow on the cover of the book?
The arrow? That's in case I pretend to read. I'll know which end to hold up. Well, I guess we've got everything. I better leave now, honey, so come on and give Daddy a great big kiss.
But, Daddy, you promised you'd do something for me before you left.
Now, honey, Daddy's late.
But, Daddy, you promised.
Okay. Ham, hocks, and turnip greens, you and me in New Orleans, and that's what I like about the South. Yeah.
Oh, Daddy, you're wonderful.
Yeah, I know. Goodbye, baby.
No, Dennis, I absolutely forbid you to take it. You're too young.
But, Mother, there's nothing wrong with it.
Then why was this book banned in Boston? I stand condemned.
But there's nothing wrong with the book. It's all about a man who goes to the electric chair and leaves 3 lovely children. Bro, Mo, and Seltzer. Seltzer was just a little squirt.
Dennis, enough of this discussion. Now finish your packing.
Yes, Mother.
And, Dennis, be careful on the trip. Don't stick your head out of the window when the train is moving. Remember what happened to Cousin Wilbur when he went to New York last year?
Yes, Mother.
And if the train stops long enough in Kansas City, put some flowers on Wilbur's grave.
All right. See, it's getting late. I better finish dressing. Please hand me my tie and shirt.
Just a second, son. I'd better pin this $20 bill on you before you put on your shirt. Hold still. There. Now Mr. Benny will never find it. Dennis, what did you just put in your suitcase?
Oh, that's my new contract for next year.
Oh, I'm sorry you signed up again with Mr. Benny.
But why, Mother? After all, Mr. Benny is a big celebrity. And Mr. Benny's a big radio comedian. And Mr. Benny's a big movie star.
What's that stamp on the bottom of the contract?
He's a notary public, too.
Dennis, are you sure you rehearsed the song you're going to do in Chicago?
Oh, yes, Mother. I know it by heart now. Would you like to hear it?
Oh, I'd love to, Dennis. I'll accompany you.
You'll accompany me?
Certainly, Dennis. Before I married your father, I was the one-man band in Major Bow's Saskatchewan unit. A 1, a 2, a hit it!
Sees me.
That was...
Oh. Gee, I'd better hurry. Look what time it is.
Gosh, darling, I better hurry. Look what time it is.
Yes. Are you all packed, dear?
Oh, yes, darling, but what are you so sad about?
Oh, just think. In one short half hour, I'll be saying goodbye to my dear, sweet, big, fat husband.
Now, don't cry, sweetheart. I'm only going to be gone a few weeks.
Yes, I know. And, darling, I bought you a new book to read on the train. It's called I Stand Condemned.
Oh, I've read that, dear. And it was so interesting, I bought the sequel to it. It's called I Sit Contented.
I Sit Contented?
Yes, it's all about a man who smokes Lucky Strikes. And he has 3 lovely children, LS, MF, and T. And why shouldn't he be contented? After all, Lucky Strikes are made of the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobacco.
I know, darling. That's what you said to me the night you proposed. Remember that night, dear? We were driving through North Carolina.
Yes, I'll never forget it. You look so lovely with the moon and the tobacco leaf in your hair.
Oh, Donald, we're being so childish. Oh, by the way, Donald, didn't you say you were expecting a call from Mr. Benny?
Yes, I can't understand why he doesn't. Ah, there's the telephone now. Hello?
Hello, Don. Are you all packed?
Oh, yes, Jack, and you ought to see my bags. They're so round, so firm.
I know. I'll see you at the station now. Goodbye. Well, my grips are all packed.
How are you going to be gone?
About 4 weeks.
Then you ought to take some.
Yes, I think so. I wonder how much I should take. I'll be gone exactly 28 days. That's 28 breakfasts and 28 lunches.
What about your dinners, boss?
Oh, I'll probably be master of ceremonies at a lot of banquets. You know.
Oh, yes, we wrote those letters, didn't we?
Yes. Well, I better go down to the vault and get some money.
Who goes there, friend or foe?
Friend.
What's the password?
I've been smoking Lucky Strikes for nigh under 25 years.
Oh, it's you all, Mr. Benny.
Yes. How are you feeling, Ed?
Oh, fine, now that spring is here. It is spring, isn't it?
Yes. It's very lovely out.
By the way, Mr. Benny, I've been trying to recall something. Do you remember when you first brought me out here?
Yeah?
What was the name of that little dusty trail that led up to your house?
Dusty Trail? Oh, that's Wilshire Boulevard now. I said I'm going to New York.
Where?
New Amsterdam.
Oh!
Yes.
You might not believe this, Mr. Benny, but I had a chance to buy that place for $24.
Oh, well, it's worth a lot more now, you know.
Inflation, I guess.
Yes. Well, I better open the safe now.
Shall I go down to the lower level?
No, Ed. No, I trust you. Now, let's see. The combination is right to 45, left to 160, back to 15, then left to 110. There. It's a little weak. I wish Boulder Dam would step up the current. Now, let's see. There. I guess that'll be enough money. Well, Ed, I've got to rush down to the railroad station now.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye, Ed. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Down here?
Oh, yes, I forgot. So long, Ed.
Here you are, folks, Union Station.
You go ahead, Mary. I'll catch up with you.
Okay.
How much is it, driver?
$1.65.
Here you are, $1.65, and $1 for you.
Gee, thanks.
Well, here I am.
Gee, that was fast, Jack. Did you pay the driver?
Yes, Mary. Here's your purse. You left it on the seat.
Oh, for a minute I thought you used my money.
Don't be ridiculous. Come on, let's go inside. And oh, by the way, Mary, you ought to get that zipper on your purse fixed. It's stuck.
It isn't stuck. I had it welded after our last trip.
Well, now you'll have to have it sewed, too. There's a hole in the bottom.
Why, Jack Benny, you mean to tell
we
me...
haven't got time now.
There's a big fuss over everything.
Now, let's see. I wonder where the gang is here.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Oh, there they are, Jack.
Oh, yeah.
Attention, please. People stopping at Albuquerque, please have your tickets validated. People stopping at Chicago, please check your baggage all the way through. People stopping at Kansas City, please put flowers on Wilbur's grave.
Phil, Don. Over here, Jackson. Is everybody here? Where's Dennis?
He's not here yet.
Well, I hope he isn't late. Hey, Phil, why are you lugging that big bag around? Why don't you check it?
Oh, no, not this one, Jackson. I got my music in it.
Sounds like the concerto from Lost Weekend. Bill, you ought to be ashamed.
Now, wait a minute. We're going to be on the train for 4 days. 4 days with nothing to do. You kids can read.
Oh, yes, I forgot about that.
Attention all passengers going to Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Those going to Anaheim and Cucamonga will take the local. Those going to Azusa will board the Super Chief, walk back to the last car, and get off. You're there.
Say, Jack, I'd like to have a couple of magazines.
Magazine? Sure, Mary. Wait here. I'll go over to the newsstand and get some. Oh, mister.
Yes?
I'd like to get some magazines to read on the train. What have you got?
We've got Flick, Pick, Peek, Look, Hook, Snook, Judge, Smudge, Fudge, and the Saturday Evening Post.
Well, I think I'll just take this one, Esquire.
That'll be 75 cents.
75 cents for Esquire, but everybody else only charges 50 cents.
We throw in the scissors and thumbtacks.
Well, I think I'll take something else.
I've got a good book you might enjoy reading. It's called I Stand Condemned.
No, I've already...
It's about a man who goes to the electric chair and leaves 3 lovely children. You should live so and long.
I read that. Anyway, I'll take these magazines here. Thank you. Here you are, Mary.
What'd you get?
Click, Pick, Peek, Look, Hook, Snook, Judge, Smudge, Fudge, and Pravda. That's all.
Say, Jack, here comes Dennis.
Oh, yes.
Hello,
I thought you were a little late.
Hello, Dennis.
My mother came down to see me off.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Day.
Hello. Now, Mr. Benny, once my boy gets on that train, he's your responsibility.
I know.
And when you get to New York, I want you to take better care of Dennis than you did last time. Don't be taking him to that place called Minsky's.
Minsky's?
Why, Jack Benny, did you take Dennis to a burlesque show?
Mary, Minsky's happens to be the name of a delicatessen. Isn't that right, Dennis?
Yes, sir.
See?
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yeah?
Remember that third salami from the end?
What? Damn it!
The chief meeting for Kansas City, Chicago, and New Amsterdam will be ready in 10 minutes.
Oh, gosh, Jack, that's us, and I wanted a bite to eat before we got on the train.
Well, Mary, there's a little stand right over here at the corner of the station. I'll go get you something there.
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top, just the way you like him, and they're all red hot.
2 hot dogs, please.
Double 4-piece coming up.
How much are they?
40 cents.
40 cents for only 2 hot dogs?
Ooh, but this week I'm serving them United Nations style.
What's that?
English mustard, French bread, Russian dressing, and sold American.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll take them.
Okay, here you are.
And here's your money.
Thank you. After you finish the hot dogs, I'll give you back 2 cents for the skins.
What do you want the skins back for?
They are the fingers of my rubber glove.
Say, while I'm here, I better take some for the rest of the gang. Give me 3 more hot dogs, please.
Okay. Do you want everything on them?
Yes.
Good, I just dropped them.
Just give me the hot dogs. Here's your money.
Thank you. Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top.
On track 7, the chief leaving for Kansas City, Chicago in the middle, and New York's the last
I feel like I'm leaving from a jukebox.
Jack, hurry up.
Right with you.
Hello, everybody. Got here just in time.
Jack,
there's your publicity man, Steve Bradley.
Oh, yes. Goodbye, Steve.
Oh, no, you don't. I came down here to get some pictures. Now, come on, line up, everybody. Benny, you stand right here.
But, Steve, we...
Now, take those roses and hold them up there in front of you.
Roses? What are they for?
You're going to put them on Wilbur's grave.
I didn't even know Wilbur.
That's all right. Just give him the flowers. You don't have to talk to him.
Now, look, Steve.
Hold it now. Smile, come on. Smile, everybody. There.
Steve, the train is moving.
That's fine. One more of you, Benny, lying in front of the engine.
Now, cut that off.
Hurry, Jack. Come on, Phil.
Come on, Dennis. Goodbye, Mrs. Day.
Goodbye. Have a nice trip.
Goodbye, Mrs. Day.
Goodbye. Have a lovely time.
Goodbye, Mrs. Day. I'll take good care of Dennis, and when we get to New York...
Shut up!
Go be nice to people. Isn't that awful?
Hurry, Jack. The train's moving.
Okay, Don, I'm on.
Will all visitors please clear the platform?
You know, Benita, I can hardly believe it.
But, Ronnie, it's true. You saw him get on the train.
Yes, Benny's really gone. And we'll have 4 glorious weeks of peace and quiet. Benita!
Ronnie! Ronnie, put me down. I didn't think it'd affect you this much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the government has developed a far-reaching program to help our veterans, and all America has concentrated on the job of welcome.
Well, Mary, next Sunday we'll be broadcasting from Chicago and the following 2 weeks from New York.
Jack, when we get to Chicago, are you going to visit Waukegan?
Yes, I have to, Mary. They begged me to come. I don't know why I'm so irresistible. There, I got it right. I'll let Alan make something out of that. Good night, folks.
The National Barn Dance, a special rebroadcast for you soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen of the United Nations.
Everybody, this is Pat Barn Dance Buttram, pinch hitting for Joe Quiz Kitten Kelly tonight, and well, bring on them good old mountain and hill tunes, boys and girls. You got plenty picked out there.
Oh, boy, have we ever.
Well, that's fine. How about you, Arky? Ain't you got a mountain song you could sing?
Sure, Pat. I could sing Over the Hills to the Poorhouse.
No, I never liked that song. The poorhouse ain't bad enough. They had to go and put a hill in front of it. But I sure do know my mountains. Well, I was born, bred, and buttered up there in the hills. I got pictures here to prove it. Here you are.
Oh, have you? Let me see, Pat. Let me see. Come on, I can't
wait. Now, you'll get to see them now. But first off, let's give the folks some of that good old mountain music. Start them fiddle boys, and everybody for himself.
I like mountain music, good old mountain music, played by a real hillbilly band. Give me rural rhythm, let me sway right with them. I think the melodies are grand. I've heard a YMCA from the land of the wacky, but I must say that the can't beat turkey and the straw back cracky. I like mountain music, good old mountain music, played by a real hillbilly band.
We like mountain music, good old mountain music, war sports and horns
pots and pans.
Has his juice harp strumming?
Yep.
The happy voices humming?
Yep.
Tell us this evening will be grand.
We've heard hillbilly bands play from Maine to California. All we can say is,
shame on them for being corny.
Counting tunes is tonic, we're Mountain Philharmonic.
Ray for a real hillbilly band. I heard the lions play, while maidens sway. But I must say that the can't beat turkey that's all by cracky. I like mountain music, good old mountain music, played by a real hillbilly band.
Well, that old mountain music set my heart a-hopping like a tree toad. Of course, me being a natural-born mountain boy...
Come on now, Pat. Let's see them mountain pictures of yours.
Yeah,
come on, let's
Come on. Out with them, boy.
Yeah. All right, I'll show you. Now, don't crowd me here. Here, now, right here is a mountain picture. Here's me and Joe Kelly climbing up old Baldy Mountain there, old Baldy.
Yeah, there's old Baldy.
Yeah, Baldy, no, that's Joe Kelly. Here's old Baldy over there. Shows how much he knows about mountains there. Now, here's another picture here. Now, this time, it's me in the Black Hills. See right there? You see, I'm pointing right there, you see.
Sure. I see the Black Hills right there.
Yeah. Wait, that's my fingernails. Here's a Black Hills over here. Come on. Well, now, folks, how about the barn dance yodel lady herself with her yodeling best feller, Lulabelle and Scotty? How about it? Go ahead there. Give us a good one.
It'll be loud anyway, Pat.
I met her on a mountain trail beside the lonesome pine, and she yodeled to the silver moon above.
Yodel-ay.
I wanted then and there to say, sweet thing, won't you be mine?
But he said, oh, yodel lady, I'm in love.
You're my little yodel lonely lady,
and I like the way you yodel-ay too.
You will always be my little yodel lady,
and you'll never make this yodel lady blue.
Up in the mountains, we'll build a shack, and there you can yodel till the cows come back. You're my little yodel lonely lady, and I'll always be your yodel lady too.
Sing it good, honey.
Now she yodels when I come home late and supper's getting cold. I can hear her when I'm long away out of sight.
Oh, Scotty!
All our babies learn to yodel when they're less than 1 day old.
And they yodel while we walk the floor at night.
You're my little yodel lonely lady,
and I like the way you yodel too.
You will always be my little yodel lady,
and you'll never make this yodel lady blue.
Up in the mountains we'll build our shack, and there we'll yodel when we go back. You're my little yodel lonely lady, and I'll always be your yodel lady too. Lady, 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 lonely lady, oh lady, oh lady, 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 lonely lady, oh lady, lady.
Oh, you made them old mountains echo mighty sweet, Lulabelle and Scotty. Yeah, but no kidding. You folks ought to take a trip down through the mountains of Alabama there.
Do you think I'd be safe, Pat?
Oh, sure, yeah. Oh, yeah, nothing to worry about. Yeah. I got more pictures here of me than in them mountains.
Hey, let's see them, Pat.
Well, yeah. Hold on now. You're going to see them later. But right now, it's time I persuaded our guest stars for tonight, folks. Going to produce them here. Two young fellers come from the Sunset Valley barn dance up
St. Paul, Minneapolis way, and they made thousands of friends singing on station KSTP. And we know they'll make a lot more tonight when you hear them. Here they are, folks. Al and Hank, the Dakota Ramblers. They've rambled from Dakota to Minnesota. Now they ramble down here. All right, fellas.
I was born in Dixie in a boomer shack, just a little shanty by the railroad track. The humming of the drivers was my lullaby. The freight train whistle taught me how to cry. I got the freight train blues. Lordy, 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 I got 'em in the bottom of my ramble. And when the whistle blows, I've got to go. Lordy, lordy, I guess I'm never going to lose the freight train blues. Aeroplanes and autos always leave me cold. The moaning of the steamship never stirs my soul. The only thing that seems to make me navigate is the wildcat whistle of a southbound freight. I got the freight train blues. Lordy, 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 I got 'em in the bottom of my ramble. And when the whistle blows, I've got to go. Lordy, lordy, I guess I'm never going to lose the freight train blues.
Well, that's the kind of music we like here in the old hayloft, Al and Hank. Hey, but say, my friend Dave Stone told me you fellers do some other kind of singing. How about that?
Yeah, you know, every know there's Olaf and Eric once in a while.
Yeah, well, yeah,
we get around, you know.
Let's hear something about Olaf and Eric.
Way down in the meadow where the lily first blows, where the wind from the mountains near ruffles the road, is fond Evelina, pretty little dog, the pride of the valley, the girl that I love. Dear Evelina, sweet Evelina, my love for thee shall never, never die. Dear Evelina, sweet Evelina, my love for thee shall never, never die.
Have gone by and I ain't got a dollar. Evelina still lives in the green grassy holler. Although I am fated to marry her never, I love her, I'm sure, forever and ever. Dear Evelina, sweet Evelina, my love for thee shall never, never die. Dear Evelina, sweet Evelina, my love for thee shall never, never die.
Well, thanks a heapin'. Welcome to the old hayloft any old time, Al and Hank. Well, that music tells us it's still mountain time in the old hayloft, folks. So let's take a trip out west and go riding down the canyon with them three little maids from Music Mountain, the Denning sisters.
When the desert sun goes down.
Well, now, I claim that is a right pretty ride, Denning sister. But speaking about riding reminds me about the time me and my Uncle Herkimer, we rid up to the top of a mountain. We was going to look down and count our razorback hogs there. And I always took some opera glasses along so we could see better, but this time I plumb forgot them. So I said to Uncle Herkimer, I said, Uncle Herc, I forgot to bring the glasses. And he said, well, that's all right. I'd just soon drink out of the jug myself. Now, don't laugh. That's the truth, I'm telling you. And to prove it, here's a picture of me and Uncle Herkimer that we took that day. Just look, you see? Yeah. Here we are. Me and Uncle Herkimer. We're riding down the mountain in a wagon there. You see? In the wagon.
We can see you all right, Pat, but no Uncle Herkimer.
No? No. Doggone it, he fell off in that wagon again. I did ever try. He does, yeah. Yeah, but come on, who's your hot shot? You fellers got a favorite mountain time, I know. When is it, huh? When?
When we get in here. When the moon comes over the mountain.
Yeah, and then what?
Them hillbillies are mountain Williams now.
When Mr. Moon comes over that there mountain,
What happens, Gage?
he tries to find some Bill Hillies, but he fails.
No hillbillies? Oh, there just ain't no more hillybillies.
Oh, how come?
They're wearing top hats, white ties, and tails.
The darn dudes, instead of guitars are ringing, all they hear is someone singing.
Singing when the moon comes over the mountain. Them hillbillies are mountain Williams now.
All these years, singing songs about them train-wrecked engineers. The verse, they've invaded all the cities with their pretty corn-fed ditties, and they've got the population all in tears. Well, they came to town from them thar hills, now they're flashing dollar bills. Them hillbillies are mountain Williams now. They shook their boots in overhauls and even dropped their high yalls. Them hillbillies are mountain Williams now.
Yeah, man!
They left down home for a microphone. They're making dough on a radio. They play around in big hotels and they play some stuff as well. Big hillbillies are mountain Williams now. Oh, hee-ho-lay.
Hey, James.
Huh?
They descended.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They descended.
They descended from that hunter, Daniel Boone. He's the first great man to sing a mountain tune. Oh, he taught it to his children. Now his great-great-great-grandchildren will be coming round the mountain pretty soon.
Daniel Boone, mountain tune, pretty soon. Oh.
They left their good old mountain shacks, and they ain't never going back. Them hillbillies are mountain Williams now. Their checkered suits and fancy tie would give their kin a surprise. Hillbillies are mountain Williams now. They made a film for the Hollywood crowd. It may not be good, but we know it'll be loud. They make more dough than movie stars, ride around in motor cars. Them hillbillies are mountain Williams now.
Well, we just can't leave a mountain party go by without a trip down Virginia way. So lead the way, Patty Clayton. We'll all stroll along the old trail of the Lonesome Pine with you.
On a mountain
is June, and very, very soon she'll belong to me. For I know she's waiting there for me, neath that lone pine tree. Mountains of Virginia, on a trail of a lonesome pine, in the pale moonshine, our hearts entwine, where she carved her name, and I carved mine. Oh, June, like the mountains, I'm blue like the pine. I am lonesome for you. Mountains of Virginia, on a trail of a lonesome pine.
In the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, on the trail of the lonesome pine. In the pale moonshine, our hearts entwine, where she carved her name and I carved mine. Oh, June,
like the mountains, I'm blue.
I'm blue.
I'm so lonesome for you. In the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, on the trail of the lonesome
The National Barn Dance was rebroadcast especially for you soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen of the United Nations. As a special after-show treat, here are Louise Massey and the Westerners.
After You've Gone, played on the violin by Kurt Massey. And played with great finesse, too, Curtis.
Well, thank you, Cleveland.
Oh, you know what the word means, huh? Sort of thought I could show off there for a minute. Well, looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. I mean, Louise Cookie.
Hello, Cleve. My. New name every program.
Well, I guess you can't... you never know what's going to happen on this program.
No, sir. Truer words are never spoken. So to prevent anything more happening, if I can get a little coordination from the upper story, I'd like to sing this lovely song, I'll See You Again.
Mighty fine.
is fast forgetting. Their sweet memory across the years will come to me. Though my world may go awry, in my heart will ever lie just the echo of a sigh. Goodbye. Across the years will come to me. Though my world may go awry, in my heart will ever lie just the echo of a sigh. Goodbye.
Mighty nice, Louise. Thank you.
Thank you, please.
I guess I could use all my Spanish vocabulary and say muchas gracias. See, in our next tune is the Spanish song, Mamine.
This rebroadcast is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Alka-Seltzer for headache. Alka-Seltzer for acid indigestion. Alka-Seltzer for colds.
Ask your druggist for Alka-Seltzer.
Dad and the whole family. Well, here we are, folks, same as every Saturday night, with the Alka-Seltzer National Barn Dance Hour sent to you from the old WLSA loft in Chicago by the Miles Laboratories of Elkhart, Indiana, makers of Alka-Seltzer. Say, I wish you could all see the happy, smiling people crowding into this old red barn tonight. Boy, I tell you, this beautiful September weather we've been having here in these parts lately has made everyone feel extra gay and happy. Hang your hats and coats on those harness pegs over yonder, folks, and hurry, because the party is ready to commence. Did I say ready? Yes, you can't keep this gang down. They've started already with a bright September serenade.
In sweet September, how I remember when stars are twinkling and twinkling just come and say goodbye in sweet September. How I remember a maiden smiling, beguiling all through the day. Her eyes on fire, from up beside. How I remember in sweet September.
Well, that was some serenading, girls and boys. Oh, by the way, folks, do you know what day this is? Well, sir, according to my Dr. Miles weather calendar hanging on the kitchen wall back home, it's the last day of summer. My tempest certainly does fugit, as the saying goes. And tomorrow, we'll find autumn right on our doorstep. So tonight, we're sort of saying goodbye to good old summer. And as the leaves begin to turn to golden autumn colors, we'll turn to the songs that the season suggests. Yes, sir, our hayloft girls and boys have splashed around in their old musical paint buckets and mixed up a batch of their brightest fall colors and songs. First of all, though, let's take that little zip of autumn out of the night air by warming up this old hayloft with a rip-roaring old-time square dance. Get your partners, everybody, and swing them high, wide, and handsome to the tune of Golden Slippers. Harky, you call her off. Here we go. Hey, that candle, let's join your hands and circle the left, swing the line, palm line, lady, get a little jam behind. Well, right behind, play around the left seat and on the left. Promenade, you come around with a big foot up and a little foot down. Then gate one of you come home, gents to the right, swing that gal. Very good. Now the one you call your own back, come down, swing your toe, and on the left, swing that gal, marking Saul, bull for mad his mother-in-law. Back, come down, swing your toe, and across Paul, swing grandma, you ain't swingers is way left full. Back, come down, swing your toe, don't see your partners all. To your left. Back now, partner, swing off promenade, that pretty little thing you call your own. On the left leg, swing it on the gate with the right hand, swing it right and left knee with a demon with a line of style, left knee to the lady with a once and a half with a sunny day. Promenade on around, all you know when I don't care, swing honey, daddy, easy chair, take your time, fall in line, 2, 4, 6, 8, let's go home. You can't beat a good old square dance when there's a tang of autumn in the air and frost on the moon.
Hey, Joe, there's a young lady here who wants to see you.
Young lady?
Yeah.
Well, we mustn't keep a lady waiting. Show her right in. Oh, by the way, who is she?
I don't know, Joe. All she said was that she wanted to see Mr. Alka-Seltzer about getting on the radio.
Oh, she wants to get on the radio.
Yeah.
Well, tell her that I'm too busy to talk to her.
Yeah.
Now, ask her to see me in a couple of weeks. You don't stall her off, huh?
Okay, I'll do my best.
Yeah, fine. All right, thanks, Archie. Well, I better get something started around here. Come on, hot shots, help me out, folks. It's full steam ahead with those four merry musical madcaps. The Hoosier Hot Shots taking the helm. Count on it, boys. Count on it. Hello, Adam. Oh, wind that thing up, has it? Off we go.
you can put your bumper shoots down again now. That little sprinkle turned out to be nothing but a sun shower. Here. Say, what's going on back there?
Handy, Joe, pushing everybody around.
Yeah, that boy's acting sort of wild. Says he's looking for somebody.
Well, we'll see about that.
Hey, where'd he go? Hey, hold my coat. Hey, which way to go? Hey, lead me to him, boy, and I'll mow him down.
Now, wait a minute here. Whoa, now, Henry, calm yourself. You're pumping like a peanut roaster. There now. Where's who, and just who is it that you're going to mow down? Come on now, speak right up. Don't hold out on me.
Well, there's a certain young fella around here, and I ain't mentioning no names, Joe, but, boy, I'm telling you one thing. When I see him, out of my way, boy, out of my way.
Well, if that isn't something, a fine way to interrupt our party. Oh, well, there's never a dull moment in the old hayloft. And right now, folks, it's time to bring on that wizard of the strings, that prince of personality and king of the banjo, Eddie Peabody.
That was little Eddie and his banjo playing After You're Gone to Mr. Summertime. Toodaloo, old top. We'll see you next season, I hope. And now we can look forward to a beautiful harvest moon. So shine on, harvest moon. And Bob, you might as well do a little shining too, because here we go.
Okay.
Eddie Peabody, and say that old harvest moon never seemed brighter. And now, friends, for the magic touch of memory we have learned to expect each Saturday night here in the old hayloft. From out of the past, a beautiful song steals out of the dust to you. And here's the Dean of Ballad Singers to bring it closer, our own Henry Burr.
Here
bag of beer. We're all fair to bring you lots of cheer. Boys and girls, you come from far and near, but we all hold down in the hayloft tonight.
Hello, everybody, everywhere, and a hayloft greeting and our best wishes to radio station WLS on its 20th anniversary. Well, here it is, Victory Garden time again, folks, so get out your shovel and hoe, and away we go. For everybody is planting a victory garden these days, and are we going to be left out? Not us, Joe. Of course we're not. Why, say, look at Archie with that rutabaga seed, and old Gaby over there with the onion sets and garden tools. Say, Pat Buttram.
Yeah?
Just look at Lou Dinning. She's got an old shovel, an old hoe, and, golly, all she needs is an old rake.
Well, I might get Uncle Herkimer.
Here now, this victory gardening is a serious business this year, but we'll have fun anyway. So come on, chillin', let's put it over big and get out and dig, dig, dig.
Get out and dig, dig, dig in the sunshine. You can make one garden grow. Every seed you'll buy will stand in multiply till we've overcome our foe. Get out and work, work, work for the nation. We can keep our country free. Help the rain above, be the ones we love. Dig our way to victory. Plant corn every day. Plant peas, come what may. Turn the thought, trust in God, and the earth will grow away. Get out and dig, dig, dig in the sunshine. Every heart will feel a glow. As we turn the tide, we'll be glad we tried to make the million gardens grow. Dig, 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 to make 10 million gardens grow.
Oh, that's the victory garden spirit, folks. Why, already we're getting results. Just like magic, I see radishes, cabbages, onions. Oh, anything is likely to spring up.
We are here, Joe.
I knew it. And who pops up but those four syncopated young sprouts, Hezzy, Kenny, Gill, and Gaby, the Hoosier Hotshots. Are you ready, Hezzy? Okay. You heard what they say. We got a dig. Let's go.
Tony was a huckster with a cart and horse. What? And everywhere that Tony went, Maria went, of course. Is that right? She sat real close beside him as he shouted out his wares, and he stopped his cart for the customers on all the thoroughfares. From time to time, he'd look at her and whisper in her ear.
What'd he say?
Sweet little words meant for her, for no one else to hear.
I love you.
Apples!
You're sweet as
Cherries!
I know my
onions!
You are the
berries!
Your lips are red like
tomatoes!
Your eyes are big
like potatoes! Oh, celery, celery!
honeydew.
And my celery's enough for two.
While my heart beats just for you. I love you, apples, I do. I love you.
Rice fruit, grapefruit, fruity toot, tooty toot.
I need you.
String beans, lima beans, butter beans, beanie beans.
And that's not
spinach, turnip, parsnip, squash.
You are the
berries, raspberries.
Lips like
tomatoes.
And eyes as big
as sweet potatoes.
Olive, oh, I love
love you, I'll if I do.
And I'm in a pickle, 'cause I relish you.
We can't live on vegetable stew. I love you, apples, I do. Yes, no bananas. I love you, apples, I do.
But here we go again, folks. Victory Garden time means it's time for the Red, Red Robin. And here he comes, bobbing along with the Dinning sisters.
Have you heard? Have you heard? Now have you heard? When the red, red robin comes bobbing along. There'll be no more sobbing when he starts robbing his old sweet song. Wake up, you sleepyhead, get up, get out of bed, cheer up, the sun is red, live, love, laugh and be happy. What if I've been blue? Now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing the song. When the red, red robin comes, bobbing along. Each time the robin starts to bobbing, if I should see him appear, my heart starts to throbbing. Then I know spring is here. When the red, red robin comes, bobbing along. There'll be no more sobbing when he's a throbbing his old sweet song. Wake up, you sleepyhead, come on, get out of bed. Don't start the day wrong. When the red, red robin comes bobbing. When the red, red robin comes bobbing along.
Well, say, your red, red robin sure is a sign that our Victory Garden will flourish, Dinning sisters. Oh, I can just see our garden a few months from now with country pumpkins and corn, acres and acres of corn.
You don't have to wait for it, Joe.
I guess not, Archie. Here he is, folks. Alabama's golden bantam boy, Pat Buttram.
Hello, Jody. How you doing?
Oh, just great, Pat. We're starting off our hayloft Victory Garden again.
Yeah, most everybody's starting their garden nowadays, Joe.
Yes.
Everybody's
From
planting.
Hollywood.
Well, Pat, I hope you do better in our Victory Garden this year than you did last year.
Why, I done all right last year. I had so many vegetables in my garden there that I didn't have bugs enough to go around.
Now, listen, Pat, you were too lazy to do any good in our garden. I remember we put you to spading up the dirt, and a little fellow only 5 feet tall spaded up twice as much ground as you did.
Well, he ought to. He was closer to it than I was.
And another thing, Pat, when we were planting the garden last year, you were out there in the field with a hammer.
Well, I told you I was planting mashed potatoes.
Oh.
Nothing wrong with that. You just wait till you see my garden this year. I already got some things planted in it, some onions and radishes there.
Yeah? Do you think the radishes will come up?
Well, on me, they always do.
They did.
Oh,
Now,
I mean,
wait a minute here.
No, but you just watch, Joe. I'm really going to have a good garden this year. There's a friend of mine in Washington. He sent me some special garden seeds. He used to work down there in Winston County. I know him.
What work did he do?
Well, he was sort of a handyman around the depot there. He'd tie up bundles and fix up crates and nail down boards. Anything that needed hammering down, he could do it. He's working for the OPA in Washington now.
Well, Pat, I selected my seeds this year from a seed catalog. I still think that's the best method.
I don't know. I looked in one of them seed catalogs the other day, and there's a picture there of the biggest cocklebur I ever did see.
Cocklebur? Why, Pat, that wasn't a cocklebur. That was a pineapple.
Well, I don't care what you call it. I'd sure hate to have to comb that out of a horse's tail, though.
Okay, Golden Bantam Buxom. But look sharp now, for you don't want to miss our Victory Garden visitor. Folks, the old barn dance has reached way down Texas way tonight to bring you a sweet young Texas miss who has made good in a big way. That brilliant young singing comedian of radio, screen, and stage who writes all her own ditties. And here she is, Cindy Walker.
There's a lonesome gal pining for her pal who's somewhere out there across the plain, and her eyes grow dim as she thinks of him, wondering when she'll see him again. Through the purple haze she will stand and gaze down the trail he rode away, leaving a lonesome gal pining for her pal, and a prayer that he'll come back someday. Leaning on the old top rail of the big corral, looking down that sunset trail for her long lost pal. Through the purple haze she will stand and gaze down the trail he rode away, leaving a lonesome gal pining for her pal, and a prayer that he'll come back someday.
Thank you, Cindy. That was just a ticket. Say, Cindy, how about Toodalumbo, huh?
A Toodalumbo, okay, boy.
All right.
Can that fiddle and make it sing, can that fiddle and make it sing, listen to that classy thing, sing that Toodalumbo. And on the bow, on the string, listen to that fiddle and sing, rag back the other way, Toodalumbo. Rag back the other way, Toodalumbo. Slap that bass and make a jump, slap that bass and make a jump, listen to it, thump, 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 and that Toodalumbo. And on the bow, on the string, listen to that Toodalum thing, rag back the other way, Toodalumbo. Rag back the other way, Toodalumbo. Listen listen to that steel guitar. Listen to instead of fire, keep that doodle-lumbo. And on the bass on the string, listen to that swing away thing. Rag back the other way to Lumbo. Rag back the other way to Lumbo. Rag back the other way to Lumbo. Rag back the other way to Lumbo.
Thanks a million, Cindy Walker. We're glad that you'll be back again with us next week, and that's a fact. Our Victory Garden Party swings right along, folks, and I mean swings. Come on, Denning sisters, let's hear your version of that San Fernando Valley.
Yippee, 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 yay. Yippee, yippee, yay. Old packing my grip, and I'm leaving today. 'Cause I'm taking a trip, California way. I'm gonna settle down and never, never more roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my home. I think that I'm safe to Satan. He will be waiting when my lonely journey is done. And kindly old Reverend Thomas made us a promise. He will make the two of us one. Don't hit the trail to the cow country. You can forward my mail, care of RSB. I'm gonna settle down and never more roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my home. Yippee-yay, yippee-yay. I'm packing my grip, 'cause I'm taking a trip. I'm gonna leave today. I'm packing my grip, 'cause I'm taking a trip out California way. Yippee-yay, yippee-yay. I'm gonna settle down and never more wander or roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my home. I think that I am safe in Satan. He'll be there waiting, waiting for me when my journey is done. And kindly old Reverend Thomas made us a promise that he'd make the two of us one. I'm hitting the trail through the cow country. You can forward my mail, care of RFD. For I am gonna settle down and never more roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my own. Yippee-yay, I'm going back today. Yippee-yay, I'm leaving right away to make the San Fernando Valley my home.
Well, you sure heated up that old valley, kid. But in case you've been wondering about Mistress Mary, quite contrary, and how her Victory Garden grows, folks, we refer you to those four rootin' tootin' young rutabagas who know all about her, the Hoosier Hotshots.
Okay, boys, let's go. Okay.
They're missing from the cocktail bar.
You never see gal these days at cabarets or matinees.
The answer is they're working hard right out there in their own backyard in a
Victory Garden Fair. You'll find Miss Victory there.
Why, she's up to her ankles, her cute little ankles, in peas and potatoes and little tomatoes.
She's up to her knees in good old cabbages green. And does she know her onions? Well, she uses her bean. While her garden she keeps growing, she keeps sowing, she keeps sowing, and she's 24 carats with me.
For she's working so hard in her victory garden. She's up to her heart in victory.
Yep, she's up at all hours, looking at them cauliflowers. To rake 'em, gotta plant 'em with her golden phantom. Oh, she's up to her waist in each green thing that grows. And she jives with her chives as she hidey-ho-ho. Yeah, and instead of tangles and rumbers, she's planting cucumbers, and she's counting their numbers. That's right, Hezzy.
And her songs are all ballads about vegetable salad. She's up to her heart in victory.
In your own backyard, there is so much you can grow. All you lovely charmers, help the busy farmers buy a rake and hoe.
We'll have plenty for the folks and children by and by. You shouldn't worry if the prices go up to the sky.
Oh, take our good advice and plant a little garden in your own backyard. Get out those old overalls for victory call, right in your own backyard. Just take a rake and a hoe and victory will grow, right in your own backyard. Come on, you fellows and gals, victory pals, rock in the sun. Dig for the right, and when the fight is won, you'll find that victory lies right under your eyes, back in your own backyard.
So we know there's food enough for everyone to share. Raise a little extra for our allies over there.
So you get busy now and plant a little garden in your own backyard.
The National Barn Dance was rebroadcast especially for you soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen of the United Nations. As a special after-show treat, here are Louise Massey and the Westerners.
You'll be sorry if you break up our romance. You'll be sorry if you don't give love a chance when you see me out with somebody new. You'll cry and cry. You'll be sorry if you chase my heart away. You'll be sorry night and day. Let heaven start to cross your heart. Say I love you. You won't be sorry if you do.
che cantando si alegran felice los ratones. Oh, do you remember that night in September when under the beautiful heaven I held you in my arms, love, and the moon was shining above. You brought me sunshine, for when our hearts came along, through our days with love.
Friends, it's hymn time, and today our hymn is Yield Not to Temptation. Hope you enjoy it.
Yield not to temptation, for yielding is sin. Each victory will help you, some other to win. Fight manfully onward, our passion subdue. Look ever to Jesus, He will carry you through. Ask the Savior to help you, comfort, strengthen, and keep you. He is willing to aid you. He will carry
I'm going to try to play the game and play it hard and play it fair. I may not win, but just the same, I'm going to try to do my share. I may not always meet the test as well as some more clever guy, but while my heart beats in my chest, I'm going to try. I'm going to try to stand the gaff, yet keep my nerve. I'm going to seek to love and work and play and laugh and never show a yellow streak. I'm going to struggle to be kind and not go hard of face and eye. I'll flop at times, but never mind. I'm going to try. I'm going to try to be a friend that folks can trust and who they know will be the same way to the end, whether the luck runs high or low. I'll hitch my wagon to a star and set my goal up in the sky, and though I may not get that far, I'm going to try.
Ask the Savior to help you, comfort, strengthen, and keep you. He is willing to aid you.
Hymns for everyone. Hymns from home. Chance and change are busy ever. Man decays, the ages move, but his mercy waneth never. God is wisdom, God is love.
Hallelujah, hallelujah.
Gentle Savior, hear my humble cry. While on others thou art calling, do not pass me by. And realms shall be dissolved, and empires be no more. And they shall bow to death, who ruled from shore to shore. And the great globe itself, so holy writings tell, with the rolling firmament where starry armies dwell, shall melt with fervent heat. They shall all pass away, except the love of God, which shall live and last for aye.
Oh,
And up through the foothills in that riot of blossoms we'll roam. And I shall see the flowers bend in the sunshine, as if at the touch of his hand. I'll find peace in my heart that shall never depart. He walks with me and understands. If any danger come to me, pray God send me a happy hour. And if I die before I wake, I pray that you my soul will take. May these hymns, these poems set to music, instill within us a rebirth of spiritual value. Lift up our eyes so that we may see beyond the horizon. Hymns for everyone. These have been hymns from home. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
room atop the Hotel Allerton on Chicago's Magnificent Mile, coast to coast and around the world, it's the Don MacNeill Show.
The nation is our neighborhood as long as you are there.
Here we go again.
Don MacNeill is on the air.
And here's Don.
Welcome. For the purposes of this particular program, I looked up the word end in the dictionary.
Uh-huh.
It said the part where a thing begins or where it stops, and I've been on both ends. The end where it began, and today is the end where she stops. Let me say, though, that these 35 and a half years between the two ends are a great treasure of happy memories that'll keep me smiling inside and out for the rest of my life. And I thought to start things off, even though I have been given the title the King of Corn, I thought, why pull any corny jokes on the last show?
Yeah, that's right.
It's ridiculous. For instance, yesterday, when I went home, all of my grandchildren were walking through the house eating peanut butter sandwiches, and one of them said, "Grandpa, are we going to have a peanut butter sandwich?" And I said, "Oh, no, 'tis the season to be jelly." Now, normally I'd pull a joke like that, but...
Not on the last day.
Not on the last day.
No, I don't blame you, Don.
Everybody's been so nice to me lately. Stand up, Mr. Newkirk. Sit down again, thank you. I think it's nice of him on this last program to be prepared to give the last rites. I suppose I ought to explain that, but I don't think I will.
He's wearing a pinstripe straitjacket.
Yeah, the way he's dressed there, he could be almost anything.
Well, it's a Nehru suit and it's black, and but anyhow, and a red Rudolph shirt, which. But what you said is true. This is, of course, this is the end of a super era, a legend in your old time. So when I do shows outside of the Breakfast Club, I talk about you as a legend in your own times. You don't mind.
You can talk about me any way you want, as long as you talk about it.
Because and you truly are, and as I said yesterday, but as I want to say again, the five and a half years that I've been on this show with you have been the greatest 5 years in my life because of this show and because indirectly because of you, all the wonderful things have happened in my life.
You had no wife and no children when you came.
That's right. Now I have a beautiful wife and 2 beautiful daughters and a lot of bills to pay and a lot of, But
you should have seen what Don wore on the first show.
Oh, the first show?
+4s and black stockings.
You weren't here. But it wasn't too long afterwards that he appeared. Well, I thought during this show, instead of the usual, we'll have a lot of the usual, of course, but because there's so many people I want to talk to. But we're going to give some of the people who are here an opportunity to ask questions if they want about the show and about things that happened on it and about anybody on it. Because these are things that you at home might be sitting around asking, and I noticed several of the people filled out cards with questions on, good ones. We'll get to them in just a moment. It's funny with the last program coming up, everybody's been so nice to me lately. I don't quite know how to handle it.
Oh, about tired shining shoes.
Yeah. Well, even my wife, K-Bird.
Yeah, K-Bird.
Been so gentle and kind. Even though, of course, I spend, like everybody else at this time of year, I spend almost every weekend watching television, just like everybody else, yeah. And football. It was a different story, though, last year. Before I announced my retirement, she walked out of the house on New Year's Day. I recall, I'm sure it was last New Year's Day, because she walked out just as I was changing channels from the Orange Bowl to the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
Had to be New Year's Day.
New Year's, yeah.
And she just walked around the block a few times, came back in when she saw the truck driver delivering the pizza. And I'll be glad in a way when football is over. It'll be fun talking to her again. I'm just kidding, of course. She's here this morning, and I may even let her have a chance to say a fond farewell. Yeah, I like this one because, as I recall, you wrote it, didn't you, Ed?
The bowling polka?
The bowling polka?
No, that's Eddie McKeon. That's the other Eddie.
Oh, the other Eddie wrote this. Here it is, the bowling polka.
Bowling, how we love it. We do plenty of it. Bowling every evening. How we keep the ball a-rolling. Bowling since our flying. Everybody's trying to become the bowler who can roll the highest score. Get the gang together and meet
it's at the alleys. Bring the Joes and Harrys, the Marys and the Sallys. Polish your delivery and get your hook to working. Aiming for the day when you will roll the perfect game. Bowling, bowling, down the alley for a strike. Bowling, bowling, it's the game we always like. Bowling, bowling, hope you hit it fair and square. Let's bring the railroad, have to settle for a spare. Bowling, everybody's bowling, anywhere you listen. In the alley you can hear the pins a falling. Pinboys set 'em up and we will knock 'em down. And oh, what fun there is in bowling, bowling, what a gig. Bowling, bowling, down the alley for a strike. Bowling, bowling, it's the game we always like.
Well, of course, I do want to thank the gang for taking over for me the last several days. While I was home battling the flu, I thought maybe I could get through this program without it, but since everybody else on the show had it, I had to be with them, you know. And
you didn't want to feel left out.
That's right. Well, I wish I had let them feel left out. Excuse me, I'm still not in the greatest shape of all time. So I'm going to do something here. We've had music to wash dishes by at one time or another for you homemakers. We've had music to get dressed by, remember?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Now, this is nothing to sneeze at, this Hong Kong flu. Perhaps if you could suffer to music, those of you who are at home, it might help you to feel better. So we're going to have this morning music to get over the flu by. What we'll do here, Eddie, is leave a little empty space every once in a while. And anybody who wants to cough or sneeze can do it in that empty space.
That's nice.
You ready?
Yes, Don, you remember you were supposed to do this on your clarinet. But the fellas just insisted that I take over and do it because people don't know that I play clarinet, too.
And besides, just the last program, and it doesn't make a difference if you are fired now. We're all out of work. All right. Go ahead. You were too close to your radio. Some of those sneezes were a little juicy in here. May have splattered a bit. Sam, I think I'll begin with you. I'm going to give everyone on the show a chance for a goodbye. And after all, I may have at one time or another kidded you during the course of the program.
No, I don't remember that.
I don't suppose you did.
One time.
About your weight, perhaps.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
About your intelligence at other times.
Yeah.
Actually, you are a pretty intelligent guy.
Well, I have more weight than I do intelligence.
No?
You might put it that way.
Remember the other day when I asked you about red china?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What did you say about it?
I forgot, Don. That's how intelligent I am.
There you are. See? You said it looks fine just so it doesn't clash with the tablecloth.
Yeah. I would say something like that, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't necessarily mean you're not...
No,
you're stupid.
No, it doesn't mean that at all.
Why don't you say your goodbye?
Well, I would like to say goodbye to all of you, really, and all the people we've worked with at the network and everything for years and years. And especially, I would like to say goodbye to our wonderful audience we've had over the period of years who have kept us going with their little notes and letters and things. And as far as what I'm going to do later on, you don't have to worry about a thing, because the last 20 years, I've been saving string. And I've got a whole warehouse full of it, so anybody, I will meet you all at the door at the end of the show. Anybody wants pieces of string, I have it. I'm in business on myself.
So you're a string man, huh?
Yes, I'm a string man, quickly.
I knew you'd have something interesting going for you. Yeah.
I may branch out to shoestrings and razor blades and things like that.
Valentine, I wonder about him.
I always have.
Yeah. What about you, Eddie?
Well, Don, I want to just say, I want to continue in that vein that Sam started about the wonderful people that we have met on the show through the 35 years we've been together. Actually, the audiences all through the years are the real thing that has made this show go. We do our little part up here, but a little fellow like Jimmy DeRue, I just got the most beautiful Christmas card from him and his wife and their little family. And these people never forget you. They keep writing to you. Now, I'm sort of in the back row of the band. I'm not one of the major characters like up front. But I'm telling you,
Yes,
these
you are,
people
Eddie,
never
don't
forget you. I get Christmas cards, I get birthday cards, and I don't even know how they remember, but they do. And I think that's the most wonderful thing that we've had through the 35 and a half years.
Indeed it is, and I'm sure your wife, Fra, is going to miss this show, because think how it was every morning at 6 o'clock. She'd hand you your trumpet and say, take it and blow. What's she going to say now? Well,
just blow.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, what show is this?
Stay tuned to Don McNeill in the courtroom of the Allerton Hotel in Chicago.
Well, Kathy Taylor, you're one of the newer members of our show and
Yes.
California's contribution to us. Would you like to say your little goodbye before you sing?
Yes, I would. First of all, I would like to thank you for being so good to me, Don. You've given me some very nice compliments since I've been here, and
All deserved.
Well, thank you very much. I've enjoyed the rest of the cast also. They've all been good to me, and the guys in the band are really great. And I've had a wonderful time here. I have some fond memories to take back to California with me. I've written a little poem for you, Don.
Right,
And
good.
I wrote it in hurry this morning. And so the rhythm might not be right, you know, like in a song
Like
that you
Sam.
sing. Well, yes, it might turn out like Sam.
Oh, it'll be great then.
So here's how it goes. I'd like to say that Don McNeill has been a groovy boss. To tell it like it is, for words I'd be at a loss. He didn't serve a breakfast every morning to the cast, but he gave instead a rich dessert of joy and laughter that forever in our hearts will last and last and last.
Well, thank you very much.
very nice.
Appreciate it. All right, Kathy.
Little one, you've come to stay, to brighten up our home each day, with your eyes of baby blue, and tiny little toes and fingers too. You have made us happy, dear, and we know you like it here. You will never have a care, 'cause Dad and Mommy always will be there. Splashing oatmeal from your high chair, some in your hair, some in my hair, chewing on your pacifier. How I wish that you were dry. Baby dear, we love you so, and we both want you to know you're all ours, we must confess. You tiny, little grimy, little mess.
And of course, no one could have written that but Sam. I guess you realize
Yeah,
that.
that's one time when you asked me to write a serious song, and I started out.
Almost.
But I got carried away.
Interesting to hear the last of the girl singers on the Breakfast Club. Looking out in the audience this morning, I was delighted to see that one of the very first of the Breakfast Club singers is here. And I hate to say that because it was so long ago, and because she looks so wonderful and beautiful now, just like she did then. And believe me, this is not my opinion. It is the opinion of the United States House of Representatives.
Yes, definitely.
This young lady, known as Annette King when she sang with us, now known as Charlotte Reed, has been reelected I don't know how many times from the Aurora district close by here to the House of Representatives of the United States, and certainly is the best-looking thing, if I may be so bold as to phrase it that way, in the United States House of Representatives. I wish she'd come up here for a second, because I want to see Annette King or Charlotte Reed at close hand. Stay away from my germs.
I shall.
How are you, Annette?
Oh, I'm fine, Don.
Seems like old times with you sitting beside me.
Well, it does to me, too. And I'm delighted to be here, except really not for such an occasion. I can't believe that this is the last show.
Well, as I say, you weren't here for the first one, but you were here for one of the first few years
yes,
of the show.
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
It was almost the very first.
Yeah.
And you know, as I have traveled throughout the country as a member of Congress, I've spoken in many of the states, and every place I go, people remember that I sang on the Breakfast Club. This is one thing that means so much to them. And they're always asking about you, and I tell them some very nice things.
Thank you very much. Thank you for not telling all you know. And thank you also for coming up here. And what an occasion. I gave you a microphone. You could have made a whole political speech, and you didn't.
Well, no, and you're tempting me.
Yeah, well, I guess I am. I better watch it.
I just, I wondered if, since this, and I haven't thought of this probably since I did it the last time, but this did refer to Breakfast Club. Thought I might do that little ditty that I...
Oh, that'd be
did.
great.
Would you like to have me do
I
that?
sure
If
would.
I can remember it.
I hope you can.
Well, this, I was asked a question, really the very first night I went to Washington 6 years ago, and this was at the Women's Press Club, and they asked me this question: you sang for your breakfast. Now, what will your tune be in the house? So I answered in this way. Ladies and gentlemen, you stated that I sang for my breakfast in years gone by. Well, it's true that I sang many years ago, but the tune will be different in the Washington show. I sang about June and the stars above, then I threw in the moon and a bit of love. Now the tune is so simple, though tried and true, about economy in government and what's best for you. I won't forget the national debt. I'll do my best to curb that deficit. These complicated problems require finesse, but at times it takes finesse for success. Now, it's been said that a woman like me should be seen and not heard in such company. So I'll sing very softly in harmony, then I'll add just a touch of counter melody, just to prove that I appreciate this chance to serve and to legislate. Now, I hope you'll accept this jest in rhyme, for I couldn't resist beating the time, but I promise you I won't digress. Well, I'm a member of Congress. Well, I'm a member of Congress.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I just hope that when we all leave the show, we can make one half the contribution to the country and its welfare that she has. It's really, we're very proud of her, very proud indeed.
I think that's one of the finest arrangements Eddie Valentine's ever arranged.
Yeah. On the whole number, it said tacit.
Yes.
They handled it very well. Interesting thing about Annette King or Charlotte Reed is that she's sitting next to someone who wasn't even thought of when she was on the show. And I noticed my youngest son, Bob, dropped in here for the last show this morning. It's good to see him. You might put a microphone in front of his face here.
Reach him, Don.
Bob, as I say, you weren't here when this whole thing started, but I'm glad you're here when it's finished.
Well, thank you, Dad. I was thinking to myself that the first 8 years of the show, are a little blurred in my memory, but the last 27 have been awfully good.
Yeah. That's his age, yes. Bob's an investment counselor here in Chicago now, and the proud father of 2, a girl and a boy. How are they holding out these days?
Pretty well. Very well.
Good.
It's a question of how we're holding out, taking care of them.
Well, I know you're doing very, very well, and we're all attempting, if we have the flu bug, to keep it from everybody else. So they're not over at our place quite as often as we'd like, but as soon as all the bugs are gone, why, they'll be back, I hope.
Well, I'm sure they'll be back.
All right, that's Bob, and oldest son Tom might drop in, too, before this is over. Don can't, because he's in the east at Princeton. How about Bob singing a song?
Oh, how peaceful this gentle sound from heaven. Love thy neighbor, rings out the message clear. O'er the rooftops, the evening bells at 7, softly calling everyone to hear how our daily cares the Lord may banish when the bells caress the busy town tenderly. Our fears and tears all vanish as the perfect love of God smiles
There's lots more of the Don McNeill Show to come on the American Entertainment Radio Network, so don't go away. We'll be back.
Hello, this is Peggy Lee. Whether you're at home or on the go, radio puts the world at your fingertips. There's great music and entertainment, too. Pleasure is never more than a dial away. Enjoy the good companionship of radio wherever you go. It's one of the real pleasures of modern living.
WLS-FM in Chicago, 94.7.
Paul Harvey News and Comments. Brought to you by Bankers Life and Casualty Company of Chicago, offering the policies of the famous White Cross Plan. Now, Paul Harvey News.
Good morning, Americans. The news wrote itself this morning. I just sat there at the typewriter and furnished the fingers. Our spacemen are right now hurtling toward Earth almost 25,000 miles an hour, faster than man has ever moved before. It'll be a hot, fast, and scary re-entry, and the first time we've landed astronauts in darkness. But aboard the Yorktown, all is ready, including a cake the Navy baked for the homecoming, a 540-pound cake. But what'll you bet? The first thing those fellas are going to want is a soapy shower bath. So successful has this flight been that NASA is now talking about putting American footprints on the moon next April. Oh, that woman is back in the news. Madeline Murray O'Hare, who got prayers removed from public schools, now demands that our astronauts be prohibited from praying in outer space. Medical, Hong Kong flu remains epidemic and increasing. Flu-related deaths doubled last week. What's new? A furnace for your house, miniaturized. The iron octopus in your basement soon may be no more. Raytheon has developed a gas burner so efficient it may reduce a home furnace to the size of a 2-pound coffee can. Page 2. You've heard that hospital costs have soared to over $54 a day. Of course, you and I can't afford that risk. Because at the same time that $54 a day would be going out, the bills would be piling up at home.
we would have to mortgage the house, maybe go deeply into debt, erase the life savings. So, what we do is ask the big insurance company to stand by. We pay the insurance company a little every month just for protection against those astronomical costs of being sick or hurt, because the cost of hospitalization is likely to go to $100 a day very soon, according to the experts. But you say you'd rather save your money for a rainy day rather than let the insurance company save it. Well, how would you like to do both with the same dollars? How would you like to have a kind of hospitalization insurance that isn't going to cost you anything if you don't need it? That's right. You stay well and get all your money back. That's exactly what Bankers White Cross is offering now, a kind of money-back health insurance. We take your premiums, invest your money, make money with your money, so if you never get sick, never get hurt, never cost us anything, we're going to give you all your annualized premiums back in cash. Write to me today and I'll see that you get free a little book that explains this wonderful new kind of money-back health insurance. It's called the Gold Book, and a copy of it's free to anybody within the reach of my voice. My address is Paul Harvey, Box 7196, Chicago. In the spotlight, the Davis Cup. This symbol of world supremacy in tennis belongs to the United States for the first time in 5 years. This year, our boys crushed them. Oh, the elbow of Blackhawk Bobby Hull. Well, an elbow to the face is what re-broke a cheekbone. But it is wired together, and Bobby Hull will miss only 2 games. Coach George Allen fired? He's led the Los Angeles Rams to 3 very good seasons. But the sometimes moody owner of the Rams, Dan Reeves, says their personalities clashed. Actress Connie Stevens, the present Mrs. Eddie Fisher, is mother of a baby girl named Tricia. Tustin, California, where Walter Winchell Jr. put a pistol in his mouth and killed himself. He, 33, had been working as a dishwasher. The family was receiving welfare. He had tried suicide last Christmas. And you know by now Pamela Powers is dead. They found her body frozen to the ground on the edge of a rural cornfield, and Robert Anthony Williams is charged with murder. Oh, one thing more. At a truck stop near Bristol, England, a truck driver wanted to make a phone call, then another truck driver, then another. 3 of them waited, but the outdoor public phone booth was occupied by 2 young men talking interminably to their girlfriends. Impatiently, the truck drivers rapped on the phone booth window. The young men inside waved them away, kept on laughing and talking with their girlfriends. After half an hour of this, the truck drivers calmly fetched a length of tow rope from one of their trucks and wrapped it around the telephone booth, round and round and round, and then tied it securely and drove away. Paul Harvey. Good day.
Remember, for complete free information on the Guaranteed Future Plan for Children, write to Box 7196, Chicago. Paul Harvey was presented today by Bankers Life and Casualty Company and came to you from Chicago.
And here we go with more of the Don MacNeill Show on the American Entertainment Radio Network.
Some of the folks that are here today have some questions for us. Donnie Keeley of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Where are you, sir? Is a gentleman who has one. What is your question, Donnie?
I was wondering how many of the original cast are still on the show, and also the musicians.
Well, Eddie Valentine is the only one who was here at the very beginning with me. The rest joined as we went along. Don't let the lack of hair fool you. They're really not that old.
For a full 3 hours of Saturday night entertainment as we join all of the gang at the one and only National Barn Dance.
Circle 3 bird, hop out and throw, hop in 3, hand round and a gone again. Throw, hop out and circle 4, do, see, do, and a dizzy roll, and a big figure rootin' up a little tater roll.
Thank you, Jerry Golden, and a great big howdy, howdy, howdy to everybody, everywhere. Yes, it is the oldest, the longest continuously broadcast program of any kind anywhere in the world, the one and only National Barn Dance. Kids are all here raring and ready, so what say, kids? Gather round. Let's have a song.
Circle on a long swing, lead to the right and circle 4 bird, indicate and circle 3 bird, hop out and a crow, hop in 3, hand round and a go again.
Saturday night at the old barn dance, everybody is happy and gay. Pumpkins on the rafters, cider in the cake. Get the music going and we'll all shake a leg. Apple pie and candy, everything is dandy. Coffee's on the fire. Get your gallant swinger
one and only National Barn Dance, and we are having a wonderful time. Hello there, Dolph. We're going to get going here with a song which it's my job to sing, and then on with the National Barn Dance. Here, Rattler, here. By the way, you might be interested to know that this old song's been around 150 years or so, and you listen to this melody and think of the words to an old song called Pistol Packin' Mama, and I think you'll find the whole melody right here. Old Rattler was a good old dog, as blind as he could be. Every night at supper time, I believe that dog could see. Yeah, Rattler, yeah. Yeah, Rattler, yeah. Call old Rattler from the barn. Yeah, Rattler, yeah. Old Rattler treed the other night, I thought he'd treat a coon. When I come to find it out, he was barking at the moon. Yeah, Rattler, yeah. Yeah, Rattler, yeah. Call old Rattler from the barn. Yeah, Rattler, yeah. Now we had one old yellow hen, we set her, as you know. Set her on 3 buzzard eggs, and she had not one old crow. Yeah, Rattler, yeah. Yeah, Rattler, yeah. Call old Rattler from the barn. Yeah, Rattler, yeah. How about it, John? My granddad had a muley cow. She was muley when she was born. It took a jaybird 40 years to fly from horn to horn. Yeah, Rattler, yeah. Yeah, Rattler, yeah. Call old Rattler from the barn. Yeah, Rattler, yeah. I climbed the Blue Ridge Mountains. They're 47 miles around. Think I'll buy me a sage axe and cut the mountains down. Yeah, Rattler, yeah. Yeah, Rattler, yeah. Call old Rattler from the barn. Yeah, Rattler, yeah. Come on, Tiny. Dogs do. You'd better not act a dog yourself, or you'd be going there too. Yeah, Rattler, yeah. Yeah, Rattler, yeah. Call old Rattler from the barn. Yeah, Rattler, yeah. Yeah, Bob. Here, Rattler, here, we say, and then sing it, yeah. And on with National Barn Dance now. Front and center are the Midwesterners. Hi, kids.
Hi, Robert.
You going to take a little trip to the Cumberland Mountains, it says here.
I figure I'm going for the next 2 weeks.
Oh, fine. Let's hear it.
Away down yonder, how long to wander through the Cumberland Mountains in the land that I love. I'm always dreaming of the silver moon beaming through the Cumberland Mountains in the land that I love. Oh, the mockingbird is singing in the twilight, and the evening star is peeping o'er the hill. But tears keep burning, and a lonely heart yearning for the Cumberland Mountains in the land that I love. I can't forget one deep regret, it haunts me night and day. It's in my heart to stay, no matter how I stray. I left my home and went to roam, my paradise to find. But now I know I left it there behind. Away down yonder, how long to wander through the Cumberland Mountains in the land that I love. I'm always dreaming of the silver moon beaming through the Cumberland Mountains in the land that I love. Oh, the mockingbird is singing in the twilight, and the evening star is peeping o'er the hill.
kids, in the Cumberland Mountains, sung for us by the Midwesterners. Well, friends, from the very first broadcast of the National Barn Dance, something over 36 years ago, it has only had one queen. That queen was on that first broadcast, and, of course, grows sweeter as the years go by, and so do her songs. Here is that queen of the National Barn Dance, Grace Wilson.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, as always. Kind. Everywhere you go. Oh, everywhere you go. The sunshine follows you. And everywhere you go, the skies are always blue. The little children, they love you 'cause they seem to know that you bring the roses right out of the snow. And the whole world says hello, hello, baby, everywhere you go. Oh, everywhere you go. Say, honey, that sunshine's gonna follow you. Yeah. Everywhere you go. Why, the skies are always blue. The little children, they all love you 'cause they seem to know you bring the roses right out of the snow. And the whole world says hello, hello, honey, everywhere you go.
Well, that'll give you a small idea why she's been the queen all these years. That was Grace Wilson singing for us. Everywhere you go, the sunshine follows you. Well, it's time we had some good old zip guitar music now, steel guitar that is, played for us on our National Barn Dance by a boy from Paducah, Kentucky, Tiny Murphy, and he says he wants to do for us the steel guitar stomp. Well, thank you, Tiny. Thank you very much. Tiny Murphy playing for us steel guitar stomp, of course, on the steel guitar. Time now that you met the king of the National Barn Dance. Here's a boy who, oh boy, you gonna sing this, Dolph? Yeah. Dolph just stuck a song title up here that is the title of a tune that he rode to glory on here a few years back. Great big phonograph record, and did personal appearances all over the nation on the strength of that, and, of course, his appearances here on the National Barn Dance regularly. Dolph Hewitt is the boy I'm speaking of, and I'm going to get out of the way and let Dolph sing for you, I Wish I Knew.
I wish I knew how much you love me, such tangled threads of love you weave. You say you're mine, and then you grieve me. I wish I knew, dear, what to believe. If I could read your mind, my darling, what hope of love would I find there? I wish I knew how much you love me. I wish I knew, dear, how much you care. I wish I knew how much you want me. If I believe, will I regret? What will I mean to you tomorrow? Someone to love, dear, or to forget. If I could read your heart, my darling, would it be safe to anchor there? I wish I knew how much you love me. I wish I knew, dear, how much you care.
I Wish I Knew, sung for us by the king of the National Barn Dance, Dolph Hewitt. Thanks a lot, Dolph. I'd like you to meet my mean old wife. You all. How you doing tonight, McGee?
Just fine. Just
Good.
fine.
I see we got a small type duet to do here.
Yes, we do.
Well, you sing the bridges.
All right, I'll do that.
And I'll just join in on the open and closes here or something.
I had him waxing floors today. First time, so he's tired now.
Yeah, all beat up and everything. Oh, look at the girls all applauding here. Well, let's make it the last time, too. In my adobe hacienda. In my adobe hacienda, there's a touch of Mexico. Cactus lovelier than orchids, blooming in the patio.
Soft desert stars and the strum of guitars make every evening seem so sweet.
In my adobe hacienda, life and love are more complete. In my adobe hacienda, nestled in the western hills, In my Adobe Hacienda, harmony is everywhere. Well, stage robbers.
Yeah, it is.
Stage riders front and center. Here we've got three real handsome boys here in the old hayloft who really let go every once in a while. And I see, oh, this is not true, fellas. Is this the song Wondering What's Over the Hill, or are you just saying that you're over the hill?
Well, that could be taken two ways.
Well, we're going to take it that you're going to sing Wondering What's Over the Hill.
That's right.
All right, boys, let's hear it.
Wandering down the road of life, wondering what's over the hill. Don't know what I'm searching for. Don't guess that I ever will. Just seem to know someday I'll find someone to care who will be mine. Wandering down the road of life, I'll find what's over the hill. Just seem to know someday I'll find someone to care who will be mine. Wandering down the road of life, I'll find what's over the hill. I'll find what's over the
Thank you very much. The Stage Riders singing for us Over the Hill. If I'm not mistaken, that's one of Bob Nolan's tunes, isn't it? Boy Willing? Well, that's getting awful close. Riders of the Purple Sage instead of the Sons of the Pioneers. Well, we have a young fella here in the old hayloft who is Mr. Music in Chicago, and long about now I think he's going to team up with a fellow who has the same last name. They call each other cousins. I don't know how if there is any relationship at all, but Johnny Frigo and his fiddle are the Mr. Music I spoke of, and the cousin is Lino Frigo with the accordion, and they're going to do some real high-powered harmony here now with an old favorite called Bye Bye Blues.
Blues. Those boys. Do you write those things out?
I think we did.
You did?
The little choruses in between where we were speaking.
Oh, well, I was wondering how you could do such fast stuff and still play that harmony.
No, that was written out.
Well, that was good. That was Johnny Frigo on the fiddle, and, of course, Lino Frigo with the accordion, playing some real high-powered, fast harmony, tune called Bye Bye Blues. We're going to take 5 minutes out. Here is Jerry Golden.
You're in tune with 890 on the dial. This is WLS in Chicago.
8, 9, 10, you're out!
Gee, listen to the boys. Cheer up, cheer up. Listen for the big news Monday on the new WLS Radio, 890 in Chicago. Cheer up, cheer up.
It's 8:25. Good evening. This is Jerry Golden reporting 5 minutes of the latest news as compiled in the WLS newsroom. Chicago police are intensifying their search tonight for 18-year-old Jerry Nemke, the prime suspect in the vicious assault and beating of a 16-year-old waitress. The girl, Marilyn Ray Duncan of 5537 North Luna Avenue, is in critical condition tonight at Resurrection Hospital following surgery for severe blows about the head. A pair of sunglasses identified as Nemke's were found near the unconscious girl this morning on a railroad right-of-way on the northwest side. 10 teams of detectives were assigned to the search for Nemke. The ceremonies dedicating the new University of Chicago Law School continue tonight. This afternoon, Chief Justice Earl Warren met with the students and faculty on the Midway campus. This evening, his British counterpart, Viscount Kilmuir, Lord High Chancellor of Great Britain, will speak. And on another part of Chicago's campus, things are festive, but not so formal. It's the annual Beaux Arts Ball. Movie stars Edward Everett Horton and Colleen Moore will choose the best costumes. A threatened strike by Continental Airlines flight engineers has been averted at the last minute. An injunction issued by a federal judge in Los Angeles prevented the walkout of 39 engineers at Chicago's Midway and O'Hare airports and at other fields where the airline operates. The engineers are protesting a company plan which would force them to take pilot training. A Milwaukee man made good his threat to break into a jewelry store today because he wanted to go to jail. 22-year-old James Nearbass called police and informed them of his intention. After smashing the window of a jewelry store and taking a cigarette lighter, he went to a restaurant and again called police to ask them to arrest him. Nearbass said he wanted to be jailed because he had suffered misfortunes, including the death of his childhood sweetheart. He was charged with criminal damage to property. The search for 2 lacrosse youths apparently drowned in the Mississippi River Wednesday will go into its 4th day tomorrow. Yesterday, searchers recovered a boot worn by one of the boys about a quarter of a mile north of the boathouse from which the 2 disappeared. The youths are Paris Engler and William Krutz, both 17. The boys' boat, a 10-foot skiff, and the leather jacket of William Krutz were found earlier about 2 miles downstream from the houseboat. A move to consolidate all the lower courts into a single circuit court system will be put before the Illinois Central Assembly. The governing board of Illinois State and Chicago Bar Association announced approval for such an amendment to the state constitution. Gerald Snyder, president of the Illinois Bar Association, says selection of judges would be changed under the amendment to a new procedure. A list of names would be submitted to the voters, and the incumbents would run on their records. Well, in baseball today, rain in Chicago flooded out the White Sox game with Detroit and washed the Yankees into undisputed first place in the junior circuit. The Yanks easily subdued the Baltimore Orioles by a lopsided score of 16-0. The Pale Hose and Detroit, now a half game behind New York, reopen their baseball feud at Comiskey Park tomorrow in a doubleheader. Incidentally, classy second baseman Nellie Fox will be presented with the American League's Most Valuable Player Award for last year during the intermission. The Cubs are trying to even matters with the Cardinals at St. Louis under the lights tonight. The score after 4 1/2 innings is Chicago 4, St. Louis 2. In other action today, Pittsburgh locked horns with Cincinnati in a free-swinging affair, and when the dust had cleared, the Pirates had won their 8th straight by a score of 12-10. Boston edged Washington 2-1. Cleveland topped Kansas City 2-1. The Giants and Dodgers game gets underway later in the evening, and Milwaukee and Philadelphia were rained out in Beer Town. Here's Chicago's weather, clearing and colder with frost or freezing temperatures, except close to the lake tonight, with a low of around 30 degrees, but lower in some of the suburbs. Sunday, fair and cool with a high of around 50 degrees. Sunday night, fair and not so cool with a low in the mid-30s. And for Monday, fair and warmer. Officially in Chicago, 44 degrees, humidity 71%, winds out of the northwest at 18 miles per hour. That's 5 minutes of the latest news as compiled in the WLS newsroom. Your reporter, Jerry Golden. Next newscast, world and national news from the ABC Radio Network at 9:55. You're in tune with 890 on the dial. This is WLS in Chicago.
Yeah, Winston tastes good, like a cigarette should. That's because up front, ahead of its pure white filter, Winston has exclusive filter blend. Light, clear-flavored tobaccos, specially selected and specially processed for filter smoking. It's the best. Best tasting, best selling filter cigarette. That's Winston, man.
You know, I like the nice way Bob Etcher and his very special gal friend sing the tried and true country and western songs, don't you? So what say we join them now?
Oh, they run to the briars and they run to the brambles and they run to the bushes where the rabbits couldn't go. They run so fast that the hounds couldn't catch them, down the Mississippi to the Gulf of Mexico. Old Hickory said we could take them by surprise if we didn't fire a musket till we looked them in the eyes. Held our fire till we see their faces well, then we opened up our squirrel guns and really gave them well. We fired our guns and the British kept us coming. There wasn't nigh as many as there was a while ago. Fired once more and they began to running down the Mississippi to the Gulf of Mexico. We fired our cannon till the barrel melted down, and we grabbed an alligator and we fought another round. Filled his head with cannonballs and powdered his behind, and when we touched the powder off, the gator lost his mind. Fired our guns and the British kept us coming. There wasn't nigh as many as there was a while ago. Fired once more and they began to running down the Mississippi to the Gulf of Mexico. Oh, they run to the briars and they run to the brambles and they run to the bushes where the rabbits couldn't go. They run so fast that the hounds couldn't catch them, down the Mississippi to the Gulf of Mexico.
2, 3, 4, sound off. 3, 4, up. 2, 3, 4,
Well, there was a tune that got to be a great big hit in all fields of music, sung by a bunch of hillybillies. The Battle of New Orleans. Maggie, I'll tell you what I'll do. Make a little deal with you. I'll pull this microphone down to your size if you'll sing us a song. Will you do that?
Yes.
Well, first let me tell the folks that the next 15-minute portion of our Hayloft Fun is brought to you by the Decon Division of Sterling Drug Company. And now my mean old wife is going to sing for us Green Grow the Lilac.
Green grow the lilac, all sparkling with dew. Green grow the lilac when winter is through. Each time I see lilac, my heart breaks in two, 'cause springtime is here, and it's here without you. As sure as the bluebirds that fly up above, springtime is sad without someone to love. Yes, springtime is sad, and it troubles my mind. In a world full of men, not one boy is mine. Green grow the lilac, all sparkling with dew. Green grow the lilac when winter is through. Each time I see lilac, my heart breaks in two, 'cause springtime is here, and it's here without you. They say that it's best to forget what we've had, than it is to remember and always feel sad, but still I keep wondering each now and then if ever I'll hold you and kiss you again. Green over lilac, so sparkling with you. Green over lilac, when winter is through. Each time I see lilac, my heart breaks in two. 'Cause springtime is here, and it's here
Thank you very much, Maggie. Green Grow the Lilacs, sung for us by Maggie Atcher, a far better half of the Atcher family to our house. Friends, when you have a rat problem, then you know that a rat bait is only effective when the rats actually eat it. And if you've wasted your time and money on baits that rats won't eat, listen to this. In demonstrations at county fairs all over the country, millions of people actually watched rats eagerly eat Decon, the world's best rat killer. Yes, rats just can't resist Decon's exclusive LX321 formula. Eat Decon hungrily, yet never suspect it's bait, and that each bite puts another nail in their coffins. Decon, used as directed, is safe to use around small children, pets, poultry, and livestock. Yet it's guaranteed to keep your property rat and mouse free forever. Remember, a rat bait is only effective when rats eat it, and millions of people have seen for themselves how rats hungrily eat Decon, the rat killer that outsells all others put together. So insist on Decon, spelled D-C-O-N, Decon. You can get it at Kokomo Electric Hatchery at Kokomo, Indiana, at Kurth's Food Mart in Wilmington, Illinois, and at Ace Hardware, 8940 South Chicago Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. On with our National Barn Dance now, and at the microphone is Lino Frigo with his accordion, and probably, I see he is. I was going to say that Dave Chauso would horn in on this one because these boys have played this one together many, many times. Here it is, Dave Chauso and Lino Frigo with El Compañero. El Compañero, Dave Chausto, moved away from the big hayloft orchestra, brought his fiddle over and played along with Lino Frigo. And I thought Harry Hawthorne was going to beat right through the head of those bongos. Did he break it? Oh, my. Well, that was good. We haven't heard yet from the curly-headed cowboy from California, Cy Burton. Cy, I see that you're going to put the Hayloft Orchestra through their paces here.
Bob, we got the best orchestra this side of the San Fernando Valley.
Yeah. Attaboy.
Let me tell you.
Got a good one, I'll tell you, and everybody enjoys this tune. It's the title song from the big, big play, Oklahoma.
Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plain, and the waving wheat can sure smell sweet when the wind comes right behind the rain. Oh, Oklahoma, every night my honey lamb and I sit alone and talk and watch a hawk making lazy circles in the sky. We know we belong to the land, and the land we belong to is grand. And when we say, yi-yi-yi-yay, we're only saying you're doing fine, Oklahoma, Oklahoma, okay.
Singing for us, Oklahoma. Thank you very much, Cy. Farmers know that a rat killer is only effective when the rats actually eat it. And that's why more and more farmers have turned to Decon, the rat killer that rats can't resist. Here's what Alan D. Meyer, who owns 280-acre farm near Fargo, North Dakota, says about Decon, and I quote, "I fought rats with lye, poison hamburger, cats, just about everything, but nothing worked. Then I tried Decon, and I'm not sorry. It sure killed the rats on my farm. Decon's the first rat killer that's worked for me." Unquote. Yes, farmers know that a rat killer is only effective when the rats actually eat it, and rats can't resist eating Decon's exclusive LX321 formula, yet they never suspect it's bait. Decon used as directed is safe to use around small children, pets, poultry, and livestock. Yet it's guaranteed to keep your property rat and mouse free forever. So always insist on Decon. D-C-O-N. Decon, the world's best rat killer. You can get Decon at Walton Department Store, Fairbury, Illinois, at Stone's Hardware and Auto Supply in Lockport, Illinois, and at Jensen or Jensen. I hate to mispronounce anyone's last name, but it's spelled G-E-N-S-O-N, Jensen Hardware at Kankakee, Illinois.
Rats and mice will disappear, for it's Decon that they fear. They'll be gone, passed away. Call for Decon today.
Oh, what a choir we've got here. I've always enjoyed that, boys. Thanks very much. Well, Lee Morgan. Lee, I see, what do we got here? Somebody humming a starting note for you?
I don't know what it is.
We, over in the corner of the old hayloft here, we've got a tone that's been going for some little while. It stopped. Seems like the storm's over or something. What I was about to say is that Lee Morgan is about to team up with Davy Pitts here. And, you know, this is something I never thought of. The title of this song, Lonely as an Island, I never thought how lonely an island would get to be.
Well, let's
out there all by
kind
itself?
of find out, shall we?
All right.
I'm lonely as an island in the middle of the sea. I'm sadder than a weeping willow tree. I keep crying like a baby when its mother's gone away. And that's the way I'll always be till you're back to stay. I can't sleep at night, can't eat a bite, since we quarreled the other night. I'm lonely as an island in the middle of the sea, and that's the way I'll be till you come back to me. I can't sleep at night, can't eat a bite, since we quarreled the other night. I'm lonely as an island in the middle of the sea, and that's the way I'll be till you come back to me. Lonely, lonely, lonely.
Well, I'll tell you, that's pretty lonely.
Fellow by the name of Tommy Zhang. I think he had something to do with writing that song. Zhang went the strings of my
Zhang
heart.
went the strings. Zhang went the strings of my heart. That was Lonely as an Island, sung for us by Lee Morgan and Davy Pitts. Friends, the past 15 minutes of the National Barn Dance has been brought to you by the Decon Division of Sterling Drug Company. Coming to the microphone now, this little girl, I think I have probably made more speeches about than anybody else in this big National Barn Dance family, but for very good reason. She has been a phenomenon in the whole show world for some time, and I've mentioned that her picture has appeared on the front cover of more sheet music than any other person in our United States. And we've always been very, very proud of the fact that Grace Wilson has been a part of our National Barn Dance family. And one of the great reasons for it is the fact that no matter what the situation may be, Grace always has a great big grin and a good word for everybody. And right now, she's going to hand out a little advice to you and to me. Grace Wilson has a song called A Smile Will Go a Long, Long Way.
You know, Bob, smiling faces always find a welcome. Now that's why everyone should learn to smile. Just remember, after all, our troubles may be small. Here's a little thought that's worth your while. When you're blue and you're kinda lonesome too, you're gonna find a smile will go a long, long way. When you're down, don't sit around and frown. You'll find a smile will go a long, long way. Never grieve, just try to make believe the skies are blue, although you know they're kind of gray. And honey, don't you pine, it's just a waste of time. You'll find a smile will go a long, long way. Yeah, that little smile when you're blue and you're kinda lonesome too. You're gonna find a little smile will go a long, long way. Yeah. And when you're down, don't sit around and frown. You'll find a smile will go a long, long way. Say, never grieve, just try to make believe. The skies are blue, although you know they're gray. And honey, don't you pine, it's just a waste of time. You'll find a smile will go a long, long way. That little smile.
A smile will go a long, long way. Sung for us by Grace Wilson, and you're absolutely right, Grace. A smile will go a long, long way. Say, how are you feeling tonight? Tired? Worn out? Ready to drop in your tracks? Well, there's certainly no need for that. If you're tired because of iron deficiency anemia, and a great many people are, you can feel better in just 6 days. How? SSS. Yes, yes, yes. Exciting new Formula 3S Tonic's your answer. New Formula 3S Tonic is the same 3S Tonic that's helped millions of people, but with a new combination of iron and vitamins to build back blood power fast. 3S Tonic goes to work in your iron-starved blood in 24 hours. You feel better in just 6 days, or you get your money back. Now, about tonight, start taking new Formula 3S Tonic. Then, in just 6 more nights, you should feel better. And if you're just getting over a winter cold or the flu, take 3S Tonic to help build up your rundown condition. Yes, yes, yes. SSS. Get new Formula SSS Tonic today. Liquid or tablets. Well, here's that boy from Ozark, Missouri, put on the big bass fiddle and picked up the little fiddle. And he's going to town on a tune called Apple Blossom. Here is Toby Dixon. Take 5 minutes out now while you catch up on the very latest network news. We'll be back at 9 o'clock sharp with more National Barn Dance.
You're in tune with 890 on the dial. This is WLS in Chicago.
This is your man on the street for the new WLS radio. Pardon me. Keep going, one more change and a right to go, then a turn for Birdie in the cage of the bird will scream bird, hop out of the full hop in three, and round and go again. Go hop out of the circle for the old big toe, and a catching toe, and a big figure with a little tater go, one more change and a fly around my pretty little pink, fly around my daisy, fly around my pretty little pink, you almost drive me crazy.
Cheeks as red as a red, red rose, eyes as a diamond brown, I'm gonna marry that pretty little gal before the sun goes down.
Fly around my pretty little pink, fly around my daisy, fly around my pretty little pink, you almost drive me crazy.
Every time I go that road, it looks so dark and cloudy. Every time I see that gal, I always tell her howdy.
Fly around my pretty little pink, fly around my daisy, fly around my pretty little pink, you almost drive me crazy.
I reckon you think my pretty little miss that I can't live without you, but I'll let you know before I go that I care very little about you.
Fly around my pretty little pink, fly around my daisy, fly around my pretty little pink, you almost drive me crazy.
I'll put the knapsack on my back, the rifle on my shoulder, I'll march away to Mexico, and there I'll be a
soldiers. Fly around my pretty little pink, fly around my daisy, fly around my pretty little pink, you almost drive me crazy. Coffee grows on the white oak trees, river flows with brandy, rocks in the hills all covered with gold, and the girls all sweeter than candy. Fly around my pretty little pink, fly around my daisy, fly around my pretty little pink, you almost drive me crazy. Fly around, my pretty little pink, you almost drive me crazy. Well, we're off and running for another big hour of National Barn Dance, friends, and this is the portion of our program that for some time now has been dedicated to the individual stars of the National Barn Dance. And for one of the brightest, listen to this theme.
Remember the times we've had, dear. Remember our love so true. Remember the kisses, sweet dear.
Here's a little girl, friends, who has broken every record ever set in the world of show business. Grace Wilson. Imagine one show for 36 years and a little over. Aside from that, record after record after record. This is her own special visit with you now, so listen. She'll talk and sing to you.
Try and remember too.
Thank you, Bob. Everybody's so nice. Thanks again, Bob Atcher. I tell you what, he is an inspiration to me, and he said something a little while ago about making many speeches about me. Well, I know that none of you have ever resented anything he said because you write me and tell me that. You say, I like the things that Bob Atcher says about you, and that makes me happy. So now, a tune I like to sing because this is the last day of April, so it's got to be April showers and rain, huh?
When April showers, they come your way, they bring the flowers that bloom in May. So if it's raining, have no regret, because it isn't rain, you know, it's raining by or less. And when you see clouds upon the hill, you soon will see crowds of daffodils. So keep on looking for that bluebird and listening for his song whenever April showers come along. Oh, rain, let us cuddle while the rain pitter-patters on the pane, and we're alone. A chance to while away a dreamy afternoon, a bright and dreamy afternoon. No one can see us. Rain, it's so cozy in the rain, there's no reason to complain if she's with you. To hold her hand, and then it's 10-to-1 you'll kiss her in the rain. Rain, rain, when April showers come your way, they bring the flowers that bloom in May. and listening for his song. Whenever April showers come
Thank you, boys and girls. And that's the last chance for April showers until next year this time, we hope. I'll be singing it somewhere, I'm sure. And right now, a tune that I'm doing because of many requests, please believe that. It's a tune that they've loved through the years, Irving Berlin's Beautiful Always.
Went wrong, and the whole day long I'd feel so blue. For the longest while I'd forget to smile. Then I met you. Now that my blue days are now that I've found you at last, oh, I'll be loving you always, with a love that's true always. When the things you've planned need that helping hand, I will understand always, always. Days may not be fair always. That's when I'll be there always. Not for just an hour, and not for just a day, not for just a year, but always. Not be fair always. That's when I'll be there always. Not for just an hour, and not for just a day, not for just a year, but always.
Yes, sir. I venture to say that's a tune that will never die. It'll be popular many years after I'm gone, I'm sure. I want to mention, too, that I mean that song, every word of it, for these good friends who have never failed me throughout these many years. I'll be loving you always. And now to close my little part of the show tonight, I want to sing a hymn that I love very, very much, and I know you do, too. It's titled, He Keeps Me Singing. And he certainly does.
Within my heart a melody, Jesus whispers sweet and low, fear not, I am with thee in all of life's ebb and flow. Jesus, 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 sweetest name I know, fills my every longing, keeps me singing as I go. All my life was wrecked by sin and strife. Discord filled my heart with pain. Jesus swept across the broken strings, stirred the slumbering chords again. Jesus, 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 sweetest name I know, fills my every longing, keeps me singing as I go. Amen. The times we've had, dear. Remember our love so true. Remember the kisses we shared.
Friends, you've been listening to one of the all-time greats, Grace Wilson, singing for us on her own special little portion, a visit all of her own with you, the listeners to the National Barn Dance. A special there for Grace Wilson. You know how to tell what a person is really like? Just watch him drive. Most anyone can apply the whitewash to give all appearances of being a lady or a gentleman. But when the chips are down, when just one driver cuts in front of him and robs him of his so-called right-of-way, then you'll see the sparks fly in his true nature. In many cases, the nature of a self-centered boob. Remember this, your driving reflects you. If you want to be considered by your friends and family as a responsible person, then act like one behind the wheel, as well as elsewhere. Safe driving is a moral responsibility. When you drive, you're responsible, not only for your own safety, but also the safety of others you carry with you or meet on the road. Just as you hope they'll watch out for you, so you must watch for them. Be a good guy and a safe one. Be a responsible driver.
Join in the fun, get your blues on the run with Lee Morgan and the Midwesterner.
Here are 5 very honest kids from the Midwest who call themselves the Midwesterners, and a special visit all their own. With you now, the spokesmistress for the group, Lee Morgan. All yours, Lee.
Thank you, Robert. We had some good news today, and we'd kind of like to let everybody in on it. We just heard from JJ Records that our single has come out on the Clapping Polka, one of our barn dance favorites, and we kind of like to have everybody buy one, so in case someday when we're not around here, they can still clap along with us anyway. Okay, should we go right at it, fellas? The Clapping Polka.
1, 2.
When they play the Clapping Polka, oh, it's fun to clap along. Dance the Clapping Polka, hey, it's such a happy song. Swing your partner round and then you swing your partner round again and clap, 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 clap along. Polka, polka, polka dances, Clapping Polka. Round and round and round you dances, Clapping Polka. Ready now, let's join in with them. Clap your hands, clap with the rhythm of the Clapping Polka song.
when they play the clapping polka. Oh, it's fun to clap along. Dance the clapping polka, hey, it's such a happy song. Swing your partner around and then you swing your partner around again and clap, 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 clap along. Polka, 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 dancing, clapping polka. Round and round and round you dancing, clapping polka. Ready now, let's join in with them. Clap your hands, clap with the rhythm of the clapping polka song.
Well, thanks a lot for all the help. All the boys in the orchestra kind of helped us out there. And now, Dave, if you don't mind, I wouldn't mind if you'd sing I Don't Mind.
Days are long since you have gone and left me feeling blue. I don't mind, 'cause I'm still in love with you. Nights go by, I sit and cry. There's nothing left to do. I don't mind, 'cause I'm still in love with you. I stare out the window, I sit and watch the door. I toss on my pillow and get up and walk the floor. And if you should find you've changed your mind and want to start anew, I won't mind, 'cause I'm still in love with you. I stare out the window, I sit and watch the door. I toss on my pillow and get up and walk the floor. And if you should find you've changed your mind and want to start anew, I won't mind, 'cause I'm still in love with you.
We'd kind of like to move along. Eddie, if you'd like to come up here and sing a song with me, I'd sure enjoy it.
Oh, I would too, Lee.
When my blue moon turns to gold again.
Memories that linger in my heart, memories that make my heart grow cold. But someday we'll live them all again, and my blue moon again will turn to gold. When my blue moon turns to gold again, when the rainbow turns the clouds away, when my blue moon turns to gold again, you'll be back within my arms to say, to thrill me so. Your kisses were meant for only me. In my dreams they'll live again, sweetheart. But my golden moon is just a memory. When my blue moon turns to gold again, when the rainbow turns the clouds away, when my
blue moon turns to gold again, you'll be back within my arms to stay.
Nice song, and I'll tell you, we had gold, and now we're going to have a little bit of silver. I think just about one chorus of it'll just do it, Eddie.
All
How
right.
about singing for us?
Great.
Silver stars, purple sage, eyes of blue, prairie skies, tender stars are so true. Out where Mother Nature's really given all the things that make a heap of living. Silver skies, purple sage, eyes of blue. Got my horse, got my dog, and got you. Do I really love it here? Oh, yes, indeed I do. Silver stars, purple sage, eyes of blue.
Later on with more music and song by Lee Morgan and the Midwesterners.
Yes, we will, friends. See Lee Morgan and the Midwesterners more later on. Right now, we're going to take 5 minutes out, have a cup of coffee, and you catch up on the latest news with Jerry Golden.
You're in tune with 890 on the dial. This is WLS in Chicago.
This is your man on the street for the new WLS radio. Pardon me, sir. Could you identify this sound?
Sure. That's a jet airplane.
No, I'm sorry. That sound is the new WLS Cheer Up sound. Listen for the big news. Dial 890 in Chicago Monday for the big news. Cheer up.
Still think it's a jet plane.
It's 9:25. Good evening. This is Jerry Golden reporting 5 minutes of the latest news as compiled in the WLS newsroom. Chicago police are intensifying their search tonight for 18-year-old Jerry Nemke, the prime suspect in the vicious assault and beating of a 16-year-old waitress. The girl, Marilyn Ray Duncan of 5537 North Luna Avenue, is in critical condition tonight at Resurrection Hospital following surgery for severe blows about the head. A pair of sunglasses identified as Nemke's were found near the unconscious girl this morning on a railroad right-of-way on the northwest side. 10 teams of detectives were assigned to the search for Nemke. The ceremonies dedicating the new University of Chicago Law School continue tonight. This afternoon, Chief Justice Earl Warren met with the students and faculty on the Midway campus. This evening, his British counterpart, Viscount Kilmuir, Lord High Chancellor of Great Britain, will speak. And on another part of Chicago's campus, things are festive, but not so formal. It's the annual Beaux Arts Ball. Movie stars Edward Everett Horton and Colleen Moore will choose the best costumes. A threatened strike by Continental Airlines flight engineers has been averted at the last minute. An injunction issued by a federal judge in Los Angeles prevented the walkout of 39 engineers at Chicago's Midway and O'Hare airports and at other fields where the airline operates. The engineers are protesting a company plan which would force them to take pilot training. A Milwaukee man made good his threat to break into a jewelry store today because he wanted to go to jail. 22-year-old James Nearbass called police and informed them of his intention. After smashing the window of a jewelry store and taking a cigarette lighter, he went to a restaurant and again called police to ask them to arrest him. Nearbass said he wanted to be jailed because he had suffered misfortunes, including the death of his childhood sweetheart. He was charged with criminal damage to property. The search for 2 lacrosse youths apparently drowned in the Mississippi River Wednesday will go into its 4th day tomorrow. Yesterday, searchers recovered a boot worn by one of the boys about a quarter of a mile north of the boathouse from which the 2 disappeared. The youths are Paris Engler and William Krutz, both 17. The boys' boat, a 10-foot skiff, and the leather jacket of William Krutz were found earlier about 2 miles downstream from the houseboat. A move to consolidate all the lower courts into a single circuit court system will be put before the Illinois Central Assembly. The governing board of Illinois State and Chicago Bar Association announced approval for such an amendment to the state constitution. Gerald Snyder, president of the Illinois Bar Association, says selection of judges would be changed under the amendment to a new procedure. A list of names would be submitted to the voters, and the incumbents would run on their records. Well, in baseball today, rain in Chicago flooded out the White Sox game with Detroit and washed the Yankees into undisputed first place in the junior circuit. The Yanks easily subdued the Baltimore Orioles by a lopsided score of 16-0. The Pale Hose and Detroit, now a half game behind New York, reopen their baseball feud at Comiskey Park tomorrow in a doubleheader. Incidentally, classy second baseman Nellie Fox will be presented with the American League's Most Valuable Player Award for last year during the intermission. The Cubs are trying to even matters with the Cardinals at St. Louis under the lights tonight. The score after 4 1/2 innings is Chicago 4, St. Louis 2. In other action today, Pittsburgh locked horns with Cincinnati in a free-swinging affair, and when the dust had cleared, the Pirates had won their 8th straight by a score of 12-10. Boston edged Washington 2-1. Cleveland topped Kansas City 2-1. The Giants and Dodgers game gets underway later in the evening, and Milwaukee and Philadelphia were rained out in Beertown. Here's Chicago's weather, clearing and colder with frost or freezing temperatures, except close to the lake tonight, with a low of around 30 degrees, but lower in some of the suburbs. Sunday, fair and cool with a high of around 50 degrees. Sunday night, fair and not so cool with a low in the mid-30s. And for Monday, fair and warmer. Officially in Chicago, 44 degrees, humidity 71%, winds out of the northwest at 18 miles per hour. That's 5 minutes of the latest news as compiled in the WLS newsroom. Your reporter, Jerry Golden. Next newscast, world and national news from the ABC Radio Network at 9:55. You're in tune with 890 on the dial. This is WLS in Chicago.
Yeah, Winston tastes good, like a cigarette should. That's because up front, ahead of its pure white filter, Winston has exclusive filter blend. Light, clear-flavored tobaccos, specially selected and specially processed for filter smoking. It's the best. Best-tasting, best-selling filter cigarette. That's Winston, man.
9:30. You know, I like the nice way Bob Atcher and his very special gal friends sing the tried and true country and western songs, don't you? So what say we join them now?
Got a little song to sing for you, like to get in a little word or two. Bald-headed man and his mean old wife, hand in hand on the way through life. Sing a little song and move on, move on and move on. Sing a little song and move on, and I hope you like the show.
I won't run away yet, honey. You just haul off and do the talking.
All right.
If you laugh, though, I'll step in here and start talking myself.
All right.
Right?
Yes.
I'd
All right. May I start? May I start off with a real old song? I suppose you'd call it a folk song, but it goes back to Elizabethan days.
Yes,
and
this is an old English
Old English
folk ballad that
yes,
goes
ballad.
back to, as you say,
Thank
Elizabethan
you.
days. Mm-hmm.
Greensleeves. Alas, my love, you do me wrong to cast me off discourteously, for I have loved you oh so long, delighting in thy company. Was my delight. Green sleeves was my heart of gold, and who but my lover, green sleeves. I have been ready at your hand to grant whatever you would crave
and goodwill for to have. Green sleeves was my delight. Green sleeves was all my joy. Green sleeves was my heart of gold, and who but my lover? Green sleeves. Thank you all. And now, Bob, your turn. I think this is really one of my very favorite songs that you do. It's kind of a sacred song, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's actually it's an old cowboy hymn, and it has recitation also that goes along with it. And these days, more than ever, I think it's up to date.
Yes, I think so too.
In fact, in the recitation, there have been a few small changes that do actually bring it up to date. Honey, you know, I heard a while ago that for the last 30 years, there's been a group of ladies who have gotten together each Saturday night and listened to the National Barn Dance. And they're together tonight again, as usual, at the home of Ethel Smith.
Wow.
And these 10 ladies have been just good old buddies.
Good.
And I sort of hope they enjoy this song as much as I do. This is a song, friends, which maybe will give you a little idea what happens to a person when he spends his life in open country. I've mentioned this before on the National Barn Dance, but I'd like to mention it again. That we who live in big cities, completely and altogether surrounded by things that are made by the hand of man, are in a pretty good position to forget. But the man who lives out in the open country, everything around him made by the hand of God, has very little opportunity to forget. And these are some of the thoughts that he has.
Oh, the place where lives, built by the hand of the Lord.
Yes, the place where I worship is the wide open spaces, built by the hand of the Lord. And He has given it to you and to me for all the world to see. There are no doors, no iron curtains, and all men are free. There in the air, like a joyous prayer, you can hear Him say, "This is your country. This is your home. Keep its splendor and guard its glory." It's a song of freedom, ringing from the valley to the hilltop. It never, never stops. And all the birds on the wing are like a choir. You can hear them sing, "You're free to worship here." All races, all creeds are one before God. And as you rest beside a silver stream, there pours into your soul a feeling of peace and of quiet. And you give thanks to Him for making the eyes of your heart see the heritage He has given to you and to me. Yes, the place where I worship is the wide open spaces, built by the hand of the Lord.
That was nice. Say, how many biscuits can you eat?
Oh, buttered hot with a glass of sweet?
Yeah.
49 and a ham of meat.
Good.
This morning, this evening, right now.
Can we do that right now?
How many biscuits can you eat this morning? How many biscuits can you eat this evening? How many biscuits can you eat? Buttered hot with a glass of sweet this morning, this evening.
end this up now with our little song?
Well, all right.
Okay.
You're raring and ready, aren't you?
Yeah, that was
Here
fun.
Here we go. Had a little song to sing for you. Had to get in a little word or two.
Bald-headed man
and his mean old wife, hand in hand on the way through life. Sing a little song and move on. Move on and move on. Sing a little song and move on. And hope you like the show. Sing a little song and move on and hope you like the show. That bald-headed man part.
But you're pretty.
I know it. Yes, I'm lovely. Oh, my. Well, we who don't have too much hair often get kidded about it, but I don't worry about it because Dad always said an empty barn didn't need a cover. Say, does it seem to you that you're climbing uphill all day long, never getting anywhere? All tired out and run down? Well, maybe this is your answer. SSS. Yes, yes, yes. If your tiredness is due to iron deficiency anemia, you can feel better with exciting new formula 3S Tonic. It's the same iron-rich 3S Tonic that's helped millions of people build up their blood power, now with vitamins added. 3S Tonic goes to work in 24 hours. You feel better in just 6 days. Get some new formula 3S Tonic. Take it according to directions. And if you don't feel better in 6 days, you get your money back. That's right. That's how sure the SSS folks are that new formula 3S Tonic with iron and vitamins can build up your blood power and make you feel better fast. And if you're just getting over a bad cold or the flu, take 3S Tonic to help build back body strength fast. Yes, yes, yes. Get new formula vitamin-enriched SSS Tonic today. Liquid or tablets. Another special visit now on our National Barn Dance. This is a portion of our big old show that's devoted to the folks who come to our country in the last 2 or 3 generations from another land. The polka, as you know, is the folk music of many other countries. Uncle Duke Platt, the foremost authority in the whole Midwest on the polka, is leading his famous band, the Clats and Jammers, with some of the most popular of the polkas. Here's one that's sure in tune with the times. Uncle Lou Clatt, the Clats and Jammers, and the Springtime Polka.
Well, Uncle Lou Klatt, the Klatts and Jammers, and the Springtime Polka. We're going to have a polka now that features Emilio Silvestri. This one, of course, due to the fact that Emilio plays about 19 different instruments, but he's going to specialize on the clarinet on this one, and I don't think I need to tell you which polka that's to be. His clarinet and the clarinet polka, along with Lou Klatt and the Klatts and Jammers. Now we've got the Lehigh Valley Polka.
Here we go. 1, 2.
Polka, played for us by Lou Klatt and the Klatts and Jammers. This wild bunch of Indians, I don't see how in the world they managed to stay together long enough to keep their minds on a tune long enough to play it all the way through, but they sure do, don't they? Well, here they are again, and this time in answer to a very special request, the Tinker Polka. going to take 5 minutes out now while you catch up on the very latest news with Jerry Golden.
You're in tune with 890 on the dial. This is WLS in Chicago.
8, 9, 10, you're out!
Gee, listen to the boys. Cheer up. Cheer up. Listen for the big news Monday on the new WLS Radio. 890 in Chicago. Cheer up. Cheer up.
We now join the ABC Radio Network.
Time for Weekend News from ABC Radio, live at 55. Brought to you by America's best-selling, best-tasting filter cigarette, Winston. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. Charles Woods reporting from the ABC Radio Newsroom in New York. The House Space Committee has scheduled hearings next month on possible U.S. development of airliners that would travel at the rate of 2,000 miles an hour. In calling the hearings, Chairman Overton Brooks of Louisiana said that France, England, and Russia reportedly already are working on such planes. Jets, the fastest passenger planes, now travel at about 600 miles an hour. Turkish government officials are making arrangements to distribute food during a 24-hour-long curfew that starts at 4 o'clock this morning. The curfew was called as NATO foreign ministers were arriving in Istanbul for a pre-summit meeting on Monday. About 100 students, demonstrating against the government of Premier Menderes, staged a protest in front of the hotel where Secretary of State Herter and British Foreign Secretary Lloyd are staying. But infantry troops broke up the demonstration. Some 3,000 students were arrested earlier today. Leading personalities in West Europe protested the execution of Carol Chessman today as his lawyers were making a last-minute appeal to save the convict author from the gas chamber on Monday. Stars in the French sports and show business world signed a petition, and the Dean of Law at the University of Florence sent California Governor Edmund Brown a cable. Meanwhile, his attorneys petitioned the California State Supreme Court for a stay of execution, a petition that won't be heard until 2 hours before Chessman is scheduled to die. I have more news in just a moment.
Talk about best-selling records. Here's a familiar tune about America's best-selling filter cigarette, Winston. Winston gives you real flavor, full, rich tobacco flavor. And you know, that's because only Winston has filter blend up front. Choice, flavorful tobaccos, specially selected and specially processed for filter smoking. No wonder Winston tastes good, like a cigarette should. Smoke Winston.
Back to the news. Salvage crews have recovered the bodies of 2 jet bomber crewmen from the Great Salt Lake. Victims were members of the civilian crew of a supersonic jet that crashed in the lake 8 days ago. A third crewman parachuted to safety. Chief of Naval Operations Admiral Arleigh Burke says he thinks that the chances of an all-out nuclear war are extremely remote. Burke made that statement today at a news conference in Chester, Pennsylvania. A Havana newspaper says it has received unconfirmed reports that Captain Manuel Beaton, leader of the anti-Castro revolt, has been captured. The report said that Beaton and 6 of his men were seized in the Sierra Maestra Mountains. Meantime, thousands of Cuban peasants and field workers are gathering in Havana tonight for a huge May Day rally expected to bring new anti-American attacks tomorrow. Other large May Day rallies are planned for Tokyo, Berlin, and Moscow. Now our alternate sponsor. When excess stomach acid brings on heartburn pain, remember, in a way no other antacid does, Chews and Chews alone stops acid pain in the heartburn zone. You see, Chews is the chewing gum antacid. Now, other antacids quickly go right into your stomach, but chewing Chews releases a steady flow of medicine, effectively soothes your heartburn zone, and goes on to neutralize excess acid in your stomach. So remember, it's Chews and Chews alone for acid pain in the heartburn zone. Weekend News has been brought to you by Winston. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. Charles Woods reporting.
This is the ABC Radio Network.
You're in tune with 890 on the dial. This is WLS in Chicago. A look at Chicago's weather forecast tonight, clearing and colder with frost or freezing temperatures except close to the lake. Low of around 30 degrees, but lower in some of the suburbs. Sunday, fair and cool with a high of around 50 degrees. Sunday night, fair and not so cool with a low in the mid-30s. For Monday, fair and warmer. The official temperature in Chicago, 44 degrees. The time at the tone, 10 o'clock. Now, Bob Etcher, let's get on with our special visiting time on the one and only WLS National Barn Dance. So if that Hewitt boy and his pals, the Sage Riders, are ready and willing, put 'em on, my friend.
When you hear me call, that means we'd like to say hello.
Here you are, Jerry Golden, the king of the National Barn Dance, Dolph Hewitt, along with his buddies, the Sage Riders, for a special visit all their own. All yours, Dolph.
Well, thank you, Bob Atcher, and I'll tell you, I feel a little bit like walking up the gangplank to a ship and got up to the end of it and there's no ship there. I don't quite know where to go here. Somebody said we're going to have a vacation here, but nobody has told me just quite how long. You know. Well, I think I'll do like Maggie said to Bob. She said this before the barn dance. Said, "Now, Bob, get in there and pitch and let your hair down." And what did we start out with, fellers? You got anything particular you'd like to hear?
Don't let the stars get in your eye.
Stars get in your eye. You like that one? You've seen that written down there, didn't you?
Don't let the stars get in your eyes, don't let the moon break your heart. Love blooms at night, in daylight it dies. Don't let the stars get in your eyes, oh keep your heart for me, for someday I'll return. You know you're the only one I'll ever love. Too many nights, too many stars, too many moons could change your mind. If I'm gone too long, don't forget where you belong. When the stars come out, remember you are mine. Don't let the stars get in your eyes, don't let the moon break your heart. Love looms at night, in daylight it dies. Don't let the stars get in your eyes, oh keep your heart for me, for someday I'll return. You know you're the only one I'll ever love. You're the only one I'll ever love.
Don't let the stars get in your eyes. Well, by golly, fellas have to watch me like a hawk on that one, don't you? When I find a good note, I hang on to it a while. It don't matter much about the bars or, or the meter of the thing. That meant very little to me when I learned to play and sing way back in them hills of Pennsylvania. The bars were something that you put up to keep the cow in.
That's right.
You know, we just had our elections around here, and a fellow come over to see Toby. Toby says, "I wouldn't vote for you if you were St. Peter himself." And the candidate said, "Well, if I were St. Peter, you couldn't vote for me because I wouldn't be in your jurisdiction." And one thing sure, Toby, them politicians will never get in your hair, will they?
That's for sure. I haven't got any.
Yeah. Neither have I. I'm getting
you got a little bit.
Well, a little bit. Kind of a circle there, you know. Let's see. Here's a trio that the Sons of Pioneers did, and did way better than we do, so I don't know why we should do this, do you? But anyhow, it's a tune that we enjoy an awful lot. Hope you folks enjoy it out there, too. It's called I Still Do.
You and I still do
still there. Well, I'll tell you, we've got a fellow here on the accordion that we'll never worry about a job because he can take in washings. He plays the accordion, he's got a stomach that looks just like a washboard. Lino, let's hear you splash around in the Alamo, huh?
Wind up the one and only WLS National Barn Dance. Bob Atcher, take it away.
An old cowpoke went riding out one cold and windy day. Upon the ridge he rested as he went along his way. When all at once a mighty herd of red-eyed cows he saw plowing through the ragged sky. And up a cloudy draw. Yippee-yi-yi, yippee-yi-oh. Ghost herd in the sky. Their brands were still on fire and their hooves were made of steel. Their horns were black and shiny, and their hot breath he could feel. A bolt of fear went through him as they thundered through the sky, for he saw the riders coming hard, and he heard their mournful cry. Yippee-yi-yi. Riders in the sky. Their faces gaunt, their eyes are blurred, and shirts all soaked with sweat. They're riding hard to catch that herd, but they ain't caught him yet, 'cause they've got to ride forever on that range up in the sky, on horses snorting fire. As they ride on, hear their cry. Yippee-yi-yi. Riders in the sky. As the riders loped on by him, he heard one call his name. If you want to save your soul from hell, riding on our range, then cowboy, change your ways today, or with us you will ride, trying to catch the devil's herd across these endless skies. Yippee-yi-yi. Ghost riders in the sky. Ghost riders in the sky.
Riders in the Sky, with help from all the kids. Oh, me, I get a little out of breath when I sing that. Wonderful to hear all those voices, though, blended together in harmony, shouting those yippee-yi-yays right back at me. Coming to the microphone now, our queen, Grace Wilson, and she has a song that oh, wonderful. Had a change of program here. I don't mind a bit. Here is the little girl who for years was known on the National Barn Dance as the Bringin' Home the Bacon Girl for very special reason. This song has always been a part of Grace Wilson, and she's going to show you why right now. Bring home some bacon, Gracie.
Sir Bob, you know, it was the first one I ever sang on that old barn dance, you know. You take a look at me, you take a look at me. I'm another self-made man, yeah. Oh, I made a lot of dough now. I want to go back home. Yes, mammy. Oh, man, I've had my lesson when it comes to running wild. Hereafter, I'm confessing that I'm a mama's angel child. 'Cause I'm bringing home that bacon to my mammy. She's way down in Macon, oh, man. She waited for me patiently. Yes, indeedy. Oh, you asked me why I'm shaking. I'm excited 'cause I'm a-taking that 5:15 back where I wanna be. Oh, say I've been up and down, I've been down and up, but now I got success. So the thing to do, even you is smart enough to guess. They're gonna bring home that bacon, gonna give instead of taking, making bacon, breaking happiness. Yes, indeed. Way down upon the Swanee River, far, far away. Oh, honey, there's where my heart am turning ever, and that's where the old folks stay. I've been a rolling stone now and then, oh, but I must confess, when she wrote to me, boy, come on home, honey, you bet I answered yes. So, mommy, I'm bringing home that bacon. I'm gonna give instead of taking, making bacon, raking happiness. Yeah, let's do this.
Oh, that was wonderful, Grace.
I was telling Johnny Frigo in rehearsal this evening, I said, I think I ought to sing that old bacon song. You know what? I sang it on the very first barn dance, and I'll be singing it on the very last one.
Uh-huh.
And he said that'll make nice bookends.
Yeah.
Long bookends.
Oh, thank goodness for the sense of humor that runs loose in this old gang. Right now it's time for Cy Burton to come to the microphone. Hi, Cy.
Say, Bob, you know, Johnny Frigo, about 30 minutes ago, sat down and he knocked out an arrangement on this that I think it's very good. It just goes to show the versatility of our people.
Well, we'll sure listen to it, Cy, and you sing it. Just as I love her. Just say I love her, I should say.
Just say I love her. I've loved her from the start. And tell her how I'm yearning to say what's in my heart. Just say I need her as roses need the rain, and tell her that without her my dreams are all in
If you should chance to meet her, anytime, any place, anywhere, say I was a fool to leave her. Tell her how much a fool can care, and if she tells you she's lonely now and then, won't you just say I love her and want her back again?
Tell her I love her, just say I love her, sung for us by Cy Burton, the curly-headed cowboy from California. Friends, do you enjoy your work? Well, now, I'm not going to tell you that working all day has to be fun, but it can be easier, a lot easier, especially if you're one of those folks who's always worn out, don't know how you're going to get your work done. If you're tired all the time, you may be suffering from iron deficiency anemia. And if so, here's your answer. SSS. Yes, 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 that's right. Exciting new formula 3S tonic. It's the same 3S tonic that's helped millions, but with a new energy-giving combination of iron and vitamins to build your blood power. It tastes better, too. New formula 3S tonic gets to work in 24 hours. And in just 6 days, you'll feel better. The SSS folks are so sure they guarantee you'll feel better in 6 days or you get your money back. And if you're feeling weak and run down after a bad cold or the flu, take 3S tonic to help build your body strength back fast. Get SSS today, liquid or tablets. Well, we have a little girl here in the hayloft who wants to sing a song for you now. But before you sing, Lee, there's something that I wanted to say to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Organ. Happy birthday to you.
And many, many more of them, Lee Morgan.
It'll be kind of hard to sing with a lump in my throat.
Well, I'll tell you, maybe we can get the lump to join the union and everything will be all right.
Can I say a little bit of something about this number I'm going to sing?
Yes, you do that.
Well, you know, this has always been my dream to be on the National Barn Dance ever since I was a kid. And this number that Patsy Montana sang in the days back then, you know, was I Want to Be a Cowboy Sweetheart. And I kind of like to do it right now for you.
Wonderful.
I want to be a cowboy sweetheart, want to learn to rope and to ride, want to ride over the plains and the desert, out west of the Great Divide. I want to hear the coyotes whining when the sun sinks in the west. I want to be a cowboy sweetheart.
55. I want to hear the coyotes whining when the sun sets in the west. I want to be a cowboy's sweetheart, that's the life that I love the best. Oh,
Well, thank you very much, Lee, and we're all tickled to death that you listened to Patsy Montana back when you were a tiny little girl and came to be with us here on the National Barn Dance. At this point, friends, I know many of you who are tuned in tonight probably are tuned in for the first time in some time because of the fact that you've been reading the papers. And aside from a few comments that have been made and some of these things that you've seen in the papers, it is true. This is our last National Barn Dance in this big, long series. The show, as you know, was up until tonight, and it will still hold the record for quite a while before any other show could catch up to it, was the oldest, the longest continuously broadcast program of any kind anywhere in the world. There's a reason for that. It wasn't the oldest show for any reason other than the fact that so many people throughout the nation love to listen to it. It's you people who have been tuning in Saturday night after Saturday night for some 36 years who have made this a great show and have kept it on the air for so long. You know, you've heard it before, I'm sure, that a thing is not good because it's old. It's old because it's good. Throughout the years, this show has been personally in front of millions and millions of people. And those millions have said so many times the way they have felt about this particular kind of music. Now, for the same reason that the show has been around for so many years, it will continue. Not necessarily as the National Barn Dance, not here at WLS, but these bright stars that have grown to such high, high glory here on this big old show are not going to lose their glimmer. They're going to go right on. Grace Wilson, Dolph Hewitt, Lee Morgan, even Maggie, who's brand new here in our old hayloft. All of the boys and girls who have made up this big show for the past 36 years are still going somewhere, all that are not with us here tonight. Those stars don't dim. So long as any human soul is living who remembers the National Barn Dance, this show will live. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised to find that in a few weeks, possibly, you will hear a show made up possibly of some of the boys and girls who are right here tonight. We kind of hope that you'll watch the program listings in your newspapers, because eventually you're going to see it pop up. Either the names of the boys and girls who are here or the name of the show itself. Now, there's something that I would like to say on behalf of WLS and the new management. If you were a publisher of books, you would have a particular kind of book that you were accustomed to putting out. And if your business had grown to the point where you needed more space, more presses, and what have you, you'd search around the world till you found one. And at that point, you would publish the same kind of book that you had always published. The kind that you knew how to merchandise, how to handle. You knew they were good books, so you're going to continue to publish that kind of book. And due to the fact that you bought a new press, new to you, those presses are going to put out a different kind of book from the kind they have always
put out for you. That is your right and your privilege, just as it is the right of the new management of WLS to program the kind of music and the kind of entertainment that they know is good, they know how to handle. We, as boys and girls here in the old hayloft, will eventually find our little niche. And when we do, we hope somehow or other you find us. Because through the years, there has never been a more loyal audience than the listeners to the National Barn Dance. I'd like to ask the kids to just sort of walk up to the microphone here one by one now, and I want the Queen to wait till last, because when she gets here, we want a song. Come on, kids. Here's Tiny Murphy right across the way. Would you like to say so long for a bit?
Sure will, Bob. So long, everybody. Thanks very much for listening.
Oh, here's the King, Dolph Hewitt.
Bob, it's been a pleasure, and thank you, each and every one of you.
Here's little Maggie.
You've been wonderful to us, and hope we see you soon.
Toby Nix.
Thanks a lot, everyone. Thanks very much.
Lino Frigo.
Thanks, everyone.
And here comes Johnny Frigo. He couldn't be very far behind.
Thanks for being such a wonderful, faithful audience.
Harry Hawthorne. Don't take too long getting up, boys and girls.
It's an honor to be on the show, Bob.
Well, thank you, Harry. Leon Dusty Sands.
It's been my pleasure and my ambition to be on the show, and I'm very happy that I was here right up to the end.
And here's Davy Pitts.
I'd like to say it's been very wonderful being with you and playing for the folks, Pop. And thank you, all.
Little Percival got in there. Cy Burton.
Bob, I sure hope by working with the best, a little bit of that has rubbed off on me. Might say that your baby's a year old now, and hope just that much wiser. I'm going to miss you all, and going to miss being on here.
Well, we'll miss you, Cy, and we'll also miss the folks. Eddie Vanna.
It's been a privilege being with all of you.
And here's Lee Morgan, the birthday gal tonight. What a birthday present, huh, Lee?
Yes, it is. May God be with all of you until we meet again.
Mm-hmm. Now, let's see. Who have I missed? Well, we asked the Queen to wait until the last because Grace is going to start our closing now. And this is a little special because even though it is our last program with you as National Barn Dance, we're going to close it the same way we have been. Grace, you go to your church and I'll go to mine, but let's walk along together.
You're right, Bob.
We will.
You go to your church and I'll go to mine, but let's walk along together. Our Father has built them side by side, so let's walk along together. The road is rough and the way is long, but we'll help each other over. You go to your church, I'll go to mine, but let's walk along together.
The chimes of time ring out.
890 on the dial. This is WLS in Chicago. 44 degrees in Chicago. The time 10:55 as we join the ABC radio network.
Now, hymns from home. Leave thy dreams for joyful waking.
O captive, rise and sing, for thou art free. The Christ is here, all dreams of error breaking, unloosing bonds of all captivity. To the tune of the famous London Derriere, Lillian Chukagian and our choir sing, O Dreamer, Leave Thy Dreams, as found in the Christian Science hymnal. I hope you listeners who requested that hymn enjoyed it as much as I did. Beautifully done, Lillian and choir. Our next hymn is in the form of an invitation, which we hope you'll accept, for it bids you, come, Christians, join to sing Alleluia, Amen. Loud praise to Christ our King. Alleluia, Amen. A child is born and comes into this world knowing nothing of its languages, its hopes, its fears, of its grudges brought down from ancient times long past. And growing, he learns. From us, his elders, he learns much that is good. Yet often that which is to twist his mind and set him against his fellow man. How shallow are we, how poor and how blind, that we plant within our children the ancient hates, the old taboos brought down in ignorance from that darkness of centuries. The hates that men have had for others not of their own faith. The hates men have had for those whose skins were not colored as their own. How weak and unthinking we are to give these hates new life in every generation, to sow their seed and bring down upon us the pestilence of war and misery. If we will, we can make this world a place in which men can live and breathe freely, to live without the fears that come from hatred. Ours is the chance to do unto others as we would have them do unto us, to live in brotherhood, to abide in peace with our neighbors, to have all this by learning tolerance and understanding, by being kind to one another, by so instructing our children that their world will be happier than the kind of world we hope soon to leave behind us. The National Conference of Christians and Jews is helping to point the way to that happier kind of world. If, with them, we can achieve national brotherhood, world brotherhood will not be far away.
I will meet you in the morning, just inside the eastern gate. Then be ready, faithful pilgrim. Let's thrill you in peace through anthem of the free.
And here's an old friend, folks, one we're always happy to have back on our broadcast. If you haven't guessed what I'm talking about, it's the hymn On the Jericho Road. There's only Earl Wilkie and our choir singing.
As you travel along, on the Jericho Road,
along the road,
does the world seem all wrong, and heavy your load, just bring it to Christ, your sins all confess, on the Jericho Road, along the road, your heart he will bless. On the Jericho Road, there's room for us two.
There's room for just two.
No more and no less.
No more and no less.
Just Jesus and you.
Just Jesus and you.
Each burden he'll bear. Each sorrow he'll share.
Each sorrow he'll share.
There's never a care.
Never a care.
For Jesus is there.
For Jesus is there. You want me with you till we meet again.
How happy is he, born or taught, that serveth not another's will, whose armor is his honest thought, and simple truth his utmost skill.
With his sheep securely for you, God be with you till we meet again.
You have been listening to Hymns from Home, a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Raymond Massey, Fay Bainter, and Otto Kruger in Abe Lincoln in Illinois. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. When I was a boy, there were thousands of people alive who had known Abraham Lincoln, had watched his inauguration, heard him speak at Gettysburg, and looked on as a train draped in mourning
took him back to his beloved Illinois. But tonight he lives for all of us again, portrayed by a gifted star, Raymond Massey in Robert E. Sherwood's great play, Abe Lincoln in Illinois, a Pulitzer Prize drama on Broadway and a distinguished motion picture. Mr. Massey starred in both productions and brings the stage play to Los Angeles this week, which gave us just the opportunity we'd been waiting for to get the original star in a radio adaptation of the Sherwood play. As Mary Todd, we present another favorite of Broadway and Hollywood, Miss Fay Bainter, in her first appearance here this season. And as Ninian Edwards, a friend of Lincoln, we have Otto Kruger. Abe Lincoln in Illinois is an American saga, the story of a young man with the courage, humor, and great heart that makes America American. It's the drama of Lincoln before he became a national hero, a man so simple, friendly, and unaffected that the politicians couldn't understand him at all. It's not easy to picture Illinois when Lincoln was a young man. Much of it was backwoods. Politics was strictly a man's affair because women couldn't vote. And the district forum was the general store where you could buy anything from sunbonnets to sassafras tea. Unfortunately for the ladies, you could not buy Lux toilet soap. But the march of civilization brings the progress of beauty. And today, the woman who values her appearance can find Lux soap everywhere. Luxurious, but not a luxury. It's with very special pride now that we raise the curtain on Act One of Abe Lincoln in Illinois, starring Raymond Massey as Lincoln, Fay Bainter as Mary Todd, Otto Kruger as Ninian Edwards, and Calvin Thomas from the stage cast as Josh Speed. In the early 1830s, a lonely cabin stands on the prairie near New Salem, Illinois. Across its bare logs, the wind blows steadily, creeping through the chinks in the rough wall, fluttering the oil lamp swinging overhead. Sitting at a table piled high with books and papers is Mentor Graham, a sharp but patient schoolteacher. And across from him in the shadows, his pupil, a beardless, gaunt young backwoodsman in ragged clothes.
Now for the moods. Every one of us has many moods. You yourself have more than your share of them, Abe. They express the various aspects of your character. And so it is with the English language. And name me the 5 moods, Abe.
Indicative, imperative, potential, subjunctive, and infinitive.
And what do they signify?
Well, the indicative mood's the easy one. That just indicates a thing like he loves or he is loved. The imperative mood is used for commanding, like get out and don't come back.
Is that the best example you can think of?
Well, you can put it in the Bible way, go thou in peace, but it's still imperative.
Here, Abe. This is a speech delivered by Mr. Daniel Webster before the United States Senate. Find me a good example of the imperative mood.
Oh, let's see. While the Union lasts, we have... Let their last feeble glance rather behold the glorious ensign of the Republic.
That's right.
Liberty first and Union afterwards. Liberty and Union, now and forever, one and inseparable. He must have had them up on their feet cheering at that, all right.
Oh, some cheered and some spat, depending on which section they came from.
What was he talking about?
It was in the debate over the right of any state to secede from the Union. And he proved that without Union, we'd have precious little liberty. Now, go on with the potential mood.
That signifies possibility, usually of an unpleasant nature. Like if I ever get out of debt, I'll probably get right back in again.
Why did you select that example?
It just happens to be the thought that's always heaviest on my mind.
Is the store in trouble again?
Yes. Barry's drunk all the whiskey we ought to have sold, and we're going to have to shut up any day now. I guess I'm my father's son, all right. Give me a good, steady job, and I'll fail at it.
You haven't been a failure here, Abe. There isn't a man-jack in this community that isn't fond of you and anxious to help you get ahead.
I know, just like you, Mentor, sitting up late nights to give me learning just out of the goodness of your heart. Now, Josh Speed and Judge Bowling Green, some of the others I owe money to, want to get me the job of postmaster, thinking that maybe I can handle that since there's only one mail comes in a week. Well, I got friends, all right, but they can't change my luck. It'll always be the same story with me. More friends and more debts.
Well, Abe, just bear in mind that there are always 2 professions open to people who fail at everything else. There's school teaching and there's politics.
And I'll choose school teaching. You go into politics and you may get elected.
Yes, there's always that possibility.
If you get elected, you gotta go to the city. I don't want none of that.
Oh, what's your objection to cities, Abe? Have you ever seen one?
Sure. I've been downriver twice to New Orleans. You know, every minute of the time I was there, I was scared.
Scared of what, Abe?
Oh, it sounds kind of foolish. I was scared of people.
Oh, did you imagine that they'd rob you of all your gold and jewels?
No. I was scared they'd kill me.
Why? Why should they want to kill you?
I don't know.
Oh, you're a hopeless mess of inconsistency, Abe Lincoln.
What do you mean, Mandor?
I've never seen anyone who's so friendly and at the same time so misanthropic.
What's that?
A misanthrope is one who distrusts men and avoids their society.
Oh, well, maybe that's how I am. Oh, I like people well enough when you consider them one by one, but they seem to look different when they're put into crowds or mobs or armies.
Abe, there's one more thing I want to show you tonight. It's a poem on death written at the age of 19 by John Keats. You read it, Abe.
Can death be sleep when life is but a dream, and scenes of bliss pass as a phantom by? The transient pleasures as a vision seem, and yet we think the greatest pains to die. How strange it is that man on earth should roam and lead a life of woe, but not forsake his rugged path, nor dare he view alone his future doom, which is but to awake. That sure is good, Mandor. It's fine.
Abe Lincoln.
Morning, Josh.
Well, it's come. Letter just arrived from Washington. You're the new postmaster, Abe.
The new postmaster. Well, that's nice, Josh. Do you think I'll be able to carry all the responsibility?
Foot race, Abe?
Don't try. Got to take a letter over to Rutley's Tavern first.
Well, hurry up, Abe. We'll be waiting for you.
Morning, Miss Ann.
Oh, Abe. I'm glad you came, Abe.
Got a letter here.
A letter for me?
Miss Ann Rutley, Rutley's Tavern. That's you, Miss Ann.
Thank you, Abe.
What's all that?
Abe, it's that ruffian Jack Armstrong. I'm afraid there's going to be a fight in there.
Fight? Who and why?
Well, the governor's son is here.
Abe, come in here, will you?
Coming, Judge Green.
Come on. Stand up. Stand up, Mr. Edwards. Careful, Mr. Edwards.
I'm afraid there's nothing else I can do.
Come on, come on.
Oh, Jack. Hello, boys. Ain't you fellas drunk yet?
Abe, there's going to be a fight.
What about?
This is the son of Governor Edwards, Abe. Come from Springfield looking for a little fight, and I'm aiming to oblige.
Put a stop to it, Abe. It'll be next door to
You
murder.
set your trap, Judge Green. Murder's too good for any goose-livered enemy of Andy Jackson. Come on, boys, get it.
Wait a minute, boy, Jack. You forgot what day it is?
No, I ain't. But I reckon the 4th is as good a day as any to whip a politician.
Well, if you just got to fight, Jack, you shouldn't give preference to strangers. Being postmaster of this thriving town, I rate as a politician, so you better try a fall with me.
Now, look here, Abe. You're stepping into something that ain't none of your business. This is a private matter, a patriotic army.
Everything in this town's my business, Jack. It's the only kind of business I got. Besides, I seen Hannah down by the grove, and she says to tell you to come on to a picnic, and that means now. You better hurry, Jack, or you'll get a beating from Hannah.
All right. Abe Lincoln saved your hide, Mr. Edwards. I'll consent to calling off the fight just because he's a friend of mine.
Because I'm the only one around here you can't lick.
Oh.
Go on, Jack. Hannah's waiting.
All right, but it ain't because I'm afraid now.
Well, congratulations, Ninian. I shouldn't have enjoyed taking you home to Mrs. Edwards after those boys had done with you.
Well, I was aware of the certain consequences, Josh. I'm deeply in your debt, Mr. Lincoln.
Oh, never mind any thanks, Mr. Edwards. Jack Armstrong talks big, but he means well.
Won't you join us in a drink?
No, thank you.
Abe, sit down. We want to talk to you.
Me? What about bowling?
Abe, we brought Mr. Edwards here for the sole purpose of meeting you, and with his permission, I shall tell you why.
Go right ahead, Josh.
Abe, how would you like to run for the State Assembly?
When?
Now, for the election in the fall.
Why?
Mr. Lincoln, I've known you for only a few minutes, but that's long enough to make me agree with Josh Speed that you're precisely the type of man we want.
The whole Whig organization will support your candidacy.
This was all your idea, Josh?
Oh, no, Abe. You're the people's choice. What do you think, Abe?
Well, it's a comical notion, all right. Don't know as I can give an answer to it offhand, but my first hasty impression is I don't think much of it.
Abe, what's the one thing you want most? You want to learn. Well, this will give you a chance to get at a good library, to associate with the finest lawyers in the state.
Oh, I got a copy of Blackstone already. Found it in an old junk barrel. How do I know that the finest lawyers would welcome association with me?
You needn't worry about that. I saw how you dealt with those ruffians. You quite obviously know how to handle men.
Oh, I can handle Armstrong and his boys because he can out-wrestle them, but he can't go around Sangamon County throwing all the voters.
We'll take a chance on that, Abe. Now, think it over, Mr. Lincoln. This is an opportunity unlimited in scope. We're becoming a continent, Mr. Lincoln, and all that we need is men. And now, gentlemen, if you'll excuse me, I've got to be moving on. Goodbye, Mr. Lincoln. This meeting has been a happy one for me.
Goodbye, Mr. Edwards.
I tell you, Abe, think it over carefully. This is your chance, Abe.
Well, think about it, Josh, but I can tell you now I don't like it.
Well, goodbye, Abe.
Miss Ann,
Yes? What is it, Abe?
I just thought you might like to talk to me, Miss Ann.
What about?
That letter you got from New York State.
What do you know about that letter?
Well, I'm the postmaster. Guess I know more than ought to about people's private affairs. I couldn't help seeing that was the handwriting of Mr. MacNeill, and I can't help seeing from the look on your face that the bad news you've been afraid of has come.
Whatever the letter said, it's no concern of yours, Abe.
I know that, Ann. But it appears to me that you've been crying, and it makes me sad to think that something could have hurt you.
You're a Christian gentleman, Abe Lincoln.
No, I ain't. I'm a plain, common sucker with a shirt tail so short I can't set on it.
Well, sit down anyway, Abe. Here, by me. You're right about that letter, Abe. It's the first I've heard from him in months. And now he says he's delayed by family troubles and doesn't know when he'll be able to get to New Salem again. By which he probably means never.
I wouldn't say that, Ann.
I would. I reckon you think I'm a silly fool for ever having promised myself to Mr. MacNeill.
I think no such thing. I liked him myself and still do. He's a smart man and a handsome one, and I wouldn't blame any girl for loving him.
I guess I don't love him, Abe. I guess I couldn't love anybody that was as faithless as that.
Well, then there's nothing to fret about.
I don't believe you know much about females, Abe.
Well, maybe I don't. I certainly spend enough time thinking about them.
Well, you're a big man, and you can lick anybody, and you can't understand the feelings of somebody who is weak. But I'm a female, and I can't help thinking what they'll be saying about me. All the old gossips all over town. They'll make it out that he deserted me. I'm a rejected woman. They'll give me their sympathy to my face, but they'll snigger at me behind my back.
Yes, that's just about what they would do. But would you let them disturb you?
I told you. It's just weakness. It's just vanity. It's something you couldn't understand, Abe.
Maybe I can understand it, Ann. I got a kind of vanity myself. It's nothing but vanity that's kept me from declaring my inclination toward you.
Abe!
See, I don't like to be sniggered at either. I know what I am. I know what I look like. I know I got nothing to offer any girl I'd be in love with.
Are you saying that you're in love with me, Abe?
Yes, I am saying that. I've been loving you for a long time with all my heart. You see, Ann, you're a particularly fine girl. You got sense and you got bravery. Those are two things I admire particularly. And you're powerful good to look at, too, so it's only natural I should have a great regard for you. But I don't mean to worry you about it, Ann. Only mention it because if you do me the honor of keeping company with me for a while, it might shut the old gossips' mouths. They'd figure you'd chuck MacNeill for someone else, even me.
I thought I knew you pretty well, Abe, but I didn't.
Why do you say that, Ann? Do you consider I was too forward in speaking out as I did?
No, Abe. I've always thought a lot of you, the way I thought you were. The idea of love between you and me. Well, I can't say how I'd feel about that because now you're like some other person that I'm meeting for the first time. But I can tell you this much, now and truthfully. If I ever do love you, I'll be happy about it. And lucky to be loving a good, decent man.
I've always tried hard to believe what the orators tell us, that this is a land of equal opportunity for all. But I've never been able to credit it any more than I could agree that God made all men in his own image. But if I could win you, Anne, I'd be willing to disbelieve everything I've ever seen with my own eyes and have faith in everything wonderful that I'd ever read in poetry books. But I'm not asking you to say anything now, Anne. And I won't ask you until the day comes when I know I've got a right to.
Abe, where are you going?
I'm going to find Bowling Green and tell him a good joke.
A joke? What about?
I'm going to tell him that I'm a candidate for the Assembly of the State of Illinois.
Well, there it is, Abe. You're elected.
State Assembly. Well, I guess I'll have to do my best. But my best ain't none too good. I've been here in the Assembly for over a year now without accomplishing a blessed thing. Sometimes I think...
Abe.
Yes?
There's a man here from New Salem. Says he's got news about a friend of yours.
Who?
A Miss Ann Rutledge. What about her? She's sick, Abe. She's sick, pretty near to dying.
That must be Abe now. He said he'd come right over from the Rutledges.
Well, let him in, Bowling.
Why, hello, Abe. Nancy, I, and Josh here have been sitting up waiting for you. Come in out of the wet.
Hello, Abe. Hello, Josh. Glad to see you. Nancy.
Yes, Abe?
She's dead.
Ann?
Yes, tonight the fever suddenly got worse. They couldn't seem to do anything for her.
Oh, Abe, I'm so sorry.
Sit down, Abe, and rest yourself.
No, I'm not fit company for anybody. I'd better be going.
No, you don't, Abe. You stay right here.
You better do what Josh tells you. This is your home, Abe. This is where you're loved.
Yes, that's right. And I love you, Bowling and Nancy. But I loved her more than anything else I've ever known.
I know you did, Abe. I know it.
I used to think it was best to be alone. I was always most contented when I was alone. I had a queer notion that if you get too close to people, you could see the truth about them. That behind the surface, they're all insane, and they could see the same in you. And then, when I saw her, I knew there could be beauty and purity in people, like the purity you sometimes see in the sky at night. And I took hold of her hand and held it. All fear, all doubt went out of me. I believed in God, and I've been glad to work for her until I die, to get for her everything out of life that she wanted. If she thought I could do it, then I could. That was my belief. And then I had to stand there, as helpless as a twig in a whirlpool. I had to stand there and watch her die. And her father and mother were there, too, praying to God for her soul. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. That's what they kept on saying. I couldn't pray with them. I'm making a pretty poor exhibition of myself, and I'm sorry. But I can't stand it. I can't live with myself any longer. I got to die and be with her again, or I'll go crazy. I can't bear to think of her out there alone.
Abe, wait. I want you to go upstairs and see if you can't get some sleep. Please, Abe. As a special favor to Nancy and me.
All right, Bull.
Here's a light for you, dear Abe.
Thank you, Nancy. Good night.
Poor lonely soul. Poor lonely soul.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Raymond Massey, Fay Bainter, and Otto Kruger, will bring you Act Two of Abe Lincoln in Illinois. For the next few moments, let's look in on a little home over on Vine Street, where a couple of very young ladies are talking over their first formal party.
Oh, Julie, aren't evening parties simply super? I mean, aren't they wonderful? Oh, gosh, I hope we go to millions more. These long dresses make you feel practically 18, don't they? Oh, Julie, you know what Joe Billings said? First he said I looked okay, and then he said, I mean you look swell. Doesn't Joe make you think of Tyrone Power, kind of? And isn't it divine? You and I both danced every dance. Oh, gosh, Mother will be upstairs soon. We better be getting ready for bed. Let's make a dive for the bathroom. Here's a brand new cake of Lux soap for you. Why, Julie Davis, you mean you're not going to bother about your complexion? Well, it's a good thing Mother can't hear you. She'd practically die. Why, she thinks it's just reckless of a girl not to take good care of her skin, no matter how young she is. So I always use Lux soap like she does. You've got to admit, Julie, my mother has a complexion that's simply super.
Betty is only 15, but already she knows a real beauty secret. Betty has a wise mother, a mother who gives her own complexion regular active lather care and sees to it that her young daughter does, too. She knows that even the youngest complexion needs the protection that Lux toilet soap gives, because its active lather does a thorough job, gently carries away every trace of dust and dirt. And there are millions of mothers like Betty's mother. That's one reason why Lux toilet soap is so very popular the country over. It's a fact that it's as fine a soap as money can buy. Lux toilet soap is really pure, and it's laboratory tested for mildness. Complexions that are world famous get Lux toilet soap care. This luxurious white soap is the choice of 9 out of 10 screen stars. So why not make it your regular complexion care, too? Get 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap tomorrow. And let this fragrant soap with active lather give your skin the gentle, protecting care it needs to stay smooth and lovely. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Abe Lincoln in Illinois. Starring Raymond Massey as Lincoln, Fay Bainter as Mary Todd, Otto Kruger as Ninian Edwards, and Calvin Thomas as Josh Speed. "5 years have passed. Abe Lincoln is still a young man, but he looks more than his 31 years, for his youth was buried with Anne Rutledge. His term in the Assembly over, Abe has taken up law practice in Springfield. He's returning now from a trip as Billy Herndon, the junior member of the firm, greets him at the door.
How do, Mr. Lincoln? Glad to see you back. How was it on the circuit, Mr. Lincoln?
Oh, by the usual.
Did you have occasion to make any political speeches?